Chapter 1301 Assembly Technology. Yes, I want to use the giant flight trap as a honeypot, parasitize it, and control it to follow Brother Elder Joan on the road. You can pick honey at any time on the road, Ruby replied proudly. I see. Medea turned and said to Gosling, this spell should work, so you let Ruby give it a try. Since you all say yes, let the little girl try it. Jesslyn looked at Ruby's eyes, showing a trace of anticipation. Under everyone's onlookers, Ruby performed a parasitic technique, which transformed little Lily into a cloud of pink spores of smoke and mist, which invaded her through the mouth and nose of Green Ghost. Green Ghost Woman feels that her situation is very bad, struggling to scream, but she is tightly by the rope, and the struggle is futile. Eventually, the germs transformed by Ruby invaded the brain. The madly twisted body calmed down, and his eyes became dull. Ruby, transformed into a parasitic form, lost his physical function in human form, unable to speak. But when she successfully invaded the body of the Green Hag and took control of the host's mind, she could borrow the Green Hag's mouth and say what she wanted to say. In addition, no matter what shape Ruby turns into, the mythical link established by Joan and her will not be affected, and she can feel at any time. Joan untied the ropes that tied the Green Ghost Woman, so that Ruby could control the puppet more easily. By the way, the needle was removed, and a tube of plasma was drawn from the Green Ghost Woman. After the parasitic success, Ruby still needs some time to adapt to this new host. Joan used this time to isolate some Green Ghost blood samples and analyze them proficiently. As the name suggests, the blood of Green Ghost Lady appears as a disgusting dark green color, exuding a strong smell. When Joan casts a spell to awaken the magic in the blood, the Green Ghost's blood sample turns into a cloud of green cloud, floating out of the test tube mouth and hanging slowly in the air. Joan noticed that there were many golden runes mixed in the green blood cloud, and he screened out the runes corresponding to magic and supernatural abilities, and checked them one by one. The Green Hag is a natural warlock, but under normal circumstances, these rough and savage monsters will not systematically develop their own blood potential, and can only cast some low-level spells. This Green Hag captured by Joan has a total of 11 bloodline spells that have been developed, namely Wandering, Kyoan, Water Breathing, Dancing Light, Magic Sound, Transfiguration, Invisibility, Pyrotechnics, Treeing, Windstorm and Level 1 Monster Summoning. There are a lot of spells, but they are seriously partial. Most of them are illusions that pretend to be ghosts. The only ones that can be used to attack the enemy are Level 1 Monster Summoning and 2 Rings of Firework, and strictly speaking, these 2 spells are also not a real lethal spell. Among these 11 spells, Joanne found 2 faces, 1 ring of waiting no trace and 2 rings of tree. The purpose of walking without track is to eliminate the footprints, foot sounds and odors of the subject. No traces of traces are left wherever he walks. Even a sharp sound hound cannot track the subject. This spell is very useful during covert operations, especially during the exploration of the underground world, and often encounters the degenerate vision similar to the stone-blind barbarian, but the olfactory sense is extremely developed. Stealth usually only deceives the vision, but it cannot deceive the sensitive creatures of smell and hearing. In this case, walking without a trace is a stealth spell that is more effective than stealth. In the second ring of treeing technique, Joan had seen the elders of Samada perform it, and he could transform himself into a leafy tree. Not only does it look fake, but the flesh and blood also show plant characteristics during the transformation. They are immune to those spells that are effective only on living animals, including humans. Walking without trace and treeization technique belong to the category of natural magic. Although Joan can screen these 2 spells from the blood sample of Green Ghost, they cannot be thoroughly analyzed. As long as they try to observe the spell configuration, they will quickly become chaotic. Fortunately, Joan is no stranger to this phenomenon, and he has a comprehensive set of strategies to crack it, but he hasn't paid much attention to it. In addition to these developed spells, there is a type of spell in the Green Ghost's body, which cannot be cast by its own power. It can only be used when the ghost gathering is established, which is called the special rally spell. Joan intends to check out the green ghost's special spells for gatherings, and he will know what to do when he fights against ghost gatherings. But he soon discovered that things were not that simple. The green ghost's assembly spell is not presented as a normal spell in the form of a rune, but integrated into a particularly complex rune, and the body of this rune is not a spell configuration, but a supernatural mark of magic. That's right. This supernatural ability is the gathering ceremony unique to ghosts. Witches have similar abilities, but they are cottage version. They can only join ready-made assemblies, but they cannot create assemblies independently like real ghosts. Joan concentrated his attention and tried to analyze the magic mark corresponding to the assembly ceremony. It took a lot of thought, and finally no wasted effort. And finally the special spells packaged and integrated in the assembly ceremony were all stripped out. I don't know, I'm really shocked. The green ghost's own spellcasting ability is so weak that even the 6th level little mage like Joan is disdainful. But the green ghost's assembly spell is so strong that it makes Joan secretly stunned and surprised. There are as many as 26 assembly spells of green ghost, with the highest level up to 8 rings. Among them, there are 4 ring spells, namely Identification, Magic Alarm, Weak Rays and Magic Missile. Next are 4 2-ring spells, Item Positioning Technique, See-Through Invisibility, Cobweb Technique, and Human Fixation Technique. The 5 3-ring spells are Dispelling Technique, Smelly Cloud Technique, Manipulating Corpses, Lightning Beam, and Dead Talk Technique, also known as Psychic. 4 4-ring spells, Charming Monsters, Curse Casting, Blight, and Phantom Killer. The 3 5-ring spells are Exploration Technique, Teleportation Technique and Treating Dream Technique. There are also 3 spells of the 6 rings, the Veil of Hidden, Attractive Eyes, and Frozen Orb. 2 7-ring spells, Control the Weather and Force Prison. Finally, there is an 8th level spell, which is the mind barrier mentioned by Gosling before. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's Literature Update is the fastest. Chapter 1302 Green Ghost Blood. All of these spells are sleeping in the depths of the Green Ghost Woman's veins in a potential way, and they must be awakened only when the assembly is activated. The exact number of assembly spells that can be called depends on the total number of ghosts or witches participating in the assembly. At least 3 people are needed to establish a rally. At this time, the 3 ghost witches participating in the rally have a spellcasting level equivalent to that of the 12th level sorcerer, and can cast a maximum of 6 spells. In the public magic pool of the rally, only the 1st to 6th ring of the above-mentioned rally spells are awakened, and the 7th and 8th ring spells are not available. Every time a ghost witch attends a rally, the cast level of all members is increased by an additional level. From this, it is not difficult to figure out that at least 5 ghost witch must join forces to hold a rally. The cast level can only reach level 14 and be called 7 privilege of rally spells. Furthermore, if you want to call the 8-ring rally spell, the rally members must be at least 7, and this is precisely the number of green ghost sisters in the mangrove forest. The rally is established and a public magic pool is automatically generated. All members of the rally are entitled to use the spells provided by the public magic pool, but the public spell slots are limited. When a rally is established, the first priority is to select a chief officer who is responsible for allocating spell slots to all members participating in the rally. Ghosts are probably selfish, and even the most basic 3-man assembly will frequently have quarrels and even break up. As a result, Joan had to admire the 7 sisters of green hags in the mangrove forest. So many hags together can resolve conflicts between each other, balance the interests of all parties, and maintain the assembly for a long time. It is really not easy. No matter how cruel the 7 sisters of green ghosts are to outsiders, at least the friendship between their sisters is not paperless. Now that a green hag has been captured by Joan, Will the remaining 6 green hags come out of sisterhood to form a group to rescue them? Joanne thinks it's very possible. Many of the special spells for ghost assemblies just passed out are many of the higher level spells that Joan has not been exposed to before. But considering that the ghosts may come back at any time to rescue the kidnapped sisters, Joan feels that time is pressing. But there is no time to transcribe spells leisurely. He has one more important thing to do. That's right, Joan intends to inject the awakening agent prepared by the blood sample of Green Ghost, and then cooperate with mythical transfiguration to turn herself into a green ghost. In this way, he can simulate the superior assembly ritual unique to the ghost family. If Ruby went well and successfully opened the rally, Joan joined the rally as the 4th member to further enhance the rallying partner's ability to cast spells. If Ruby encounters obstacles over there and can't control the green hag to start the rally, Joan can serve as an alternate member, come forward to create a rally, and then invite Goslin and Godola to join in. This idea is exciting. But there is still a technical obstacle. Green ghosts are supernatural humanoid monsters. Joan checked his bloodline pedigree. Unfortunately, it does not contain the category of humanoid monster. If he directly injects Green Ghost's blood awakening agent, he will withstand a wave of heterologous strengthening test. Even if he has the card of self-blood calming, he can transform heterogeneous strengthening into near-source strengthening. There are still certain risks. Joan doesn't want to take his own body to take risks, so he needs to build a bridge between himself and the green hag and make a transition. Coincidentally, Joan happened to have the most suitable bridging candidate, the Grey Bird. Miss Blind was born in the Stone Blind Barbarian. The biological classification of this race also belongs to the humanoid monster. Joan didn't dare to say whether there was a blood relationship between the she-blind man and the ghost family. Anyway, the bloodline strengthening between these two races belongs to near-source strengthening. Then the question is coming. Joan does not have the bloodline of a humanoid monster. If he is directly injected with the blood awakening agent of she-blind barbarians, wouldn't it be the same as the injection of the blood of the ghost woman, but also a heterogeneous strengthening? It is true that ordinary stone-blind barbarians cannot be used to build a bridge to Joan for Grey, but the Grey Bird is a special exception. Grey Bird's body has been transformed by the Demon Lord. Strictly speaking, she is no longer a pure stone-blind barbarian. The most distinctive feature given to her by the transformation of the human body is the huge grayscale wings behind her. The wings of the Grey Bird indicate that she has a dominant lineage of the supernatural Lepidopteran insect giant moth. As to whether this lineage comes from innate inheritance or implantation, it is not important to Joan. The important thing is, when a problem involves supernatural insects, Joan can steadily tear back. Unmodestly speaking, no one knows insect lineage better than me. The supernatural bloodline pedigree in Joan's body, including Arachnida from Arnold, Hymenoptera from Hasp Girl Jenny, Diptera from Mrs. Josephine and Ruby, and from Cosette, the poet of the moth. Lepidoptera. Both Joan and Greybird have Lepidoptera blood, so he injected the awakening agent modulated by Greybird's blood, which is equivalent to a near-source strengthening, and then counted as self-blood calming. It becomes same-source strengthening. The risk is compressed to a minimum. Joan had already obtained the blood sample of the Grey Bird yesterday, and he quickly prepared a wake-up agent and injected it into his body. He hardly felt any rejection reaction, and successfully incorporated the blood lineage of the Grey Bird into his body. Joan waited for 5 minutes until he felt no abnormality in his body. He took some blood from his wrist to analyze it, and analyzed the hidden blood of the humanoid monster as he wished. Joan nodded with satisfaction. The bridge had been built, and now he could inject the blood of Green Hag. This blood vessel strengthening lasted for almost 10 minutes, and the rejection reaction was slightly stronger than before. But it was not a big deal. The only thing that makes Joan feel a little uncomfortable is the awakening agent that was just injected into his own blood vessel. The color is a little green. He was a bit weird when he thought of the blood of Green Hag in his veins. To dispel these meaningless distractions, Joan inspired a mythical power, first photographed mythological transformation on his chest, and then took a needle in his arm and took some blood samples for testing. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1303 Rally Wizard. The results of the test made Joan very satisfied. With the mythical transfiguration technique combined with the awakening agent formulated by the green ghost's blood, Joan can now become a fake green ghost and successfully simulate the green ghost's assembly ritual. With joy, Joan returned to his companions and briefly recounted his research results. Because he deliberately omitted the two core technologies of mythical blood interpretation and mythical transformation in the course of his narration, Medea and Vaslin and others were half understandable and confused. It was not until Joan turned into a green hag in front of them that everyone barely accepted this reality. In any case, this is not bad news. At the same time, good news came from Ruby. After a period of adaptation, Miss Ruby has now completely controlled the body and spirit of the green hag, and then immediately tried to control the puppet and start the assembly ceremony. The green ghost finally succumbed to Ruby's will, raised her hands high, clapped 3 times above her head, and then turned clockwise 3 times, counterclockwise 3 times, raised her left leg, and took a gesture while pedaling, jumping on the side. This strange dance looks a little funny, and everyone including the audience, including Joanne, can't help laughing. Only Gosling looked serious, suddenly jumped up, shouted mixed in, and then jumped to the green ghost, imitating her funny dance posture. Kiola pulled back, and quickly joined the ranks of awkward dancers. Joan hesitated for a while, and finally overcame the shame and turned into a green hag. The 4 men danced for a few minutes and successfully completed the rally initiation ceremony. A rally composed of ghosts, witches and young wizards posing as ghosts was established. Joan performed endoscopy to see what happened to him after joining the ghost rally. The physical attributes are still the same, but the extraordinary occupation column has changed. In addition to the original mage and mythical archmage, Joan found that he has an additional temporary occupation: assembly wizard. Is the wizard okay? Joan scratched his head. It's okay. It's better than calling witch. Assembly wizard, as the name implies, this part-time job only makes sense when participating in a rally. For the 4-member rally that Joan and they formed, the sorcerer wizard had a spellcasting ability equivalent to that of a 13th level sorcerer, but there was a significant difference from the real sorcerer. Warlock is a profession that relies on charm to cast spells. The rally wizard has no fixed cast attributes, but is determined by the highest of the 3 spiritual attributes of intelligence, perception, and charm. Joan himself is a mage. Of course, the most prominent spiritual attribute is intelligence. So when he part-time assembly wizard, he is still an intellectual caster. This is certainly good news. If the assembly wizard also casts charms like a real warlock, Joan's ability to cast spells will be greatly reduced. In addition, rallying wizards can only cast those special rally spells provided by the public magic pool, and when casting rally spells, just like warlocks, there is no need to prepare in advance. In the state of participating in the rally, Joan can also cast his own mage spells, but when releasing such spells, his casting level cannot be calculated according to the level of the rallying wizard, or use his own mage level. After figuring out the scope of application of assembly wizard, Joan went on to check his supernatural ability column, and it was not surprising to find that a new item was added: public magic pool. The moment the rallying ceremony is completed, all members participating in the rally will automatically receive a public magic pool containing rally spells and public spell slots. To use the assembly spell, you must use the public spell position, and the level and number of public spell position depends on the number of members participating in the rally. Joan took a closer look at the public magic pool and found that the assembly spells provided in it were the ones he had just interpreted from the blood of the green ghost woman, but there were only ring 1 to ring 6 assembly spells. Due to the small number of them in this rally, The rally wizard level is only 13 and it is not possible to cast 7th and 8th ring rally spells. These spells will not be displayed in the public magic pool. As for Joan's assembly spells, they can use different spell levels correspond to different numbers of public spell slots. Among them, 1-ring rally spell has 8 public spell slots available, 2-ring rally spell has 7 public spell slots, 3-ring rally spell has 6 public spell slots, and so on. The highest level 6-ring spell corresponds to the public. The number of spell slots is also the smallest, only 3. At this time, Jesslyn greeted Joan, Ghidorah and Ruby, who was parasitic in the green hag, surrounded him, coughed twice, and asked everyone for their opinions. "Children, I propose that I should be the chief of the rally. Don't you object?" "I object." Medea raised her hand high. Gosling looked back and glared at the serpent hair warlock. "You sperm is not a member of our assembly at all and is not qualified to speak." Medea lowered her hand in dismay. Originally, she wanted to recommend the most intelligent Joan as the chief of the rally, but apparently looking at the overbearing posture of Aunt Gaslin, she obviously did not want to give the chief throne to others. Joan is not the kind of person who loves power, and it doesn't matter to him who is the chief of the assembly. Gosling is the elder of everybody. She is highly respected, experienced, and has the strongest spellcasting ability. Since she took the initiative to take the responsibility of the chief, Joan will certainly not object. Ghidorah and Ruby also expressed their support. Gatlin was the chief of the rally under everyone's recommendation, and was very pleased to make a commitment in public. "When assigning public spell slots, I must be fair and just. If you need a certain spell slot, despite applying to me, as long as it is reasonable, I will try my best to meet everyone's needs." Next, Silent solemnly reminded the young man beside him not to leave her too far. Chief is the core of a rally, like the commander of the army. The straight-line distance between other members participating in the rally and the chief cannot exceed 30 feet. Otherwise it will leave the rally and be disconnected from the public magic pool link. All members participating in the rally will automatically establish a psychic connection with each other. One of the chief's important missions is to keep an eye on the position of all members at all times. If you find that a member is too far away from you, you must use telepathy to remind the other person to come closer. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1304 Haunted. Gosling told Joan, Ghidorah and Ruby about the precautions for the rally. Before she finished talking, a marsh toad sentry hurried to report on the front line. Gosling heard the news from the sentry. Her face became more solemn, and she turned back to tell everyone, "Just now, 6 green ghosts formed a rally, led a large group of wild frogmen, and launched a crazy counterattack. Only they can't stop the assembly of the 6 ghosts united together. We have to rush to support as soon as possible. Everyone has spent so much effort to form this rally, the purpose of which is to fight the rally of the hags. Now I know that the hags take the initiative to attack, and I am not surprised. Fat Ant, since the ghost woman sent it to her door, let's hurry to find their way of fighting." Ruby said happily. "Let's see if the ghost woman's assembly is strong, or are stronger." Little girl is very brave, but it is not enough to have courage to deal with a powerful enemy such as a ghost assembly. What is more important is to use your brain. Gosling put away her smile and looked serious. "Before I start, I will first announce the principles of combat. It is actually very simple. It is mainly based on defense. No matter what spells are cast by the Ghost Assembly, we will use the same spells to fight back. Do you understand?" Ghidorah looked at Ruby, and Joan frowned slightly. The tactical principles proposed by Jesrin are indeed very simple, but they are too conservative. Is this necessary? Silent looked at the gathering companions beside her, and she already knew what everyone thought. "Children, you probably think this principle proposed by my aunt is too conservative and passive, making you very unhappy and suffocated. I can understand your feelings, but you must adhere to this principle, because this is the most secure way of fighting. First of all, to ensure our safety, and second is to induce the ghosts to continue to consume spells, approaching us. For our next, the counterattack lays the foundation. You have to know that the opposite ghost assembly is composed of 6 people, and its spellcasting ability is obviously stronger than our assembly. If both parties adopt the strategy of attacking, we will inevitably pay casualties. This is not the result I want to see. On the other hand, if we are too strong from the beginning, causing damage to the ghosts, they may retreat, give up, rescue the kidnapped sisters, and directly perform the teleportation to escape the battlefield, and wait for the future to recover the wounds. Come back to seek revenge again. Children, our Guga tribe has a proverb that has been handed down from ancient times to the present day: only 1,000 days are thieves, and no 1,000 days are anti-thieves. If we can't seize this good opportunity today, we will blow up the 7 sisters of the ghost girl in a net to prevent them from revenge at all times. Never be peaceful. After listening to the analysis by Gosling, everyone's mentality has changed, and I have to admit that she said something very reasonable. The old witch looked around her companion and saw that the young people had been persuaded by herself, and a smile appeared on her face. It seems that everyone agrees with the principle I put forward, which is very good. Next, we will classify and discuss what may happen in the battle based on this principle of defensive counterattack. The rally spells available to hags are almost identical to our rally spells, and now we only need to consider aggressive spells. According to the range of distance, all offensive spells can be divided into 3 categories. The first is long-range spells with a range of more than 1,000 feet. Among all the assembly spells, only one spell belongs to this category, which is the 6th ring of Frozen Magic Ball. At the same time, it is also the most lethal and the most powerful of all spells. Especially in the swamp area where the water is standing at the foot, the frozen orb will cause cold damage while also freezing us together with the water at the foot, unable to move. We must focus on preventing frozen magic balls. Once we find that the hags are trying to release this spell, we immediately take countermeasures. The second type of offensive rally spell has a range of 300 feet to 100 feet, such as 1 ring of magic missiles, 2 rings of web spiders and human fixation, 3 rings of smelly cloud and lightning beam. There are 4 rings of blight and phantom killer. In this range, the ghosts' offensives are the most violent, and we must concentrate on recognizing the spells the enemy is trying to cast, and countering them in a timely manner. The third type of aggressive rally spells have a range of 100 feet, including 1 ring of weak rays, 4 rings of charming monsters, 6 rings of eye-catching eyes, and 7 rings of force field prison. The range of spells that are closer than the third type is the contact spells, such as the 4th ring of curse spells, which can only take effect if you touch the body of the subject. This does not need to worry. We will not give the ghost woman close touch opportunity. In fact, when the ghost woman is within 100 feet, we can take the initiative to counterattack. At such a close distance, even if the ghost woman finds that the situation is not good, it is too late to try to escape. After listening to the story of Gosling, Joanne found that the combat plan was not perfect. Aunt Jesslyn, we can only count to 1 to 6 ring spells. If the ghosts cast 7 ring force field prisons, we have no corresponding spells to counter at all. What should we do? Joanne asked. The old witch smiled slightly. This is indeed a problem, and my advice to you is, try to counteract it with the 3-ring dispeller. Auntie, the 3-ring dispel can indeed be used to counter other spells, but against the right field prison up to 7-ring, the success rate is not high. Ghidorah couldn't help but complain. Of course I know that the success rate is not high, but what else can I do? Jesslyn shared his hands, and replied somewhat helplessly, there is no perfect tactic in the world. We must take some risks. If we can disperse, we can disperse. Carry it hard and pray to the gods to bless it. Ghidorah twitched her chubby cheeks, barely squeezing out her smile, pretending to say lightly, actually, there is nothing to worry about. Licheng prison will not cause direct killing. At most, we will be locked in a tightly closed space, and we can easily escape by using the any door. After hearing this, Joan felt strange. He is the only one of the 4 assembly members who does not display any door. It does not matter if others are locked up by the force field prison. If he is locked in, then he can only be a zealous audience on the battlefield. Joan secretly reminded himself to be extra cautious, and he must not be put in force field prison by ghosts. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1305 Assembly Fighting Method 1. Aunt Gaslin, I have a question. Medea also found loopholes in Gosling's plan. There are 6 members of the Hag's Assembly, which can release 6 spells at the same time, while our assembly members have only 4 members, and at most 4 spells are countered at the same time. What are you going to do with the remaining 2 spells? To be honest, I don't have a good way to do this. I can only do targeted defenses in advance. For example, we all know that there are lightning beams in rally spells. Before the battle, we must each bless the spell that protects against electric shock. Lightning beam. You can ignore it and give priority to countering those spells that cannot be carried hard. Jesslyn answered frankly. Medea nodded thoughtfully, and did not continue to care about the problem. As Jesslyn said, there is no foolproof strategy on the battlefield, and in many cases, it can only respond to changes. On the bright side, if the hags squander their magic uncontrollably, every round will do their utmost to bombard them indiscriminately, and it will not be long before the public spells are exhausted and reduced to 6 lambs to be slaughtered. Aunt Jesslyn, the key to this set of tactics you put forward is undoubtedly the magic counterattack, but a successful counterattack against the enemy has a prerequisite. You must first identify the spell the opponent is about to release before you can use the same spell. Counterattack. For us, the advantage is that we already know what special spells the ghosts have for assembly, which greatly reduces the difficulty of identification, but there is also a disadvantage. Joan pointed to the dense jungle. In such a dimly lit environment, our vision is severely limited. If someone casts 100 feet away, they can't see the others casting action, which greatly increases the difficulty of identification. Not to mention the ghosts can be launched an attack from 1,000 feet away. We are afraid that before the enemy casts a spell, he has been hit by a frozen ball flying deep in the jungle. The worries raised by the little mage are very reasonable. We must find a way to expand the field of observation and see the ghost's every move, so that the magic counterattack can be carried out in time. Jesslyn said in a deep voice. Jidora's eyes lit up and said excitedly, Aunt, when we kidnapped the green hag before, we recaptured our ghost's eye. Since the hag rally can use this gem to observe things in the distance, our witch's rally of course it works. We simply followed the practice of ghosts, cast a summoning a bird such as a crow or owl, and blessed with invisibility, let the birds carry the eye of the ghost, and flew over the ghost assembly to be monitored, and at the same time, we can also see the actions of the ghosts through the ghost eyes. Goodola, your idea is very interesting, but I don't want to do it. The old witch shook her head gently and looked mysterious. Ghost's eye, you have to use it at a critical moment, and you can never leave my grasp. Goodola saw that her aunt had other plans, and it was inconvenient to ask in front of outsiders, so she had to give up the idea of using the ghost's eye. By the way, isn't Joan able to establish a sensory link with us? It's better to use this to monitor ghost gatherings. Medea came up with a new idea. I can cast a spell over the ghosts' heads, observe them invisibly, and then communicate the situation I saw to Joan through sensory links, and Joan then connects to the companions in the rally through the spiritual connection. Medea, this idea is good, but you are not suitable for reconnaissance. Joan looked at the serpent warlock and whispered. The ghost woman's rally spells include a see-through invisibility. Your target is too large to be easily found. Too dangerous. Who do you think is suitable for investigating? Medea asked, a little dissatisfied. Joan didn't make a sound. He chanted the mantra. His left hand and his forefinger broke quietly, separated from the palm, and transformed into a bloodless mosquito under the influence of magic power. Joan raised his hand and touched the blood mosquito, inspiring a mythical force, establishing a mythical link with this tiny spy, and then issued a spiritual command, instructing her to search for the traces of the hags. The blood mosquito fluttered its wings, launched the invisibility technique, disappeared from the eyes of everyone, and quietly sneaked into the dense forest. Joan turned back and said to Gosling and Medea, "I sent blood mosquitoes to monitor the ghost assembly. It was very small and did not make any noise when flying. It was difficult to be noticed in the dim jungle," and took a step back and said, "Even if the blood mosquito is found by the ghost woman and killed by the spell, it doesn't hurt me much." "Very good, little master. The task of spying on the hag is up to you." Gosling patted Joan's shoulder hard, and then said to Medea, "Greybird and Belle, the three of you, don't run around, follow us, act as bodyguards for the rally, in case the mad frogman rushes too recently. You solved it as soon as possible. You must not let that group of green-skin hybrids interfere with our focus on casting." "Auntie, you really make a call." Medea complained a little, and did not refuse the old witch's arrangement. After everything was prepared, Gosling opened the any door and took Joan, Godola and Ruby directly to the war zone deep in the jungle. Medea also opened the any door, brought the Greybird and Belle, and chased behind Jesslyn and others to transport it, shouldering the responsibility of meeting the bodyguard. Deep in the wet and dark mangrove forest, sorrows and draws lay one after another, and the magical brilliance flashed from time to time stimulated a powerful shock wave. The gusty wind was blowing head, the salty breath filling the nose, and Joan couldn't tell whether it was the breath of seawater or the smell. Gosling's call came from her ear, reminding the gathering companions to move closer to her and prepare to face the battle. Joan didn't forget his mission, quickly switched the observation time to the blood mosquito spy, fluttered his wings through the forest tips, and searched for the traces of the ghosts. Considering that the green ghosts are all proficient in invisibility, Joan opened the seeing invisibility attached to the prosthetic eye. After thinking for a while, he also activated dark vision, misty sight and vibration awareness one by one, and through the myth link, projected all these sensory-enhancing spells on blood mosquito spies. The results showed that he was very cautious and necessary. On the west side of the jungle, at a distance of nearly 900 feet from the party, the blood mosquitoes spied on a group of suspicious figures, and quickly opened the invisible enchantment and silent enchantment. Silently arrived in the investigation. Approaching a distance of 100 feet, Joan looked through the mosquitoes' keen compound eyes and saw 6 rickets gathered in the forest. They seemed to be arguing. Judging from their non-stop gestures, the quarrel was still fierce. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1306 Assembly Fighting Method 2. Joan feared that the group of ghosts would be alerted, and ordered the blood mosquitoes to spy on the tip of a nearby bush to spy on the ghosts. The 6 green ghosts were all filled with blue magical radiance symbolizing the School of Illusion. Joan recognized it with a little recognition. And indeed they were blessed with invisibility as they had guessed. The ghosts are still arguing, due to the long distance, and the intense fighting between the mad frogman and the marsh toads. Joan can't understand what the ghosts are saying, only from the wind, just guessing them. There are different opinions on whether to rescue the kidnapped sister. The 2 ghosts who opposed the rescue frequently mentioned the stolen ghost eyes. Listening to the meaning of what they say inside and outside, it is not opposed to rescuing sisters, but it is worried that the ghost's eye will fall into the hands of the nematodes Dharma King. That is, Aunt Gosling used the gem to make an essay. The key ambushed them all the time. The 3 green hags who supported the rescue of the sisters thought that they should not worry about it. The 6-member group crushed the past, and their absolute strength was not afraid of conspiracy and tricks. Even if Jesslyn wanted to use the eye of the hag to play conspiracy, it could not change the overall situation. Moreover, they felt that the ghost eye was not necessarily in the hands of Gosling, and that Gosling might not know the special usage of this gem. When the two sides couldn't argue, the last green ghost woman who had never expressed her position finally spoke. Joan raised her ears to eavesdrop and vaguely heard what the green ghost said: "If you are kidnapped." He didn't hear the rest of the words, but the two ghost women who opposed the rescue were ashamed, and they no longer insisted on their own opinions. Most of the talk was chicken soup, like heart to heart. For example, how do you treat your sisters? How do you treat your sisters? Now that you are giving up to rescue the kidnapped sisters, if you are unfortunately kidnapped in the future, can you still count on the sisters to try to rescue them? Joan feels that this set of rhetoric is inevitably suspected of moral kidnapping and is not reasonable, but it will indeed be touched when he is in the position of an opponent. He is embarrassed to insist on the point of seeing death. I have to say that in terms of sisterhood, this group of green hags is really special. It is completely different from the intriguing, mutually calculating and selfish self-ghost groups that Joan saw in the book. The 6 green ghost women unified their thoughts, and then proceeded to act. They sat around a small puddle, holding hands, chanting words, like calling a spell in the public magic pool. Joan looked at them, not as if she was going to cast offensive spells, and her curiosity grew stronger. At this moment, Joan noticed that the puddles in front of the hags were moving without the wind, setting off layers of ripples and shining magical glory. Joan quickly concentrated on identifying the spell configuration shrouded on the water, and soon recognized it as exploration technique. After the minute spellcasting ceremony ended, the puddle returned to calm, and the water surface reflected many blurred figures. Joan suddenly awakened. It turns out that the green hags are using detection technique to find where the kidnapped sisters are now. In the situation where the ghost eye has been lost, this is indeed their only reliable method of long-range reconnaissance. Joan hurriedly telepathically communicated everything he saw to his companions. With a smile, Jesslyn turned her head and said to the green hag who became Ruby's puppet, "Little Ruby, don't resist the detection of the hags. Let them see where you are at the moment. Let's get together and prepare to fight." Joan fully agrees with Gosling's approach. It is false and truthful, so she suspects and tempts the ghosts to come to the door. It is worthy of being the king of the marsh toad, the most intelligent big witch of the Gugger tribe. The hags found the kidnapped sister as they wished, and found her eyes dull and placed beside the enemy, apparently controlled by magic and held hostage. The hags cursed angrily, and soon began to work together to cast spells. Joan noticed that the magic net around the ghosts violently vibrated, and an extremely cold energy was extracted, gathered in the palms of 2 of the ghosts, and the large pale cyclones gradually condensed into an apple-sized, crystal-clear ice ball. The configuration of this spell looks a lot like Frost Nova, but the magic level of the call is not as high as the 3rd ring of Frost Nova. Joan knew with his heels that the ghosts were casting the 6-ring spell Frozen Sphere on time, and they were about to make 2 frozen spheres at once. If these 2 spells were successfully released by them, including Joanne, the 4 people who participated in the rally would all have to pounce on the spot. Wiping away the cold sweat, Joan immediately relayed the news to his collective companions. Silence sneered, and said to everyone, "Sure enough, it's not what the old lady expected." At this distance, the only offensive spells available for ghosts are frozen orbs. While speaking, the old witch draws 2 6-slot spell slots from the rally public magic pool, leaving one for herself and the other for her niece and student Jadora. "Quadola, be prepared. Let's fight against the frozen ball together." "Okay, Aunt." The young witch's voice trembled, and it was hard to hide his nervousness, his eyes fixed on the forest belt where the ghosts were hiding. 3 seconds later, the forest suddenly flashed 2 silver lights. The night sky seemed to be a meteor, and the biting cold current hit the face. Ringer. 2 witches, one old and one young, chanted the start spell of Frozen Orb almost at the same time, raised their fingers, and two pale radiances shot out. Both the enemy and the enemy used the same spell at the same time. The four sets of similarly configured spell configurations in opposite directions caused the magic net to oscillate, eventually cancelling each other out, smoothing the magic net, and the night sky returning to silence, as if nothing had happened. Very good, very good. Beautiful job. Gaslan took a long sigh of relief and grinned. Children, let's see next. What other tricks do those ghosts have? At the same time that the spell counterattack was successful, Joan was relieved and quickly switched his viewing angle to the blood mosquito agent. Next to the water hole in the forest, 6 green ghosts jumped up one after another, all with shock and confusion on their faces. They chatted for a while, but the result was still not clear, but they vaguely guessed that someone on the side of the marsh toad could counteract the frozen ball. The hags dare not imagine that the witches on the opposite side also formed a rally to confront themselves. According to common sense, they are more inclined to think that the witches should have prepared 2 frozen magic ball scrolls in advance. They just cast their spells through the scrolls and countered their magic attacks. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1307 Assembly Fighting Method 3. The Ghost's public magic pool still has a 6-ring spell slot, and they are reluctant to use it, so they decide to move forward collectively. After approaching the witches, they cast other spells with a shorter range to attack. Joan informs his companions about the ghost's behavior. While the enemy had not yet entered the range, Gosling opened the storage bag, took out 4 bottles of protection against evil potions, and then took out 3 4-ring anti-death enchantment scrolls, generously distributed to the gathering companions, and instructed the young people hurry up and cast protective spells. Anti-death enchantment can defend against the death spells and negative energy erosion of the necromantic school, such as weak rays and curse drop spells. Protect evil can protect the subject from the confusing and controlling spells of evil casters, such as charming monsters and human secrecy. Medea herself is not a member of the rally, but she is also nervous, and urgently reminds Joan to bless the shield and anti-shock enchantment, because the magic flying egg and lightning beam in the hag's rally spell list are the biggest. The range has also exceeded 100 feet, and it is inevitable. Joan cast a grateful glance at the snake hair warlock. Although he had already blessed these 2 spells, he also gave Ruby electric enchantment and shield. After taking good precautions, Joan projected the observation angle onto the blood mosquito again, and ordered the little invisible agent to take off and follow the 6 sisters of the ghost girl. The hags were very careful. They stopped when they were close to 100 feet away, riblessed their invisibility technique, hid in the secret forest quietly, and made a cast gesture collectively. Joan had to be distracted and versatile, at the same time observing the different casts of the 6 ghosts. The brain was running at a high speed, and he could concentrate on identifying it. A wealth of knowledge, coupled with a genius mind with an intellectual attribute of 33, bursts out all the potential at this moment. Just in a flash, Joan recognized all the spells being played by the 6 green ghosts and, through telepathy, synchronously inform the gathering companions. 1-ring magic missile. The 2nd ring cobweb. 3 rings of smelly cloud and lightning beam. There are also 2 4th-level spells. One is the necromantic department and the other is the illusion department. If I guess right, it should be blight and phantom killer. Joan's forehead exuded dense sweat beads. The spells he has learned or seen are not difficult to identify. However, he had neither learned nor seen the Blight Surge and Phantom Killer, and it was too difficult to identify, so he had to add elements of reasoning and guessing. Jesslyn nodded, without questioning Joan's conclusion, and decisively assigned the task. "I'm going to counter the Phantom Killer. It's a fatal thing if this thing is not done." Quadola counteracts Blight. The little mage counters the smelly cloud technique. Little Ruby got rid of cobwebs. Don't care about magic missile and lightning beam. Joan restrained nervousness, followed the instructions of the old witch, and extracted a 3-ring spell slot from the public magic pool, combined with Smelly Cloud, prepared for countermeasures, and paid close attention to the forest where the ghosts were hiding. In an instant, the magical aura of 5 colors emerged from the dark forest, and the waves gathered together. Joan thought without hesitation, raised his hand and issued the Smelly Cloud technique. At the moment when the magic erupted, the invisible magic web was torn by 2 diametrically opposed forces at the same time, and eventually the 2 were evenly matched and offset each other. From a macro perspective, the magic web has not changed from beginning to end. Of course, it will not produce any magic effects. A successful spell counterattack, clean and neat. Joan was very satisfied with his performance, but he couldn't be more happy, and hurriedly paid attention to the situation of the gathering companion. Although Ruby was young, he did not lack courage, and the crisis was able to withstand the pressure, successfully countering the Green Spider-Woman's cobweb technique. Ghidorah raised her hand with a finger, and her fingertip burst out of a grey beam of negative energy, brushing past Joan. Just in a flash, Joan felt tight all over his skin, and the moisture on his body surface was evaporated, as if it was blown by the wind in the dry winter, and there was a tingling sensation of chapped skin. The short-term feelings made him have an intuitive and profound understanding of the 4th ring blight. The blight shot from the opposite side was successfully counteracted by Code Aura. Finally, the most threatening phantom killer is a very strange illusion. Most of the spells that can cause an immediate death effect are subordinate to the necrotic school and require the use of negative energy. Phantom killer is a rare exception. This spell belongs to the school of illusion, and the horror phantom created creates a strong shock to the subject. If the will is not firm enough and the body is not strong enough, you will be scared to death on the spot. The phantom killer cast by the Green Hag came directly to Gosling. Joan was not the subject of the surgery and could not see the phantom that was so scary that it scared people to death. But he suddenly turned pale from Gosling, and could feel the horror of this spell faintly, and his heart could not help mentioning his throat. Fortunately, Gosling's complexion soon returned to normal, grinning, and she seemed to have successfully countered the phantom killer. In the opposite bushes, the branches and leaves were abnormally shaken. Now without the help of blood mosquitoes, Joan, with their own eyes, can see 6 hazy figures walking through the forest quickly, approaching their own side. Silen's eyes widened, and suddenly a roar was heard, and the surrounding leaves shivered. Do it. The opportunity to fight back has finally arrived. Before Joan had time to apply for a call to a public spell slot, Jesslyn had already assigned a 3-ring spell slot to him. Without any hesitation, Joan decisively matched the Ring of Lightning for this 3-level spell position, and instantly calculated the best launch angle. Raising his hand was a dazzling lightning bolt. Lightning flashed across the sky, dragging thunder to the Green Hag at the head of the queue. From the launch angle chosen by Joan, it can penetrate up to 3 green ghosts and exert maximum lethality. Unfortunately, he calculated very well, but failed to perform the hat trick as expected. Before the lightning beam touched the first target, it was countered by the green ghost waved the same lightning beam. Aha! Exclamation mark. You also learn this trick. Joan's eyes twitched. Not only Joan was alone, but the spells released by Gosling, Godola, and Ruby were all counteracted by the opposite green ghost. The most unlucky was Medea, who burst out with confidence with a 5-ring of ice cone, which was actually dispelled by the green ghost with 3 rings of dispelling technique. Seeing this scene, the snake hair warlock was so depressed that he almost spit out old blood on the spot. Is this luck too bad? Exclamation mark. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1308. Reverse. Joan and others have been defending until the beginning of the war, and it was only then that they launched a counterattack. The results were really pitiful. The 4-member assembly plus Medea, the 5 spellcasters, all in vain. The Greybird can't cast spells, nor does it have a reliable long-range attack method, so it can only watch on the side and worry. Only the Dark Sound blindly blamed a supernatural destructive sonic wave from Belle, and the ghosts could not resist. They could only carry themselves physically, and they were slammed with blood, which helped them save some face. The upper limit of the damage of resonance of destruction to the body is only 5 energy levels, which is far from enough to destroy the strong body of the green ghosts. In just a few seconds of fighting between the two sides, the hags rushed forward collectively for 50 or 60 feet, already approaching Joan and others, and preparing for the next round of magical offensive while flying. Joan sweated on his forehead. His pupils contracted slightly, and his brain was running at full speed. It took less than a second to recognize all the spells the ghosts were preparing, and at the same time reminded his companions with telepathy. 1 ring magic missile. The 1st ring of weak rays. 4th ring enchanting monster. The 6th ring undead department stares at the attack. It should be attractive attention. There are 2 more spells. It seems to be the 7th ring of force prison. Don't care about debilitating rays and enchanted monsters. Ill counter, take your eyes. Gosling's eyes were burning and her tone was heavy. As for the prison of the force field, we don't have this kind of rallying spell. Quola, and Little Mage, you can use dispelling technique to try your luck. Take luck? Joan shook his head. This was not the best option. Joan is more eager to grasp his own destiny than destiny. The magic power level of the 3-ring dispeller is limited, and it cannot guarantee 100% successful counterattack of the 7-ring spell. Fortunately, Joan also has mythical power, and there is a more mythical countermeasure than the dispeller. Between flashes of thoughts, Kiaon extracted 5 mythical powers, which were used to launch mythical countermeasures and successfully counteracted the force field prison that Green Ghost had just released. The magical fluctuations in the air quickly quieted down. After seeing this scene, the Green Ghost woman who had just performed the force field prison was stunned and could not believe her eyes. In addition to the force field prison counterattacked by Joan, another green hag also used the same spell. Unfortunately, Jidora's luck is not good enough. Dispelling technique failed to counteract the force field prison. In addition to herself, even Ruby standing behind her also suffered. All were locked in a sealed prison. The so-called force field prison is a spherical translucent shield with a radius of 10 feet. No matter or magic can cross this shield. Godora and Ruby are kept inside. Not only are they restricted from freedom, they are unable to cast spells on the outside world, but there is also a potential threat that the air inside the cell is limited, and there is a danger of suffocation when staying inside for a long time. Wow! My sister and the witch are locked up. What should I do? Ruby was still a child after all, and he was in a desperate situation and couldn't help but panic. Little girl, don't panic. Lee Field Prison can't stop the teleportation spell. Jesslyn calmly appeased Miss Ruby, and then reminded her niece, Godora, going to use the any door. Take the small Ruby jumped out of the cage. Across a layer of translucent wall of force field, Joan saw Godora holding Ruby's hand and chanted a series of spells. The 2 figures were surrounded by any door, and after 3 seconds, they successfully got out of trouble. Appears on the open space next to the force field prison. With just a few seconds of delay, there were 2 green ghosts on the opposite side preemptively taking action. One of the green hags chanted 4 spells of withering spells, and the other did not cast a spell, drawing a silver silk knot from her arms and throwing it on the ground. Seeing this familiar scene, Joan immediately guessed that the ghost woman would open the dimension hole and release the dark tentacle monster. The monster has 36 tentacles all over its body, and its roots are more than 10 feet long. Half of the tentacles are still wrapped with sharp swords, just like a mobile arsenal. In case of being rushed into the front by this monster, all members of the assembly, including Joan himself, will be subjected to the crazy attack of the dark tentacle monster, and will have to disband the assembly, each escaping, and finally the advantages accumulated will be lost. Save. What's more, Dark Tentacle Monster is not a brainless combat machine, and it also casts spells. Joan does not want to repeat the experience of the grey bird not long ago, and is hit by a monster fixation technique, which is not fun. With this in mind, Joan thoughtlessly took out the Iron Virgin, activated the spell and threw it out, and activated the supernatural effect spell reversal that comes with the flail volute membrane. The disc-shaped shield formed by the overlapping of 4 crystal steel plates automatically floats away from Joan's fingertips and expands the shield wall mode, covering all 4 assembly companions, including Joan, with the solid shield wall behind. Almost in the next second, 30 feet away, the green ghost woman who completed the preparation for casting cast a beam of grey negative energy. The dark tentacle monster that had just probed out of the dimensional hole, also stared at the Scarlet Ace, aimed at Joan, who was nearest to him, and issued a monster fixation technique. Laugh. Laugh. 2 magic rays successively hit the crystal steel shield with a shell of flail snail attached to it, which not only failed to break through the Iron Virgin barrier, but was also reversed back, making the green hag and the dark tentacle monster eat their own fruit. The green ghost woman was hit by the withering technique that she had just issued, and a howl of horror and pain was intertwined. Tone human skull. The situation of the dark tentacle monster is not much stronger than that of the green ghost woman. She was helpless and was turned back by the monster sculpting technique, which was reversed. She suddenly fell into paralysis and could not move. The magic contained in the flail volute can invert up to 30 spell-level spell attacks per day. Withering plus monster can deplete the share of spell reversal. Joan raised his hand and patted gently on the back of the shield to activate another supernatural ability hypnotic pattern that comes with the flail volute. The crystal clear outer surface of the Iron Virgin suddenly glowed with colorful brilliance and enveloped the entire group of ghosts opposite, except for the green hag who fell to the ground after being engulfed by the withering technique. There were 5 green hags who witnessed the hypnotic rainbow light sprayed from the Iron Virgin. Virgin is in a daze. There was only 1 green hag, fortunately resisting the confusion of hypnotic rainbow light, hurriedly cast a spellcasting gesture, trying to perform teleportation, and fled the battlefield with the sisters around him. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1309 Artificial Sun. None of you want to escape today. You have to die here for me. The old witch smiled, opened his left hand, and held a palm with an enchanted cat's eye in the palm of his hand. It was the ghost eye that Joan had snatched back. Vaseline picked up the brass pipe in her right hand and smashed the cat's eye gem in the palm of her left hand. With a bang, the ghost eye was smashed by her. This magic gem was created by the 7 sisters of the ghost girl, and it blended into all of them a soul. When the ghost's eye was destroyed, all the ghosts were also repulsed. Severe headaches interrupted the casting and concentration. Eyes were all spouting blood, and the hair was sorrowful. Gosling didn't destroy the ghost eye at the beginning. She was afraid that the ghosts would be frightened and escaped early. It wasn't until this moment that the killer's skill was used to interrupt the teleportation technique, completely ruining the hope of the ghosts to escape. The old witch shook her fingertips and left a jewel with a smug smile on her face, and said to the party beside her, "Children, it's time to end this fuss. The rest of the public spells are free for everyone to use." I hit hard, hit the dead. Kodora and Ruby, who had just escaped from the force field prison, of course, would not miss this good opportunity to beat the falling water dog, extracting their magic powers, and blasting the lightning beam and withering to the green ghost who mourned. Gosling did not draw a public spell slot, and used her witch mana to draw a circle of firewall with her hands. The burning flames surrounded the ghosts. Medea flew into the sky above the hags, conquered, and burst into an ice cone. This time, no one could take a counterattack. The ghost sisters under the flames of fire ushered in the baptism of frost, which was overwhelmed by the cold wave that hit the head. The grey bird roared to start the big rage, converged his wings to dive in the sky, held up the dragon tomahawk with both hands, completed his revenge with a ferocious jump, and split the dark tentacle monster in half. The tomahawk hit the ground, which triggered the earth strike and caused a strong earthquake. The green ghosts who were struggling under the ice and fire were all overturned to the ground by the seismic waves spreading from the bottom of their feet. Joan raised his hand and summoned Mage's nether palm, remotely controlled a black giant palm volley. One slap, one shot, killed all the 6 dying green ghosts. Joan inadvertently glimpsed a faint magic aura in the piles of corpses of the ghosts, and then remotely explored the big hand remotely, and used the green ghost to hold the silk shack of the dark tentacle monster, which is the portable dimension hole. After being rescued from the fire, he was about to stuff it into a storage bag. He suddenly remembered something and turned his handkerchief into his jacket pocket. At this moment, Joan noticed a slight tremor in the storage bag, opened it, and the Kostrak essence collar was glowing strangely. Joanne picked up the collar and looked at it, and found that the coherence meter had risen a lot, and could not help being surprised. This artifact collar can only exert its full power after completing multiple stages of coharmony. In the first 3 stages of coordination, you need to hunt giants or witches continuously. The more places you kill, the faster the coordination progress will accumulate. Joan killed a lot of frost giants in the Battle of Elk Town, completed the first phase of the coordination, and carried the spirit collar with him, which can reduce 10 levels of cold damage. Just now, the progress of coordinating the spirit collar has been greatly improved again. It is very close to achieving the second phase of coordinating. Joan did not kill the giant or the witch during this period. How could the coordinating plan rise for no reason? After a moment of thought, Joan turned to look at the body of the green hag and made a bold guess. The homology rule of the spirit collar may be regarded as a witch. If his conjecture is true, killing a hag is equivalent to killing a witch, which can also increase the progress of coordinating the spirit collar. The pocket watch's pointer made a ticking sound as it reverberated around Joan's ear, waking him from his sleep. He stood up from the stone table, stretched his waist, stretched his numb arms, and yawned in the dark stone room. With a snap of his fingers, the young mage casts a trick to light the magic candlestick on the table, and the soft glow dispels the darkness in the room, helping him find a sense of reality. Joan picked up the pocket watch on the table and flipped the cover to take a look. 5 o'clock in the afternoon at the surface time. The date should be August 9th. Last night, Joan and Ruby, Medea, Greybird, and Bella assisted Gosling and Godola in killing the Sister Green Devils, and then helped the nematodes to wipe out the frogmen who returned to the Barden wetlands. By the time the battle in the mangrove forest was completely over, the sun had jumped out of the horizon to the east. This glorious victory freed the marsh toads of the Gugger tribe from the threat of invaders, and restored the peace of the swamp that had not yet dissipated. Vaslan was very satisfied with the result. Following a prior agreement, he took a pint of plasma from himself to Joan, and presented him and 3 Medea male and female unicorn rabbits as research samples. In addition, the old witch also gave Ruby an extra horned cub. The young rabbit is Snow White and very cute. Ruby likes it very much. She is named Snowball and she can't let go in her arms. Joan and his companions stayed in the Gugger tribe for one morning. After attending the gala lunch, they quit Catherine and Cadola and performed teleportation to return to Medea's residence in a dark area. Temple of Silence. After arriving home, Greybird, Medea, and Ruby got busy and set up a new home for the unicorn. Greybirds are experienced in feeding animals and are very careful. When arranging rabbit cages, they specifically remind Medea that unicorn rabbits are not the same as petrified lizards. If they live in a dark environment without light for a long time, they will suffer after a long time. Sickness. There is no sunlight in the underground world. How to solve the problem of light in the rabbit cage. Kiaon timely put forward a suggestion to use 3 rings of daylight to simulate the sunlight of the surface world and regularly provide light to the rabbit cage. Medea thought this was a good idea, but she wouldn't perform daylight herself, but she still had to ask Joan to help him make a magic device that would inspire daylight and install it in the breeding horn. In the rabbit's house, it acts as an artificial sun. As for the materials and magic crystals needed for enchanting, Medea is responsible for providing, and Joan is only responsible for casting enchantments. As a personal trainee who has practiced for a year and a half crossed out enchanted artist, making such gadgets is not difficult for Joan. As long as the magic crystal is enough, you can get it out in minutes. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1310. Fierce Rabbit Joan chose a copper mirror as large as a plate as an enchanting embryo material, and then he would choose a suitable rune as an enchanting carrier for daylight. Referring to the previous experience of making flash shield, Joanne believes that the rune number 16 sigil, which means light and sacred, is the most suitable for matching daylight. After spending 3 ounces of magic crystals, Joan successfully completed the enchanting process, and the bronze mirror in his hand showed a faint golden light, which looked completely new. This enchanted copper mirror can stimulate the daylight 5 times a day. Each time it lasts for 90 minutes. The radiance is the same as the real sunlight. It can also adjust the radiation strength according to the needs, simulating the nature of sunrise and sunset. Illumination. Joan simply calculated that this copper mirror can provide up to 450 minutes of light per day, which is equivalent to 7.5 hours, enough to meet the daily sunshine required for the healthy life of the unicorn rabbit. Joan named the finished magic guide Daylight Mirror, took it to the stone room converted into a unicorn rabbit feeding room, looked up at the ceiling, and got an idea. Under the curious onlookers of Medea, Greybird and Ruby, Joan turned into a bee-like form, fluttered his wings and flew into the air, held up the sunlight mirror with both hands, and flattened the back of the copper mirror to the center of the ceiling. A magic trick made the mirror and ceiling closely adhered. Even if it was pried hard, it could not be separated. Fixing the sun mirror, Joan landed next to the 3 ladies and told them how to start the magic mirror. It's actually very simple. Just recite the Anna initiation spell Anna. The magic mirror will be activated and emit a bright radiance, just like a round of artificial sun. The 3 ladies were very satisfied with Joan's work and greatly praised him, making Joan quite embarrassed. Next, the ladies will also try to solve the feed problem of the unicorn rabbit. Fortunately, the horned rabbits are different from their distant relatives in the nature who love to eat greens and carrots. The appearance of the cute animals and humans is harmless. In fact, like cats, they are standard carnivores and are quite fierce eater. In the underground world, it is difficult to find fresh vegetables, but how much fresh meat is required? The Greybird took Ruby to go around the mushroom forest outside the cave, and got back 2 fat murmuring moths with big teeth. The ladies threw the worms into the rabbit cage, squatting on the outside of the cage with both hands on their cheeks, and their eyes were full of curiosity and expectation. Joan was also curious and came over to observe how the horned rabbit and the boar got along. There are 3 pairs of adult unicorn rabbits in the cage, in addition to a young rabbit, Ruby's favorite Snowball. The intrusion of the mole rats caused a commotion among the rabbits. The unicorn rabbits have not seen the standard underground creatures like worms, but they are, after all, magic beasts with high IQ. They hide in the corner and watch the worms for a while, and gradually realize that these 2 fat pups have grown up. It is a bit like a groundhog in the surface world, and Nen seems not much stronger than a groundhog. The 3 strong male rabbits could not resist the fierce nature, and took the lead in action, giving a demonstrative roar to the mole rats. It sounded a bit like a donkey and horse roaring, high-pitched and harsh, and their soft and cute image is not a style at all. The original cry of the horned rabbit is like this, which is really unimaginable. Greybird said in surprise. Ruby and I were listening to the rabbit for the first time. It was really scary. Miss Ruby was also quite surprised. In the laboratory of the School of Olympic Law of Mage Joan University, There are always a lot of rabbits and white rats used as experimental supplies. Joan recalled the nest of rabbits raised by Angel and Ryan and said to Ruby, "The cry of the inner-horned rabbit sounds similar to the roar of the rabbit when he is angry. It is also this kind of a roar, but it is louder than the rabbit's cry. Rabbits rarely yell. It's hard to imagine that people who haven't seen the rabbit's anger in person. This kind of seemingly weak animal is more terrifying than the raccoon cat and even the hound." Ruby nodded in sympathy, and continued to observe the movement in the rabbit cage. The 2 mole rats thrown into the rabbit cage were startled by the roar of the unicorn rabbit, curled up in a hump in the corner of the rabbit cage, squeaked. Compared with the domineering roar of the unicorn rabbit, such a protest it is too weak, exposing their inner timidity. The 3 male rabbits are all veteran hunting veterans. When they saw the moles of the moth, they knew what they were doing. They were outspoken in 3 ways and approached the moth slowly. The mole rats foresee the danger is imminent, and know that it is not a good idea to curl up in the corner. They jump up in a hurry and try to escape separately. The 3 male rabbits had been prepared for a long time, jumped forward, stopped the moth, and bowed their heads skillfully, plunging their sharp horns deep into the moth's abdomen. The worms uttered a desperate cry, blood poured out of the wound, and the rabbit horns were scarlet. After the inner-horned rabbit succeeded in the attack, he still maintained a high degree of alert. After hitting the prey, the horn was immediately pulled out, and he turned his head and jumped away from the borer to avoid the prey dying and counter-attacking. The 2 worms fell into an iron cage stained with blood and twitched to stop breathing. The wound cut by the rabbit's horns turned grayish-white and was slowly calcifying and stiff. The horned rabbits carefully approached the corpse of the mole rats and whispered "yo" to each other. They seemed to be talking in a whisper. This kind of cry is very different from the roar just now, and it sounds very cute. After confirming that the prey has lost its ability to resist, the rabbits go around and gnawing at the blood of the worms, eating as much fresh meat as possible before the corpse of the prey is completely petrified. Ruby's eyes widened, staring at her pet Snowball, lest the little Snowball be bullied by the big rabbits and would not give her meat. Fortunately, a couple of adult inner-horned rabbits in the cage are the parents of Snowball. They take good care of the baby girl and break the mole belly with sharp horns to remove the soft, fresh and nutritious internal organs. Go to Snowball. Watching Snowball take a mouthful of the internal organs of rodent, Ruby breathed a sigh of relief. Medea's observation angle is different from Ruby's. He turned back to Joan and said, "You found number." There were no signs of calcification in the internal organs of the mole rats. This indicates that the petrified toxin of the unicorn rabbit spread from the wound to the surroundings, the least affected by petrochemical toxins. Joan nodded in agreement with Medea's observations. After seeing the whole process of the inner-horned rabbit's hunting, Joan made a conjecture. The horn on the forehead of the unicorn rabbit is likely to have a small hole that is invisible to the naked eye, just like the bee needle of a wasp. When the prong is poked, the toxin secreted by the body is injected into the body under the action of hydraulic pressure. Inside the prey, the toxins diffuse and circulate in the blood, eventually causing the whole body of the prey to harden and become a stone statue. As for whether the real situation conforms to his conjecture, further research is needed to test. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1311 Portable Dimension Hole. Medea, Greybird and Ruby are all members of the Appearance Association. They are completely immune to small animals that look cute, even in fact fierce bloodthirsty, and chatter around the rabbit cage. The ladies talked vigorously about the topic, and Joan couldn't get in the way at all. Forcibly chatting was susceptible to destroying the atmosphere. They simply confessed to them and went back to their guest rooms to study the spell. He didn't close his eyes all night yesterday. He sat at the desk, opened the book and read 2 pages. He couldn't help his eyelids to fight, so he lay on the desk and took a nap. Waking up and looking at the time, I found myself sleeping for a full hour. Although the sleeping position was terrible, the tables and chairs shaped by rocks were sore and numb. Fortunately, My energy recovered well and I felt refreshed. Joan speculates that the ladies will still be playing with rabbits or taking a nap at this time, so they will not bother them. Go back to their desks and sit down, take out the trophies harvested from the Baden wetlands tour, and check them one by one. Joan first took out a silk handkerchief and laid it flat on the table. The handkerchief glows with a ray of silver, which is the unique luster of the phase spider silk. Joan once used the phase spider silk to weave the spiritual web, and he is not new to this material, but until now, he has not mastered the spell of plane transmission, so he knows that phase spider silk can be used to the creation of portable dimension hole cannot be enchanted by hand. The handkerchief in front of him was the portable dimensional hole he had taken from the green ghost. It was used to house the dark tentacle monster. When the trophies were distributed after that battle, Joan offered to want the handkerchief, and Medea and Vaseline gave them generously. Joan spent some time analyzing the enchanting process of the handkerchief, successfully cracking the start spell, turning the handkerchief into an entrance to the hidden half-plane. The entrance of the portable dimension hole appears as a silver luminous ring with a radius of about 5 feet. Inside the ring is a dimly lit space. Joan took out the tape measure, drilled into the hole and measured it, and found that the cave was 15 feet deep. The inner wall was cylindrical, and the whole wall was shaped by the force field and was very smooth. If you only look at the volume of the portable dimension hole, it seems to be equivalent to a large capacity storage bag. But there is a significant difference between the two storage devices. The upper limit of the storage bag must not only consider the volume, but also the weight. For example, the storage bag that Grandpa gave to Joan had a maximum load of only 500 pounds. If it exceeds this weight, it cannot be stored in the storage bag. The advantage of the portable dimensional hole is that there is no upper limit of load bearing. No matter how dense the object is, even a large solid lead block, as long as you can stuff it into the dimensional hole, you can store it and carry it with you. No matter how many things are installed, the portable dimension hole is still a light silk handkerchief. In Joan's storage bag, heavier items are mainly the double horns of Iron Virgin and the mythical crystal python. In order to store these heavy objects, Joan had to regularly apply shrinkage to it, which was inconvenient. Now that there is a portable dimension hole, Joan's storage space becomes very generous, and heavier items can be transferred to the dimension hole, freeing up storage bags to store those small and frequent items that are frequently used daily. All storage devices, including storage bags and portable dimension holes, must follow a common principle. Different storage magic guides cannot be stored with each other. For example, if Joan puts the storage bag in a portable dimensional hole, it will cause a strong space shock, tearing a crack leading to the star world, and the two storage magic guides are destroyed by the space crack. It's the same as coming. 2 spells attached to the portable dimension hole, 2 rings of magic rope and 5 rings of outside teleportation for the wizard. This is a 7-ring spell. The former Joan has already mastered. The latter it has also been transcribed in the spellbook, so there is no need to parse it out to view it. Putting away the portable dimension hole, Joan took out the Kingbing blood storage box from the storage bag, opened the lid, and the cold air hit the face. Joan shivered and reached out to remove 3 reagent bottles from the box and placed them on the test tube rack. Each of these 3 vials contains some blood samples, which were collected from Dark Tentacle Monster, Green Hag and Marsh Toad Witch Gosling. Joan first analyzes the blood sample of the Dark Tentacle Monster. The analysis results show that this monster does not have any supernatural abilities, but it has mastered 3 spells, namely 4 rings of charming monsters, 5 rings of monsters and 5 rings of force field walls. Among them, Enchanting Monster and Monster Fixation, Joan have already transcribed, so he transcribed the spell configuration of the 5-ring Monster Fixation into his spellbook. Putting away the blood sample of the Dark Tentacle Monster, Joan then analyzes the blood sample of the Green Hag. Yesterday at the Gugger tribe camp, he had already done this work, and the next operation was to get familiar with it. The Green Ghost's own spellcasting ability is relatively weak. Only the first ring of Waiting No Trace and the second ring of Tree have not been learned by Joan. After deciphering the blood vein and encrypting it, it is directly copied to the spellbook. I learned it on the internet. The gathering spell of the Green Hag is the highlight. How strong is it? Joan had already experienced it when he participated in the Witch Rally against the Ghost Rally yesterday. Most of the 26 rally spells have been mastered or transcribed by Joan, and only 12 spells have never been touched by him. These include 2 3-ring spells, Manipulation of Corpse and Psychic, 3 4-ring spells, Curse Drop, Blight Surge and Phantom Killer, and a 5-ring Thor Dream, 6 rings of Eye-Catching Gaze, Hidden Yarn and Frozen Magic Ball, 7 rings of Control the Weather and Force Field Prison, and the last 8-ring spell Mind Barrier. Joan first came to transcribe the 2 3-level spells belonging to the Necrotic School, Manipulate the Dead and Psychic. The Manipulation of Dead Corpses spell requires a black agate as a casting material to convert magic power into negative energy, infuse it into up to 4 corpses, and transform it into a zombie or skeleton controlled by the caster. If the corpse is relatively fresh and well preserved, their zombies are transformed into spells. If the flesh and blood of the corpse have decayed, only a complete bone is left, the skull is transformed by the spell. Manipulation of dead bodies is one of the most typical necromantic spells. The mainstream beliefs in the world of Veils, whether it is the Holy Light of Holy Light who worships the Sun Perot, or the Church of Destiny who worships the 2 goddesses of destiny Syndra and Timus, think that after death it should be settled in the earth, and living people should respect the souls of the dead. The general public hates the behavior of secretly digging dead corpses out of coffins and casting spells into undead creatures. It also has a generally hostile attitude towards the necromancer class. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1312 Transcription Spell 1 Affected by mainstream religions and cultures, the institutions of the Veils world that publicly teach Austrian law and theological knowledge, such as the University of Midgard, mostly remove the manipulation of dead bodies from libraries open to students. Necromancer spells. Teachers of the college, if it is for research needs, can apply to the library to borrow such spell scrolls. For example, Joan's mentor Professor Moriarty has a deep knowledge in the field of necromancer. Ordinary students. There are very few opportunities to access such spells. Joan doesn't like necromancer, and always thinks these guys look a little nervous. However, he has no prejudice against necromantic spells, and the spells themselves have no right or evil. After learning manipulation of corpses, they do not necessarily become tomb robbers. As a kind of knowledge reserve, they are still valuable. Psychic is also called dead talk. Although it belongs to the necromantic school, it is actually a divine art. Joan's ex-girlfriend crossed out while studying at Leiden College. Grandma Claire, the tutor of the old classmate Rebecca and the dean of the seminary, is famous for her psychic skills. After a 10-minute psychic ritual, the caster can wake up the spirit fragments remaining in the dead body and communicate with the ghost in language. It should be noted that psychic can only talk to corpses that have not been desecrated by negative energy. If the deceased has been contaminated by negative energy or transformed into undead creatures, it will become very dangerous to perform psychic rituals. The 3 4-ring spells Joan next copied, of which Cursey Dropping Spell and Blight Spell also belong to the Necronomicon. Cursing Spell is a typical representative of Curse's spells. The configuration of this spell is very peculiar, and it is a very loose open structure. The spell configuration of Curse Reduction provides several curse paradigms as a reference, including reducing any physical attributes of the subject by 6 points, so that the subject suffers sensory and physical disabilities due to the curse, and becomes blind, deaf, dumb, lame, etc. If the caster is not satisfied with these ready-made curse paradigms, then it does not matter. You can refer to the curse paradigms mentioned above to design a new curse that suits your own wishes. As long as the negative energy consumed by the curse does not exceed 10 magic energy levels, you can design as you like, free to play, and rely on your brain. Cursing spell is a somewhat evil and interesting spell, but unfortunately most casters think this spell is not very practical. The effect of the curse is not bad, but if the subject's willpower is strong enough, it can resist the negative energy erosion imposed on himself and is not affected by the curse. What is even more painful is that the curse-reducing technique requires the caster to personally touch the subject in order to transmit the curse to the other party. In case you encounter a grumpy old lady like the grey bird, do you try to stretch your paw? It'll chop your hands without an axe. If you must cast a cursor-reducing spell in actual combat, the caster will usually be paired with a 2-ring ghost hand, and use ghost hand instead of your hand to remotely conduct cursor-reducing spell, which is also a routine operation. Joan doesn't need to worry about this problem. His Mage Nether Palm comes with a remote conduction contact spell function, which is a perfect match with curse spell. The 4-ring blight also needs to use negative energy, but unlike the magic spell bells and whistles, it simply inflicts up to 10 energy levels of erosion damage to the subject. The affected area and surrounding muscles are dehydrated. It became dry and shriveled. The upper limit of the damage of the 4th level spell on a single target is 15 energy levels, and the damage of blight is only 10 energy levels at most. At first glance, it looks very weak. Is it the pot that the spell configuration is not optimized? Joan was also so skeptical at first, but when he wrote down the configuration of the blight spell completely, his view of the spell completely changed. The upper limit of the damage of blight is lower, but there are 2 major advantages to make up for this shortcoming. First of all, the blight surgery caused erosion damage. The flesh near the wound withered and could not be cured by ordinary medical means. Only after removing the curse of erosion first can the follow-up treatment be performed. Secondly, the withering effect of the withering technique on flesh and blood is a bit lower, but for those organisms with high water content in the body or inhabiting near the water such as plants, water elemental organisms, aquatic organisms and amphibians, cause double damage. In fact, it is normal to think about it. The withering technique will cause severe dehydration of the subject, which is especially fatal to plants, aquatic organisms and amphibians. The last 4-loop spell Joan transcribed was the Phantom Killer of the School of Illusion. In Joan's impression, this should be the lowest level immortal spell of all existing magic. The horror illusion created by Phantom Killer caused a strong shock to the subject, and may even be scared to death on the spot. However, it is not so easy to scare the victim alive. The aggressive spells of the illusion school always give the impression of chicken ribs. Enemies use illusion to attack you, which will make you very annoying, but when you use illusion to attack others, it is not too powerful. Phantom Killer has the same characteristics. If the subject's courage is large enough and calm enough, it can be seen that the Phantom Killer is just a phantom with a terrifying appearance, which is completely unaffected. Even if the subject did not see through the phantom and was frightened, but the physique was strong enough, it would not be scared to death, at most suffered some trauma, leaving a psychological shadow. After copying 3 4-ring spells, Joan then copied 5-ring Dreams. This spell acts like its name, and can convey a piece of information to the subject in sleep, no matter where the opponent is. The caster can appear in the subject's dream in person, or he can find a courier to entrust the dream. After completing the spellcasting, the drawing dream must wait for the subject to fall asleep to take effect. It is conceivable that if the subject never sleeps, such as the elves who do not need to sleep, of course, they will not dream, and the dream will not work. Joan's next transcript is the 6-ring puzzle control spell Take Your Eyes. This spell is a standard gaze attack, a bit like Medea's petrochemical gaze, but the effect is not petrochemical, but causes the stared person to fall asleep, panic, or feel headache and nausea. The next transcript is the Veil of Concealment, a 6-loop illusion that can completely change the appearance, feel, and smell of a group of subjects within the time limit for the spell to continue to take effect, such as turning a group of people into a group of zebras, which looks like a fake. Of course, it is also possible to turn a group of subjects into the transparent air, which is equivalent to group invisibility. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1313 Transcription Spell 2. The last 6-ring spell June transcribed was the Frozen Orb that the Green Hags had played at the rally. This plastic energy spell is a fully enhanced version of the 3-ring Frost Nova, with a longer range, a higher damage limit, and a stronger quick frozen special effect. The water body in the burst area instantly freezes, if some creatures are in the water, and they will be sealed together in the ice. In addition to those mentioned above, there are 2 special uses for Frozen Sphere. The first is that after casting the spell, you cannot release it temporarily. Condense the magic power in an apple-sized ice hockey, choose the right time to throw it out, and use it as a bomb. Another method is to place the frozen orb in a specific place, cover it with a layer of leaves or sand, or simply use illusion to hide it, set the trigger conditions, and create a magic trap. When the enemy passes by near the trap, the frozen orb will automatically detonate like a mine. The next 2 7-ring spells Joanne copied were Controlling the Weather and Force Prison. Controlling the weather can temporarily change the weather conditions in an area. Thunderstorms in summer, blizzards in winter, or smog that covers the entire town is a very powerful strategic spell. Lee Field Prison, Joan witnessed last night when he was fighting with the ghost woman, and was very impressed. This spell has 2 modes. The caster can create a cage with a radius of 20 feet. Which is used to hold prisoners. The force field cage is a grid structure. The air can circulate freely, can talk, cast a spell, or shoot an arrow through the cage. The prisoners in the cage, if they are proficient in gasification form, they can try to turn into a cloud of mist and drill out of the cage mesh. Of course, you can also cast a teleportation spell like any door and jump out of the cage. It should be noted that the cage of the force field can be extended to a plane parallel to the physical world, such as the spirit world and the shadow world, so neither spiritual creatures nor corpse undead can escape the cage. The second mode of force field prison is more rigorous than the prison cage, which is the secret room mode that Joan saw last night. The chamber is composed of a force field wall with no gaps and holes. Prisoners who are locked inside cannot shoot arrows or release spells outside the chamber. Unless they are good at transmitting spells, they can only be locked in the chamber of the force field. Dead, the last spell June transcribed, the 8-ring Mind Barrier, is a super-enhanced version of the 3-ring Mind Barrier. All spells that affect the mind, including some exploration spells of the prophetic system, will be blocked by this Mind Barrier. It is conceivable that the most hated spell of the Master Mage of the Confuse Control School is the Psychic Barrier, which is like the illusionist hated the true knowledge. Just because of this spell, they smashed their jobs. In fact, the power of the Mind Barrier is more than that. This spell is not only immune to most confusion spells, but even mind abilities that belong to different systems of magic will also be restrained by the Mind Barrier. I have to say that the Psychic Warrior is more arrogant than the Conjurer Mage. In order to break the Mind Barrier, he specially invented a psychic power called Smashing the Mind Barrier. The word crush fully reflects the strong resentment of the spiritual warlocks. After copying the Mind Barrier, Joan got up and moved his sore wrist, filled the pen with ink, and returned to the table to sit down and analyze the blood sample of Gosling. From the blood sample of this marsh-toad witch, Joan unearthed 9 spells that he had never been exposed to. In addition, there were 7 supernatural abilities. It was like a treasure, and he tried to help Gosling against the 7 sisters of the ghost. Joan first looked at the spells passed from the witch's blood sample. He learned all the spells below the 3rd ring, and the 4th and 5th ring spells were his focus. There are 4 4th-level spells that Joan has never transcribed, including Anti-Death Enchantment, Identify Lies, Ice Storm, and Tier 4 monster summoning. Anti-death enchantment is specifically used to defend the death spell and negative energy erosion of the necromancer. Identify lies need not be said much. Ice Storm Joan has seen the Dora show, and the summoned hail splits his face hit the enemy, causing a total of 10 levels of bludgeoning and cold damage, and causing the hail-covered area to condense a smooth layer of frost, which will fall if you are not careful. Tier 4 monster summoning technique can be used to summon medium-sized elements, lions, giant scorpions, devil bats, dread claws, giant bees, pterosaurs, ferocious apes, grizzly bears, rhinoceros, ferocious wild boars, dogs, ferocious wolves. During the spell's duration, the summoning creature will obey the caster's orders. Joan then looked at the 3-5 ring spells resolved in Gosling's blood: Dominant Human, Fatigue Wave and Death Cloud. Dominating Humans is similar to Charming Humans, and is also only effective for humanoids, but it has stronger control. Unless the subject is required to commit suicide, the other party will always obey. Fatigue Wave is a necromantic spell. The negative energy shock wave excited sweeps the 30-foot cone in front of it. All creatures in this range will feel very tired and unable to fully exert their combat power. Death Cloud is based on the 3-ring of Smelly Cloud to increase the toxicity. The creatures covered by this group of green poison clouds will continue to lose their vitality until they escape from the coverage of Death Cloud or are alive. Poison. Which profession? Joan also can't tell whether it is a divine spellcaster or an arcane spellcaster. The spell configurations he analyzed from Gosling's blood included both arcane and divine spells, the latter such as anti-death enchantment and defensive lies. Joan couldn't directly copy these magic techniques, but fortunately he had obtained the bloodline pedigree of the humanoid monster, and the nematode were also a humanoid monster. After injecting the awakening agent prepared by the blood of Gosling, you can crack the encrypted seals in these divine spells and then transcribe them into your own spellbook. Joan's next important job is to analyze the supernatural ability of the witch Gosling. There are 7 supernatural abilities in Gosling, which can be divided into 2 categories. The first type is the Toadman's racial ability Toad Roar. The roar of the roar has an effect similar to fear, which makes the enemy feel trembling. The second category is the Sorcerer's signature ability Witchcraft. Vaslan mastered a total of 6 witchcrafts, 5 of which were elementary witchcrafts, including Assembly, Charm, Flying, Hypnosis and Easy. The first 4 elementary witchcrafts, Kiaun heard from Dora. As for Easy Sorcery, it is similar to the essence of the first ring. Witches can cast this sorcery at will, according to their own needs, make limited adjustments to figure, appearance and clothing. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1314 Icemound. From the blood samples of Aunt Gosling, Joan also analyzed a witchcraft called Icemound. Witches below level 10, such as Godola, can only learn elementary witchcraft, and only high-level witches of level 10 or above can learn powerful witchcraft, and Icemound is the only master of Gosling a powerful witchcraft. When the witch launches the Icemound witchcraft, she can designate a target within her field of vision, cursing the opponent by being covered with countless needle-like and sharp ice crystals. The sharp ice crystals pierce the opponent's skin, causing 4 levels of coldness and stabbing damage. If the subject's physique is not strong enough to resist the cold magic power that penetrates into his body through the ice crystal, it will be completely frozen after just 1 minute and become an ice sculpture. The creature in the Icemound did not die, but fell into a state similar to deep hibernation. The metabolic function of the body is almost stagnation, and it can survive without eating. It just slept in the ice crystal until the ice mound that imprisoned him was melted by high temperature, or someone crushed the ice mound and rescued him. Then he would wake up from hibernation. When Joan saw the first 5 elementary sorcery, his mentality was still very calm, and he thought it was no big deal. Anyway, he could simulate the same effect with magic. However, when he saw the powerful sorcery of Icemound, his mentality almost exploded on the spot. Judging from the magic energy level of the Icemound witchcraft, it is at least equivalent to a 4-ring spell, which is worthy of being powerful witchcraft. This is barely acceptable. What is more perverted is that witches can perform Icemound witchcraft at will, and there is no spell limit, which is too much. Joan felt like he had eaten a lemon, from the roots of his teeth to the bottom of his heart, only to hate that he was not a daughter and could not switch to being a witch. Okay, witch. Joan's eyes lit up suddenly, and he thought of a good idea. Since I have been injected with awakening agent prepared by Aunt Gosling's blood, since witchcraft is essentially a supernatural ability, why not try to use mythical blood interpretation in conjunction with mythical transfiguration to try to transform for Gosling, borrow her witchcraft? Joan had considered this issue yesterday, and took this opportunity to verify it. After some fierce operations, Joan successfully transformed into a marsh toad witch, and then turned on Indescapist to check his physical changes. Unfortunately, he only found Toad Raw in his supernatural ability column, but did not find any shadow of witchcraft. It was like pouring a pot of cold water on the head. The young master, who was deeply hit, gradually calmed down, realizing that he could not copy the supernatural ability derived from the extraordinary occupation by copying the ordinary supernatural ability such as Toad Raw witchcraft. Of course, nothing is absolutely impossible in this magical world. If it cannot be done now, it can only show that your mana is not high enough. Joan naturally thought that he could not reproduce Gosling's witchcraft. The problem might be that the magic level of mythical blood interpretation was too low to simulate the supernatural abilities related to the profession. When the ability to cast spells improves in the future, the mythical blood interpretation will be upgraded to give a higher level of magic power, and perhaps witchcraft can be perfectly simulated. Setting aside this overly distant thought, Joan sorted out the equipment and books on the table, and went to bed after washing. Before falling asleep, Joan swallowed a meditation capsule and practiced meditation for half an hour as usual. Just before the end of meditation, the invisible probe he shaped with spiritual power finally penetrated through many obstacles and touched the surface of the 4th layer of the magic net. This means that Joan's practice has taken another big step forward. He has been promoted to a 7th level mage, and he will be able to obtain 4th level spells starting tomorrow morning. Although this was only expected good news, it still deserves Joan to be happy. And the frustration caused by the failure of the simulated witchcraft was also dispelled by the good mood. In the past year, I have accumulated a lot of 4-ring spells. From tomorrow, I can finally learn these spells. With anticipation for tomorrow, Joan lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and soon fell asleep. Early the next morning, at 6 o'clock on the surface, Joan was awakened by his own biological clock. The first thing after getting up, he can't wait to perform endoscopy to see the changes after his upgrade. Physical condition: basic health, right eye disability, infection with helminthiasis. Class: Master 7 Myth Archer 3. Current spell slots: 0 ring infinite, 1 ring 7 intelligence attribute reward +3. 2 ring 6 intelligence attribute reward +3, 3 ring 5 intelligence attribute reward +3, 4 ring 3 intelligence attribute reward +2, mythical way ability, 9th day of mythic power, wild arcane, mythic spellcasting, higher energy substitution, mythical mana +3, mythical counter control, mythic link, supernatural ability, Sid mana ×6. Shape change: human, beeman, giant bee, insect-like armor, insect-like curse, insect identification, blood enchantment plus trigger, plus stable mind, advanced spidering shape, large variant spider, spider elf, attribute spelt +6 enhancement, strength 16, agility 18, constitution 18, intelligence 33, tear of god +8, spring of wisdom +5, wisdom 20, charisma 22. The mage level has been increased to level 7. the once level spell slot is increased by 1, and the most important thing is to obtain 3 4th level spell slots. Joan nodded in satisfaction, habitually swallowing a meditative capsule, sitting in bed meditating, preparing for the spells that might be available today. Quickly prepare 1 to 3 ring spells, leaving 3 4 ring spell slots. Joan hasn't learned any 4th level spells yet. He simply uses these 3 4th level spell slots to match the lower level spells that have passed the super magic. With a few exceptions, the super magic skills usually need to pay to increase the spell level. The price. It took half an hour to prepare the spell, and Joan got dressed and washed off the bed. Take a look at the pocket watch. The surface time is less than 7 o'clock. At this time, Muddy and Ruby hadn't gotten up yet. Mostly the grey bird instructed the cook to arrange breakfast in the kitchen. Joan didn't have much to do at the restaurant now, so he sat down at the desk, rubbed his hands excitedly, opened the spell book, and checked the 4 ring spells that had been copied in advance. In the past 2 years, as long as Joan had the opportunity to come into contact with unknown spells, he would always try to copy them into his spell book for storage. This includes a large number of 4 ring spells. Now, these inventories are finally useful. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1315 Spell Reserve. There are 4 main sources of Joan's spells. First, of course, it was copied from the school library or someone else's spell book, and secondly, it was taught by the instructor. These 2 ways are not uncommon. Other masters learn the same way. In addition, Joan has 2 unique ways to acquire magical knowledge. One is to use the number 4 rune answers to analyze the enchanted spell from the magic device. The second is to use blood interpretation to extract the spell configuration from the blood of the caster. Using the above 4 methods in a comprehensive manner, Joan has searched a lot of high-level spells that are far beyond his learning ability. Among them, there are only 32 ring spells reserved in advance. In the following time, Joan sorted out the 32 4-ring spells according to the method of acquisition. The first is the 4-ring spells resolved from the magic device, a total of 6. The first 4-ring spell Joan encountered was the secondary command of the School of Deception. When he was studying at Leiden College, the spell he acquired from the activated scarecrow made by Master Robert Rawls was the key spell for making constructs. Then came the plastic stone, which came from the magic wand obtained when building a military fortress in Brass Pass. Perspective technique is passed from perspective hand mirror. This magic mirror captures Henry Baldwin, the master of pride in the town and the cultist who conquered the sect. Second, alien bound, the most basic call spell of the School of Curse, another key spell to make a construct, analyzed from the magical conch of the Shawayuran pirate captain calling the sea monster Hammerclaw. Conch has been smashed in battle. Manipulate the water comes from a water wand. The original owner of the magic wand is Elder Motorman, the brother of Aunt Gosling, the father of Gerdola. When Joan and the elders of Gemodo clashed at the beginning, they did not recognize Jedora and Jesrin, otherwise they might be embarrassed to the wands of others. Finally, the transfiguration passed from the potion of ogre power, as long as living creatures of flesh structure and vitality of not more than 15 magic levels can almost be simulated by transformation. This is Joan. The most important 4th level spell in the eyes is of course the focus of the next study. The 2 4-ring spells that Joan learned from Professor Moriarty belong to the life department spells of the Curse School. Phantom carriage can create a luxury carriage that is towed by 4 phantom horses, and can take up to 8 people. Portable lab can create a laboratory built by a force field just like Joe. The kind of laboratory that Anne rented in school is the same. Not long ago, Joan borrowed a copy of the spell book of the dwarf illusionist Billin during his travels in the dark area, including 5 4-ring spells, namely Mage Loyal Dog, Fire Shield, and Heavy Mist. Magic Wall and Advanced Invisibility. Mage Faithful Dog and Magic Wall. These 2 bells and whistles are slightly later. Fire Shield, heavy fog and higher invisibility are obviously more practical and are included in priority learning category. Next up is Joan's spells passed from the blood of the caster or magical creature he has dealt with. The first is the liquefaction obtained from the blood of Miss Moriarty's mentor, Miss Betty of Fortdaining, which can turn the caster or the creatures it touches into a pool of activated liquid, which looks a bit like slime. Then there are the foring spells passed from the body of the deformed spider warrior Evelyn, a total of 6, namely Any Door, Stone Skin, Exploration, Black Tentacle, Charming Monster, and lesser spells have no effect. I have to say that Evelyn, as a warlock, has a very powerful bloodline development, and the spell configuration is also very good. These 6 spells are the focus of Joan's next study. The blood sample of Mrs. Josephine also provided Joanne with 2 very practical 4-ring spells, Firewall and Dimensional Anchor. Of all the 4th level spells, the aggressive spells are a bit awkward. In terms of lethality and practicality, most 4th level spells are not as good as the 3rd level Fireball younger brother. The only way to restore dignity is to face there is only one Firewall technique. As for the Dimensional Anchor, there is no doubt that it is the nemesis of all the spells. Learn this spell and then meet the small machine spirit ghost that can't beat and run. Give the opponent a Dimensional Anchor first. The head can be harvested steadily. When Joan was a guest in Huayuan Township, he helped Cassette, a poet of the moth, to develop the potential of the bloodline. By the way, many spells were passed from her blood, including 4 rings of moving freely. This spell is immune to the effects of any binding action, including but not limited to magic, psionic powers, supernatural abilities, and even natural phenomena blessing free movement, still walking vigorously in the mud. The only flaw is that free action is not immune to the petrochemical effect. Otherwise Joan and Medea will not have to bother to study this subject. Not long ago, Joan helped Ruby develop blood potential, and the awakening spell included parasitic technique. This 4th level spell is very magical. In most cases it can be equivalent to 9th level dominant monster effect. The specific usage Joan has seen Ruby demonstrated more than once. At the moment, Joan delved into the configuration of the parasitic technique, and found that this spell had a shortcoming that was previously ignored, which was ineffective against those targets that were immune to disease, such as undead and constructs, and those god blessings. The bodyguard's paladins are also immune to diseases and cannot parasitize. The next 2 sets of spells, analyzing the blood samples from Green Ghost and Vaseline, just started yesterday. Green Ghost's 3 4-ring rally spells, Cursing Spell, Phantom Slayer and Blight Surge are all good, but they are not the types that you need to master urgently. You can put them in the second echelon first, and have leisure time later. It is never too late to learn. The 4 4th level spells provided by Aunt Gosling, including Anti-Death Enchantment, Defensive Lies, Ice Storm, and level 4 monster summoning technique. Anti-Death Enchantment is undoubtedly the priority that must be learned. With this spell protection, you can ignore most of the necromantic spells, especially when faced with the killing death type of instant killing spell. All have to count on anti-death barrier to save lives. As for the other 3 spells, they are not as irreplaceable as Deadly Enchantment. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's Literature Update is the fastest. Chapter 1316 Far East of the Old World. Joan finished the spell book, made a recent study plan, and got up to go to the restaurant. While eating, he also had to discuss with Medea, and then went to the Old World Far East to find the itinerary for the second supernatural petrochemical creature Chicken Snake Beast. At noon on August 12, 1621, Velice World, Atlas Old Continent, far northeast, Whispering Jungle. Boom, boom. In the afternoon of summer, a deep rhythm of percussive sounds came from the deep coniferous forest. A woodpecker is standing on the branch and is digging a hole in the trunk with a slender and hard beak to peck out the borer hiding behind the bark and eat it. While the woodpecker was concentrating on foraging, a thick beam of light suddenly rose above the forest floor, and two figures appeared slowly. The woodpecker was taken aback by this sudden change, not caring for the matter, screaming and fluttering into the air. The other birds that perched in this forest were also disturbed, and they took off to escape, and the grey birds hovered above the canopy. The magical glory of the forest turned from prosperity to decline, quickly dimmed, and the two figures that were originally shielded by the transmission of light were also clearly shown. The teleport was performed by a sorceress wearing a green dress-style robe with a white gauze on her head, and her pretty face was a little confused. Accompanied by the sorceress was a fair-skinned young mage. The black cloak-style robe was decorated with silver trim. This chic student uniform shows that he is a graduate student at the School of Austrian Law at Mage University. After completing the teleportation, the young master rubbed his left eye to adapt his pupils to the blazing light in the afternoon. These days he has been staying in the dark area and suddenly returned to the surface world with strong light, a little unaccustomed. The cape hood behind the juvenile mage suddenly shook, and a blood-red mosquito flew out of the hood, and upon landing she turned into a beautiful and cute little girl in a red dress. The little girl looked away, her eyes full of curiosity. "Sister Medea, where are you from here? It looks like a big forest." Cough. "Well, I don't know what is this place, but don't worry, Ruby, let me look at the map first." The sorceress touched the magic belt, and a scroll appeared out of nowhere. She opened the scroll, bit her red lips and observed for a few seconds, saying, "If our transmission deviation is not too outrageous, this should be the southern part of the Bar volcano in the far east of the old world. A piece of land called Whispering Forest by the locals, primitive jungle." "That is to say, Sister Medea, you sent Ruby and Brother Joan to an unknown corner of the reckless jungle, and then you also hope to find the legendary somewhere in this big jungle." "Chicken and serpent?" Miss Ruby sharply made the snake hair warlock look embarrassed. Hay laughed twice, and justified, "I use the teleportation technique to go to a strange place. All rely on the less reliable world map navigation. Lost is it normal? Don't worry about chickens and beasts. The most important thing at the moment is to find a nearby village. Find out where we are and how far away from the valley village. Joan, do you think?" The juvenile mage nodded, took out the navigation compass from the storage bag, displayed the map within 30 miles around the teleportation point, and watched. As Medea said, their trip had a luck component from the beginning. 3 days after returning from the Baden wetlands to the Temple of Silence, Joan and Medea collaborated to carry out a series of studies on the unicorn rabbit, a magical beast with natural petrification capabilities. The work is progressing smoothly, but this is not enough. They also need to collect more supernatural petrochemicals as research samples. Following Joan's suggestion, they decided to go to the far east of the old world at their next stop. It is said that there is a human settlement called Valley Village between the Whispering Jungle and Misty Swamp in the far northeast, and there are often chickens, snakes and beasts. Joan and Medea plan to send it to Goody Village first, and then ask the local villagers to find out. Maybe they can get information about the habitat of chickens, snakes and beasts. In addition to Ruby, the grey bird and Belle also had to go with them. But the day before leaving, the grey bird learned from her tribe that the mining development group under the Mage Colonial Company was actively recruiting servants in the Abyss and Muddy area. Protect a newly built magic crystal mine. The mine is located in the north of the Deep Abyss, which is the superlarge magic crystal vein that Joan discovered before them. In fact, there is still a lot of controversy over the ownership of this magic crystal vein. The Phezan Kingdom's colonial company in the New World was also actively recruiting troops during this time. It did not hesitate to spend a lot of money to hire miners and mercenaries to build a huge magic crystal quarry. The two major colonial companies in the north and south are diametrically opposed, and the mines they set up are less than 50 miles apart, facing each other as if they were two actively constructing military bases. In order to maintain the security of their respective mining areas and prevent competitors from sabotaging, the two major colonial companies urgently need to strengthen the military strength of the mining areas. The military power of the colonies and the protection of the cities and towns of the surface world are reluctant, and there is no spare power to support the mining area in the ancient abyss. The colonial companies lacked troops, but they were not short of money. They spent a lot of money and recruited mercenaries locally in the mining area. This has become the consensus of the two major colonial companies. The Greybird didn't want to intervene in the dispute between the colonists, but the mining area of the Midgard Company was at her doorstep. The brave warriors of the stone-blind barbarians all day long talked about the mining area. They were eager to become mercenaries and earn a fortune. Remuneration. The Greybird wouldn't care if he didn't care. On the other hand, Silent Temple is not the only indigenous force in the abyss. On the north side, near the Jordanheim mining area, there is also an abyss dragon nest. The local snake people have allied with the Fijian colonists, and a large number of snake people have joined the ranks of the Fijian mercenary regiment. The serpents and their master, the old black dragon Janus, are the #1 enemy of the Temple of Silence. Knowing that the serpents had accepted the employment of the colonial company of Jotunheim, the Greybird immediately realized that a huge crisis was imminent. The Jotunheim Colonial Company will never be satisfied with the part of the mines currently in possession. With the strong support of the Abyss Dragon Nest, the soldiers are strong and strong. Sooner or later, they will urge the Snakeman mercenaries to advance south and try to annex the Midgard mine. If the ambitions of the Phasian colonists and the serpents succeeded, and they succeeded in occupying the Midgard mining area, it would be equivalent to standing at the gate of the Temple of Silence. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1317 Railway on the Wasteland. Although the colonists of Midgard haven't formally formed an alliance with the Silent Hall, there has been no conflict between the two sides. The stone-blind barbarians often go to the colonizers' trading site to sell ore and prey, sourcing various things that the underground world cannot produce. Industrial products are generally harmonious. If the Midgard mining area was annexed by the Fijian colonists, this area would become the sphere of influence of the Abyss Dragon Nest, and the old black dragon and the snake people of the Greybirds did not think that they could accommodate the Temple of Silence. The current situation is both dangerous and clear. The existence of the Silent Hall has been firmly with the Midgard mine. If the Midgard cannot be maintained, the next disaster that will be destroyed is the Silent Hall. In order to maintain its own safety, the Greybird believes that the Temple of Silence has no choice but to take over the olive branch thrown by the Midgard Colonial Company, accept employment, and defend the magic crystal mining area in front of the house. Medea listened to Greybird's analysis and felt the same opinion, so Greybird was solely responsible for the cooperation with Midgard Colonial Company. After the employment contract was finalized, their warriors of the stone-blind barbarian formed a mercenary team, go to the mining area to participate in defense. The Greybird took over the errand, so he could not accompany Medea to the old world. Medea simply left the blind bell with the Greybird. After all, this guy looks a little scary and is not suitable for being brought to human villages to show his head. Arranging things in the family, Medea, accompanied by Joan and Ruby, directly cast the spell to the far east of the old world. The next problem is that they have to find out where they are at the moment. The navigation compass can only present a geographical view within 30 miles at most. The coverage area of this virgin forest is obviously beyond the scope of the map. Joan saw no signs of large villages and towns on the map. As for the small settlements with only 100 people, it is difficult to distinguish them from the beast's lair on the map. He had to put away the navigation compass and said to Medea and Ruby, "Now it's lunch time. Let's fly to the sky and take a look. Maybe we can see the smoke rising in the distant towns." Medea felt that this idea was good, and she blessed 3 rings of flying technique on herself to break through the shade and fly into the clear sky. Joan and Ruby also used supernatural abilities to shape change, and each became a mixed form of half human and half worm, fluttering their wings to the sky. Overlooking the blue sky above the heads of the three people, the horizon became extraordinarily wide. "Look, there seems to be a road over there." Medea points to the west. About 40 miles away, on the edge of this jungle, a straight road is vaguely visible, passing through the sparse bushes, extending from south to north, without a glance at the end. Where there is a road, there must be a settlement. Joan looked at the wide avenue through the forest and thought, this road is so smooth that it must have invested a lot of money and manpower, and daily maintenance costs not low. It is incredible. In short, is it necessary to build such a grand avenue in this desolate jungle? Medea shook her head in confusion. On such a great road, there are no pedestrians on it. It's a bit of a waste. Are the Far East people rich and have no place to spend? Mage Joan thought for a while and said, the Far East was originally a province of the Empire. Last spring, the Far Eastern warlords launched a rebellion. After a short time, they occupied the capital of the province and announced their independence and founding the country on October 1st, the same year. The so-called Korra's kingdom. Most of this avenue was built by the Far Eastern rebels and conquered by farmers. May there be any important military uses? After all, there is no metropolis or trading port in this area. It is reasonable to say that there is no need to build highways of such high specifications. It really looks like a brutal warlord's job. Medea shared the same sentiment. I dare say that those workers who were forcibly recruited by the rebels to build roads might not get a few wages. Brother Joan, Sister Medea, Ruby, I don't think that avenue looks like an ordinary highway. Miss Ruby stared straight at the road with a strange look. You have noticed that there are slender objects reflecting on the road, and it looks a bit like iron bars. It's really. After careful observation, Medea also found that the road surface was abnormal. Let's fly over to see what is going on. Joan was also surprised by what he saw, and nodded, fluttering his wings to the nearest road. The three of them flew at full speed for half an hour, and finally came over the straight and wide avenue, and successively converged their wings and landed. Standing close to the roadside and observing, Joan had to admit that Ruby's question made sense. This avenue is simply not a highway in the traditional sense. The wide pavement is very flat, with drainage ditches dug on both sides. The pavement is covered with gravel and parallel sleepers, and 4 parallel steel rails are fixed on the sleepers and extend straight along the pavement. Every interval, roadside there are also stone tablets and signs with unknown purposes. This kind of rail on the road looks a bit familiar. Medea touched the headscarf, and suddenly his eyes lit up. I remember. This is not the kind of track used to carry the minecart in the pit. I haven't seen minecart tracks, but Ruby, I have seen similar tracks in the business district of Midgard, kind of track used exclusively for driving public carriages. Ruby looked at the rails in front of him that seemed to extend to the end of the horizon, muttering to himself. It's really strange that people in the Far East were building public carriage tracks in the wild. This is indeed a track, but it is not necessarily a public carriage, nor a minecart. Of course. Joan recalled an article he saw in the News Illustrated and made his own guesses. This is more likely to be the track of the magic train, also known as the railroad. Magic train, what is that? Medea lives in the underground world all year round, and does not know much about the emerging things in the surface world. It's a new type of transportation that travels on rails, a bit like a horsey-drawn carriage in the city, but the carriage is longer and has more sections. It can carry thousands of passengers or hundreds of tons of cargo at the same time. It's so powerful. Medea looked at Joan in disbelief and asked, if the train is really like you said, with many cars connected in series and placed on the rails, how many horses would it take? Can it be dragged? Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's Literature Update is the fastest. Chapter 1318. Yifeng Township. Magic trains do not use animal traction, but use a device called magic locomotive to provide traction. This type of locomotive is equipped with a new type of magic steam engine and uses magic crystals as fuel to generate very powerful power. In addition, The rail itself is very smooth, and the vehicle travels along the rail, which is far less frictional than driving on the ordinary road, so the magic locomotive can drag a long train of cars along the rail easily. At the end, Joan couldn't help but add a little bit of fragility. These are what I read in the book. In fact, I have never seen a real magic train. Brother Joan, let's go straight along the rails. Sooner or later we will meet the passing train, and we will know what's going on. Ruby said excitedly. Then go north. I just vaguely saw that there seems to be a village on the north, said Medea. Joan nodded, fluttered, and flew north along the railway. Medea and Ruby also followed. The three of them flew north for 10 minutes. Sure enough, they saw a high-rise building between the railway and the creek flowing through the forest. The village was much larger than they expected. Surrounding the village is a field of wheat. The ears of wheat sway in the wind like golden waves. Joan, Medea, and Ruby landed beside the railway and walked forward along the ridge. Not long after they saw a red brick platform. A small wooden house was built on the platform, which looked like a ticket station, and there was a big house under construction next to it. A group of shirtless young people were busy on the construction site. Medea gathered his headscarf, walked to the construction site, and inquired about it. It turned out that this place was named Ufing Township and was one of the stations along the Northern Railway. This place was originally a remote country. With the founding of the Far East and the opening of the railway, the local economy also ushered in an opportunity to flourish. In order to facilitate travelers, a waiting room was specially constructed, that is, the big house that the workers were building. Medea also heard that the train had passed Ufing Township and continued to drive north, and the next stop was Goody Village. If the timetable of the train provided on the platform is not too great, wait another half an hour, and the next train will arrive at the Ufing Xiang platform. From Ufing Township to Goody Village, less than 100 miles away, the locals said that the train had to travel for nearly 4 hours. Medea couldn't help but be surprised by the slow speed. Converted in this way, the train can only travel an average of 25 miles per hour, and the speed can't even catch up with the off-road speed of a thoroughbred horse, which is really slow enough. After listening to Medea's vomiting, Joan also felt a little surprised. Judging from the power data of the magic locomotive, when driving on this flat field, the speed should not be slowed to such a point, and it is almost doubled. But having said that, although it is faster to send directly to Goody Village, considering the unfamiliar place of life, if there is a deviation in the transmission, it is plunged into the deep mountain old forest, but it is more troublesome. The three discussed and finally decided to wait for a while at the platform and take the train to Goody Village. Anyway, everyone was in a hurry. While taking the bus, you can enjoy the roadside scenery as a summer vacation. A nice pastime. The waiting room has not been built yet. Joan and they can only wait on the platform. When they accidentally saw someone selling fruit on the platform, they bought a bag of Huang Chengqing pears. While paying, there was an unexpected episode. Pear sellers looked at the silver coins Joan handed over and smiled and shook his head. "Sir, are you a foreigner?" Qian froze for a moment, then asked, "Why do you say that?" If the hawker hears his accent as a foreigner, it is not unusual, but it can be seen at a glance that he is from outside the Far Eastern border, which is a bit terrible. Last winter, the entire territory of the Kingdom of Colas has abolished the currency circulated in the previous era of empire rule and used the new currency issued by the national government. You probably don't know this yet. Joan looked at the silver dagger with the head of the Emperor Charles V in his hand, and realized that the coin had leaked his identity. As the fruit peddler said, he is from the New World and is completely new to the local politics in the Far East. What surprised him even more was that this country, which had been independent for less than 2 years, completely abolished the previous monetary system and issued a new set of coins. Although Joan didn't quite understand why the Colas government had to rush to reform the currency system, it was not difficult to see the authorities' resolute ability to govern. "Sir, if you don't have any new coins, I can exchange them for you. 3 old coins can be exchanged for 2 new coins." The hawker grinned. "Don't take advantage of you. the gold and silver content of 3 old coins. Only worth 2 new coins. There is no need to change the copper coins, both old and new. Considering to stay in the Far East for a period of time, during which time inevitably cost money, Joan exchanged some silver coins at the fruit hawker. As for gold coins, hawkers have limited capital and cannot exchange a few coins. The new mint issued by the Far East government, whose unit is taller. Joan doesn't quite understand what the word really means. It sounds like Sumion's last name. The hawker said that the silver content of Intelair was higher than that of Silver Dagger, and Joan was initially doubtful. After exchanging the mint, I checked it carefully. The hawker really didn't lie to him. Intelair's condition was much higher, and the casting process was more exquisite, showing strong industrial capabilities, which made Joan quite surprised. A silver tailor, in exchange for a pile of beautiful-looking pears. Joan took a pear and gnawed it twice. It was crispy and sweet when he started to eat it. However, the more chewy it was, the more sour the pear was. Medea was better than him, insisting on eating a pear, and the cheeks were sour. There were 3 pears left, and Ruby gnawed them all. Afterwards, he licked his lips tentatively and said it was delicious. He wanted to buy another bag of pears and bring them to eat. On the road, Joan watched her eating pears, and she couldn't help pouring sour water in her mouth. She had to admire the little lolly's good teeth. When he went to buy pears again, the hawker reminded him casually that he should buy tickets before getting on the bus. Joan realized that he hadn't bought a ticket yet, so he hurried to the ticket booth and asked the ticket seller in uniform, who was sitting behind the window, how much was the ticket to go to Goody Village. A yintala, as long as you get on this train, no matter where you get off, the fare is all 1 yintala. Joan paid for 3 tickets, and when he returned to the platform, he heard a long horn sound from the south, indicating that the train was about to arrive. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.intelnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1319, Train 1. Just under the curious gaze of Joan, Medea, and Ruby, 4 giant beasts were arranged on both sides of the railroad track, dragging 8 trains with reins for magic and toughness, and ran into the platform at a neat pace. A middle-aged man in a straight uniform stood on the back of the giant beast, raised his chest and raised the horns with the amplification technique, and the high-pitched sound waves passed into the ears of the giant beasts. The train conductor pulled out a red flag around his waist and turned to wave hard. The attendants on each train were watching from the window probe, saw the semaphore issued by the train conductor, and quickly pulled down the brake slider. The wheels and rails rubbed out a long and harsh noise, and slowly stopped in front of the platform. I said, Brother Joan, this is the magic train you just talked about? Ruby stared wide and stared at the train slowly into the station. What's this? Not as I expected. The same. Medea was also somewhat surprised. When she could see the appearance of the 4-headed monster on the traction train, the doubts on her face quickly disappeared, and she laughed instead. Joan, I just heard you bragging about how advanced the magic locomotive is. You can run it by burning a steam boiler. But look at these 4 big guys. Is it a steam locomotive specially shaped into a loose animal? Of course not. They are the real Ross beasts. Joan scratched his head embarrassedly. Accurately, they are close relatives of the Highland beast and Thunderground beast, a kind of short I have never seen before. Moros. The 4-headed behemoth of the traction train disregarded the taste of the foreigners. He lay on the side of the road and rested. He twisted his head and chewed the large pile of corn cobs sent by the dispatcher of the platform. After the train stopped, the doors opened and the passengers got on and then got on, which seemed very orderly. Sister Medea, shall we take this kind of fake magic train? Ruby's small face couldn't hide his disappointment. This kind of feeling is like going to a high-end restaurant to eat, expecting the chef to present a high-end specialty dish like foie gras caviar, but the result is a fish and chips wrapped in a newspaper, not to mention much disappointment. I have come here, I have bought all the tickets, and it would be too wasteful not to take the car. Medea took the little girl's hand and boarded the train, barely smiling and comforting herself. In fact, this animal-powered train is also quite interesting. Let's just take an outdoor carriage. Joan followed the two ladies into the car, sat down according to the ticket number, leaned back against the bench, looked out at the vast field outside the window, and his mood gradually changed. When he first saw the train entering the station, his mood was similar to that of his two female companions, and he was greatly disappointed. Originally he also looked forward to taking this opportunity to visit the magic locomotive. The result is that the traction train is not a high-tech locomotive at all, but a four-headed, short-haired beast, which is too rustic. But when he thought about it, he was relieved. In fact, when he first saw the railroad track, Joan made a whisper in his heart. The magic train can be described as the most advanced land transportation in the contemporary era. Even the prosperous areas in the interior of the Ashan Empire are rarely connected by rail. The entire northern New World has no decent railway. In the far-reaching provinces of the Far East, a small half of the year is winter, which is poorer and backward than the new continent. The new government started by the rebels has seized power in less than 2 years. Where is the capital to build a railway? And even remote villages like Yufeng Township have trains, which is simply unreasonable. The new kingdom of Kolas, it is reasonable to say that it is impossible to design and build a magic locomotive on its own with technical strength and industrial capabilities. I am afraid that it will not be able to produce enough gold and silver to import magic locomotives. In fact, it may not be possible to buy it with money. If there is no magic locomotive, what will happen to the built railway? Just like this, withstanding the wind and rain, rusting in vain. That's too wasteful. Under such difficult circumstances, replacing steam locomotive traction trains with animal power is indeed an ineffective way. The horn sounded again. The 4 well-trained lost beasts swallowed the last bite of corn on the cob, stood up leisurely, marched forward. The traction train started slowly. After a period of acceleration, it finally remained steady at 25 miles per hour level. The train entering the cruise stage is almost smooth without any shaking. Joan was sitting by the window, but his mood was not calm. The use of animal power to pull rail trains is not the first of its kind in the Far East. As Medea and Ruby just mentioned, this track technology was first used in the ore mining industry, and was later extended to the municipal transportation field. The city's public carriage system in Port Leiden and Midget City is this aspect. Application models are commonplace in major cities. However, expanding the city's rail transportation system to the field of outdoor long-distance transportation is indeed a major innovation for the Far East people. The construction of such a railway transportation system is by no means easy on the surface. The Far East people may not have mastered the technology of independently developing magic locomotives, but from the scale of the railway, it can be seen that the steel manufacturing industry in this emerging country is quite developed, and the rails that meet the specifications are not so easy to mass produce. Only with the foundation of the steel industry can we talk about building railways, otherwise it is just a fantasy. Take Joan's hometown of Yolfheim, for example. Even a large steel plant that can manufacture rails cannot be found, let alone build a railroad line. Midget has this industrial capacity, especially the dwarf forging plant in Nidaville. There is no problem in processing rails, but it is impossible to realize such a large project as the Far East Railway. The problem is not industrial technology, but that the colonial government institutions are too weak to organize large-scale industrial construction. The colonial company is rich and has the ability to organize, but the lords of the board of directors are not crazy. Rather than laboring to build a large project with huge profits and unexpected investment, it is better to open several magic crystal mines. Joan also noticed that the seemingly rustic train-towing beast, in fact, is not lacking in technical content. Animals such as lost beasts are very common in the New World, and there are 2 main types: Highland loose beasts living in the Snow Mountain Plateau, and underground loose beasts living in dark areas. These two kinds of lost beasts are covered with thick long hair, gentle character, and slow movement. The lost beasts used by the Far East to tow trains have two obvious differences from their close relatives in the New World. The first is that the hair on the body is very short, which is convenient for heat dissipation. The strong muscle groups are clearly visible, and the running speed is much faster than that of other species of lost beasts, and the endurance is also better. Even a trained military horse that can continue to run at a speed of 25 miles per hour can't hold it for a few hours. It is a miracle that these four short-haired lost beasts drag the train for 8 or 9 hours every day and could still maintain a healthy body. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1320. Train 2. At first, Joan thought that the short-haired lost beast of the Far East was born with such endurance and was suitable for long-distance running. It wasn't until he asked the flight attendants that he learned that the loth beast born in the Far East is actually the same as the breed of the New World, and it is also a long-haired Highland loth beast. The short-haired species of these traction trains are all breeds that have been specially bred and improved in lineage. On the Kitland Plateau further north, there is a famous Dragon City ranch. The Far East Prince Roland Colas has set up a research institute in the ranch, specializing in the research of the improvement of the blood of the lost beast, and the train tow the beast is the result of the institute. Joan is an expert in the field of blood reinforcement of supernatural creatures. He knows how difficult this work is. He listened to the train crew's proud pride and admired his colleagues at the Lost Beast Institute. The railway passes through the whispering jungle, and out of the window is a jungle that can't be seen at the end. The journey from Ufing Township to Goody Village is nearly 100 miles. They boarded the train at 1 p.m. and expected to ride for 4 hours. The train chased the pocket watch pointer calmly, and the sun gradually drifted westward. When dusk fell, the train was about to arrive at the terminal station, which is the destination of the trip of Joan. 3 people. Goody Village. As the train was about to reach the end, the scenery outside the window also changed significantly. The woodland gradually became sparse, and instead appeared in Joan's field of vision a large stretches of wheat fields, golden wheat ears, as if calling farmers to come to harvest. Passengers in the same carriage, seeing the wheat field about to be harvested outside the window, talked about the growth of this crop with envious tone. Some of the passengers dressed as farmers have assuredly declared that this year's grain yield per mule in the valley will never be less than £500. Joel's hometown of Dillon Township is a typical agricultural area in the southern part of the new continent. The residents of the town are mostly self-cultivators. He grew up in the wheat field. Of course, he knows what an amazing number of £500 per mule. The Far East has been the granary of the Ashan Empire since ancient times, but with the development and reclamation of the New World, the status of the Far East agricultural area has also declined. As far as his observations are concerned, Joan feels that the land in the Far East is not fertile in Bialfheim, and the cold climate in the north is not as suitable as the warm and humid Yalfheim for crop growth. Will it be nearly £200 higher than Dillon Town? Passengers around are also talking about this topic. There are generally 2 consensuses reached. The first thing I should thank is the druid in the village, the son of nature from the Ring of Harvest, which can not only use magic to increase the yield of crops, but also be good at removing pests and diseases in the field. The first hero of the harvest. In addition, the agricultural reform measures that the Far East began to implement this spring are also topics that passengers on the car are talking about, and they firmly believe that these reform policies have contributed more to the harvest of crops than even the druid's natural magic. Joan didn't understand the agricultural reform policies that the Far East Crown Prince Roland Colas personally formulated and promoted, but from the results, these policies did have an immediate effect. Most of the passengers in the car are ordinary farmers, and they do not understand the experimental group and control group. But Quang and also his own simple wisdom. The experience he heard and witnessed tells them, 200 villages participating in the agricultural reform pilot, including Goody village. In this year, the grain output this year is much higher than other rural areas that have not undergone agricultural reforms. From a vertical comparison point of view, most rural villages that have undergone agricultural reforms have also seen a significant increase in grain output compared to previous years. Rural villages that have not undergone reforms have continued the average level of previous years. The comparison between the two aspects is sufficient to show that the agricultural reforms vigorously promoted by the Far East authorities are quite successful. From another perspective, each of the 200 pilots participating in agricultural reforms can be assigned to a village druid. It can be seen that the Far East government has efficient and in-depth rural execution capabilities, and any successful reforms are inseparable. Open relevant institutions with strong execution and implementation. Joan couldn't help but start to associate, in his hometown, a new continent also known for its developed agriculture. Can it follow the reforms of the Far East and further improve its agricultural advantages? Unfortunately, the answer is number. From Yalfheim to Midgard, the colonial terrain of the New World is the same scattered sand. The tradition of township autonomy is deeply entrenched, and the power of the colonial government is too weak to have the executive power to promote agricultural reforms. In fact, Joan also cannot see the Governor-General or the MPs have such motivation. The wheels rolled forward, the wheat field was thrown behind, and a large grass field appeared in front of it, and a half alfalfa swayed in the wind. The train passed through the pastures, and in front of us was a wider green ocean, and the tall corn plants gathered into the blue sky. 15,000 acres of cornfield are connected into a large piece, spreading along the hot spring valley, like a green carpet of 10 miles. The fields outside the car window seemed familiar, reminding Joan of his time in Leiden. At the time of the weekend, he always rented a horse, rode out of the city, drove along the dusty avenue, and went to the Vernon house in Vaza to be a guest. The farmland passing by on the way is also so vast, either a plantation of the Chap family or an industry under the name of the Castis sisters. With a trace of curiosity, Joan asked the flight attendant, "Who is the plantation of this cornfield outside the window?" The flight attendant was stunned for a moment, then smiled immediately. "Sir, that is not a private plantation, but a state-owned farm, the estate of the Goody village commune. If you have to ask who is the owner of this farmland, first of all, of course, is our Far East government. After all, the government owns 50% of the farm's equity and is the farm's largest shareholder, so it is called State Farm, and the rest of the equity is scattered in the hands of local farmers. Local members are also regarded as the owners of the farm. State-owned farm, commune. Members? These strange words make Joan feel very fresh. At the same time, he didn't quite understand that farming should be a very simple matter. How could the farmer's work be linked to unfamiliar words like government, equity, and shareholders? Complex. Although everything I heard made Joan feel strange and even inexplicable, when the passengers in the car talked about these things, the proud smile of the oil, the rural life in the Far East seems to be more affluent and happy than the rural areas of the new continent. It is incredible that this is a country that ended the war 2 years ago. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1321 Valley Village. Joan can see that most of the local people in the Far East who share the same car with them are happy from the heart, not as the imperial authorities declared in the newspapers, to be squashed by the rebels, to live in the water. The local people's attitude towards the former sovereign state is also very clear, full of contempt and hatred, and it is hoped that the imperial forces and the Holy Light Church will get out of the Far East and stay away from their lives. Unlike the official media reports of the empire, I hope the king will come to rescue day and night. The train whistled again and slowly stopped at the platform. Joan, Medea, and Ruby got out of the car with people, and the first time they stepped on the platform, they suddenly felt bright. The train platform in Goody Village is built to be wider and cleaner than Newfing Township, and the waiting room looks like a country club in the north of the New World. Passengers can sit in an armchair in the waiting hall for a short break, spend a little money to enjoy beer, refreshments, fruit and tobacco, or go to the billiard room next door to try their hand. Joan and his party left the station and walked into the entrance of the village. The neat streets stretched out in front of them. The buildings on both sides of the street were also beautifully built, as if entering a fairy tale world. What surprises Joan is that Goody Village's complete public facilities are located near the village office, where you can find commune hospitals, animal husbandry stations, primary schools, churches, warehouses, public security offices, tax and savings offices, and what locals call supply and marketing, grocery store. The residents of Goody Village have a total of less than 2,000 people, and the population is not as good as Joel's hometown, Dillontown. However, compared with the convenience and completeness of public service facilities, Joan has to admit that Dillontown can't keep up with Goody for another 20 years. Village, which is like a small village in a back country. No one will object to moving to the New World and saying that it is a bustling city. The residents of Goody Village have reason to be proud of their lives. With a hint of curiosity, Joan and the two female companions walked into a pub at the entrance of the village, looking for locals to inquire about the snakes and beasts. When I walked in, the pub was surprisingly deserted, and there were few people in total. The guys who ran the church were very polite. They smiled and greeted them to sit down. They seemed to inadvertently ask if they were tourists, businessmen, or adventurers. It was seen at a glance that he was a foreigner, and Joan was used to it. After a little consideration, he replied that he and his companions are adventurers and are looking for a monster called Chicken Snake Beast. This topic aroused the interest of the pub folks and told Joan that the shrub forest area near the Misty Swamp in the north of the village heard people say that there are such monsters that can turn people into stone statues. However, since the Northern Railway was built, the monsters running through the forest have been scared by the roaring trains and hid in the mountains, or hunted down by the commune security team. Now I want to look for rare monsters such as chickens and snakes. It's too dangerous to go deep into the primitive jungle. The pub guy seemed to see that Joan didn't want to give up chasing the chicken, snake, and beast, so he kindly told him that if he had to enter the mountain, he had better go to the sheriff, the druid in the village, and the brother-in-law to talk to him. These three are powerful people in this village, and there is no problem that they cannot solve. Joan made a careful note of the pub man's advice and was about to continue to ask him for news. There was a bell outside the window. Joan looked at his pocket watch at exactly 6 o'clock in the evening. The bell sounded like a signal. In a short time, the tavern door was pushed open, and a group of farmer-like men poured in. In a blink of an eye, the pub that had just appeared very deserted was full of voice. A glass of white foamy beer was delivered, and laughter and malt aroma permeated the entire pub. "Sorry, it's time to work on the farm. I have to go and greet the folks. I'm out of company first." The pub guy smiled apologetically and turned to get busy. Joan and Medea glanced at each other to realize that the state-owned farm in Goody Village commutes regularly like a factory. After get-off work, the farm workers met to have a drink at the tavern to alleviate the fatigue accumulated during the whole day of work, and the tavern ushered in the peak of business. More and more customers poured into the tavern, almost bursting the bar. Customers who couldn't find a seat simply picked up a glass of beer and stood against the bar while standing and drinking, while talking loudly with their companions beside them. The atmosphere was quite warm. Joan soon noticed that in such a crowded tavern, an empty space was cleared in the center of the hall and a chair was placed. This area seems to be a forbidden place. Surrounded by crowds, it seems to be expecting something. Who knows where the brother reading the newspaper went? "Hey, Ivan, come and tell us what news is there today." In the crowd's urging sound, the young man who had just accompanied Joan and chatted with them took a roll of newspaper to squeeze out the crowd. Not wanting to wipe his sweat, he jumped into the center of the hall with an arrow. and sat upside down in a chair, skillfully straddling up. The chin rested on the back of the chair, opened the newspaper, and read aloud from the first edition. The literacy rate of the rural residents is generally not high, and they cannot read books and newspapers by themselves. The tavern arranges a man with a little ink in his stomach to read newspapers for customers and convey news anecdotes. It is not uncommon. Jones in Portleiden and Midgard City. The pub has seen similar situations. However, Portleiden and Midgard City are, after all, the largest cities in the New World. The village taverns in Dillon do not have this kind of newspaper reading service. To be honest, the villagers do not care much about any news reports. These were nothing, and what shocked Joan even more was that the newspaper that the pub guy was reading aloud was actually the Motherland Daily that was just released today. Motherland Daily is the official newspaper of the Kingdom of Colors. It is typeset and printed every morning in the capital of Colors. It is unbelievable that within the day of the publication of the newspaper, in this small mountain village thousands of miles away from the capital, local subscribers, you can get this freshly published newspaper. How did you do that? As a mage, Joan certainly knows that using magic such as item teleportation can transfer documents across thousands of miles, but the spell can only transfer one document at a time. If it is used to transport thousands of newspapers and periodicals, the cost is too high. In the Far East, remote villages such as Goody Village can easily obtain the newspapers and magazines published that day. The Kolas government will not hire tens of thousands of spellcasters to act as newsboys and specially distribute newspapers. How is it established in reality? What about a newspaper delivery network covering more than 4 million square kilometers across the country? The genius mind with a juvenile mage's intelligence attribute of up to 33 cannot yet conceive a practical solution to this problem. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1322. Big Cat. Just as Joan was thinking, the reader seemed to recite a good news, and all the audiences around couldn't help but get excited, holding up the glass with excitement and cheering in unison. Cheers to the health of His Majesty the King. Cheers for our beloved Prince. Seeing people naturally showing their sincere respect for the ruler of this country, Joanne felt strange and deeply touched. In the country taverns of the New World, no one would toast in the name of an imperial monarch. In fact, His Majesty the Emperor and his appointed bureaucrats, especially tax collectors, are all villains who are deeply hated and cursed by the countrymen. People in the New World not only resented monarchs and bureaucrats, they even hated the government institution itself, and even the intellectual class generally believed that if there were no countries and governments in the world, people's lives would not be made worse, but would reduce many wars and massacres. If the actual situation requires a government, the smaller the government, the better; the weaker, the better, so that the people's freedom can be guaranteed to the greatest extent from being violated by public power. Born in the New World, Joan is a member of the intellectual class. He is inevitably influenced by mainstream thinking and has a vigilant and critical attitude towards public power and its derivatives. But coming to the Far East, this short day's experience shocked his original concept. In this unfamiliar land, the people and the government mansion seem to get along very well, and their trust and support for the government is ridiculously high. This is an unthinkable and strange thing in the New World. Are the interests of the public and private not always sharply opposed? Can they trust each other and even achieve each other? As a hurried passerby, Joan did not dare to make a rash conclusion, but locals in the Far East seemed generally optimistic about this issue. The Kingdom of Colors in the Far East, this new country, although it is still very fragile and not a powerful country, Joan anticipates that this country will soon become stronger, and may even be more powerful than the former sovereign, the Holy Asham Empire. More powerful. Joan is associated with the imperial colony of the New World from the Far East, his hometown of Yalfheim, and his current settlement of Midgard. Will he also follow the same path as the Far East Department in the future, break with the home country, and establish starting a whole new country? Thinking of the long-standing contradiction between the colony and the empire in terms of import and export trade and tax issues, the attitude of the colonial residents to the estrangement of the mother government, and the Association of Freedom who is committed to seeking colonial autonomy, Joan feels that premonitions are likely to become a reality in the near future. The whisper from the ear interrupted Joan's contemplation and turned his head to look at the serpent warlock. When Joan listened to people reading the newspaper, Medea was not idle, chatting with the villagers at the neighboring table and asking for news about the chickens, snakes and beasts. I asked several locals. They all knew that there were rumors of chickens, snakes and beasts in the depths of the jungle, but they hadn't seen this kind of monster in person. At the end of the talk, these enthusiastic people suggested that we go to the village office to find local. The sheriff or the druid inquires about where to find chickens and snakes. Medea glanced out the window, and the sunset had not yet completely set. It's not dark yet. There should be someone on duty at the village office, or shall we go now? Joan nodded and stood up, holding Ruby, who was still sucking apple juice, and followed Medea through the crowd and out of the tavern gate. There is a small square not far from the street, and the village office of Goody Village stands opposite the square. It is a double-story townhouse made of logs. Medea and Ruby walked in front with a smile, and reached the step leading to the gate of the village office. The two suddenly stopped, and the chatter and laughter came to an abrupt end. Kiaon sighed and quickly caught up, came to the two ladies and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" "Brother Joan, look there." Ruby pointed to the top of the steps. His expression hard to hide his nervousness, a big cat with a vicious look. Kiaon followed the direction of Miss Ruby. There were 4 steps of paved stone slabs in front of the village office. On the top step, there was a big cat with a turquoise coat. This lazy big guy is as fat as a hound. His round body looks like a ball. His ears and tail are short and he can hardly see it. A big face is really fierce, coupled with the pair of golden brown shiny the eye, rather than a cat, looks more like an owl. This guy doesn't look very good. When Medea looked at the big cat, she was stunned. And what made her headache was that the big cat just happened to be blocked at the door, and she couldn't get around. Kiaon carefully observed the fat cat that proudly blocked the gate of the village office, compared with the various feline features in his impression, plus the rich experience of playing cat. I was sure that the guy opposite was definitely not an ordinary home cat. That fat cat looks a bit like a rabbit, Joan guessed. What kind of animal is Hugo? Ruby asked curiously. A wild cat, said to be very ferocious, Joan whispered. It's very fierce. It can be seen. Medea pointed towards the steps, beckoning Joan's attention. Looking over the plump body of Tahao, Kiaon was surprised to find that at the gate of the village office, there were 4 dead mice neatly arranged, and beside him there was a viper body as thick as an adult's arm, twisted into a ball. The snake's body has been torn apart in 2. Wow! What does it mean that this fat cat killed a lot of mice and killed a snake? And the body was all placed at the door of the house. Ruby looked puzzled. Most of them are asking the master for credit. Joan remembers that the raccoon cat of the landlord's wife's family also had the same hobby, as if she was showing off her ability to catch mice. However, after all, the rabbits are wild and grumpy. Who would treat this dangerous beast as a domestic cat? While Joan was wondering, a teenager wearing a white priest's robes whistled and came over. Seeing Joan standing on the steps, the teenager stopped and looked at them curiously. Then he looked up at the door. His eyes touched the blocking rabbit, and a knowing smile appeared on his face. "Hi, friends from other countries, good evening." The young boy in white robe smiled and waved hello. This young boy looks similar to Joan's age, and his manners give people an impression of agility and vigor. But he can't see the calmness and aging that the priesthood deserves. The robes of Dracine's priest are very uncoordinated, and look like a naughty kid who sneaks out of the elder's clothes at home. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Jones Literature Update is the fastest. Chapter 1323. Chief Mousetrap Officer. Good evening, Mr. Pastor. Medea smiled politely to the young pastor. My name is Peter, and I am a local village priest. If you need help, don't be polite, the young priest said with a smile. Oh, this is a coincidence. Mr. Peter, we are planning to go to the village office to ask you and your colleagues some news about the chickens, snakes and beasts. Cock and snake? That's some chat. Come with me. Peter ascended the steps and saw the blocky hawk heading towards him, so he had to stop and shouted with his hands on his hips, angrily, Katie, how many times have I told you, don't put the disgusting dead mouse at the door? Why can't you remember? Also, you are not allowed to sunbathe at the door in the future, nor do you look at your appearance. If you lie down at the door, no one will dare to come to the village office. Hello, Katie. Don't pretend to be stupid. I'm talking to you. Are you a vanity and arrogant fat girl listening to me? To how, named Katie, seemed to understand Peter's blame, turned his back to stare at him and groaned, suddenly jumped up, volleyed into a ball of meat, like a meteor crashing into the arms of the young priest. Wow! The young priest couldn't help but was staggered back by her and fell down on the steps. Katie threw herself up, raised a pair of furry front paws, and beat her head in a row. Peter suffered a meow fist and was beaten straight. Waiting for him to recover, Katie had twisted his full buttocks and jumped up the steps, grabbed the door handle by himself, opened the door expertly, and smoked drill into the house. When he first saw her house slap Peter, Joanne wanted to come forward to stop, but he soon noticed the cat paw clawed by Katie, deliberately retracted the sharp claw tip, and just patted the cheek of the young priest with a soft palm pad. As a senior cat master, of course Joan can see that Katie is just playing tricks with Peter, otherwise she will show sharp claws and a slap can scratch the young priest on the spot. Damn fat cat, you wait for me. Although Peter wasn't scratched, Taha's strength was not small, and this slap in the face of the wind and thunder hit his cheeks flushed and his head veiled. Mr. Pastor, don't you mind? Ruby asked with concern. I'm okay. The guy Katie is the animal companion of Druid Bavaru in the village, and also the chief mouse-trapping officer in our village. If her character is not so arrogant, there is no one in her eyes, and she is more gentle and clever, it's a good cat. Peter rubbed his cheeks with a wry smile, stepped up the steps, opened the door, and invited 3 foreign visitors into the house. If you are not in a hurry, just come in and have a cup of tea. About the chickens and snakes, you may wish to sit down and talk slowly. Joan followed Peter into the village office. The spacious hall was set up like an office. A girl heard the door open and turned to look at the door. Joan happened to be looking at her, and he couldn't help but stunned. The girl in the room looks similar to Peter's age, with a slender head, dressed in tight leather armor and woodland boots, and a short grass green cloak with a circle of golden wheat ears in its coat, and a plush tail proudly raised from the rear of the hips. Chia's short hair is black and bright, but can't cover a pair of slightly shaking cat ears. The pupils' slender eyes are extremely shiny, showing a sense of curiosity. Ruby and Medea followed Joan into the house and were surprised when they saw the girl for the first time. Hey, Outlander, look at you staring at me blankly. Did you see the cat man for the first time? The green girl asked loudly. The girl's tone was a little rough, but she could not hear her hostility. Medea and Ruby nodded quickly. They were indeed the first time they saw this kind of humanoid creature with feline characteristics, which is what the green-haired girl called Catman. Joan calmed down after the initial accident. In fact, he was no stranger to Catman. When he was studying in Port Leyden, he had made friends with a Catwoman reporter named Xiao Miao. In his view, the girl in the green dress opposite had 6 or 7 points similar to the appearance of Sister Miao, but it was not possible to infer any relative relationship between the two. 2 Catwomen, one born in the New World and one living in the Old World, are geographically distant from the ocean, making them unlikely to be related by blood. As for the similar appearance of the two, it actually does not explain the problem, and it is more likely that it is only the common racial characteristics of the cat people. When the aesthetic transcends race, face blindness has become a common phenomenon. For example, in the eyes of human beings, all dwarfs look the same. With two equally beautiful faces of elves, you can hardly tell the difference. The reverse is also true. In the eyes of cats, all humans are similar, lacking the appearance characteristics that can distinguish identities. Only through long-term relationship can a person's appearance be matched with his identity. Hi Buffalo, these three visitors have something to discuss with us. Are you free now? Peter asked the Catwoman. Of course you have time. Catwoman smiled friendly at Joan, Medea and Ruby, and turned to Peter. Go get some drinks for the guests. You have hands and feet. Why would you let me serve tea and pour water? Peter protested disappointedly. Because you are younger than me, and you can't beat me. The Catwoman shook her paws at the young priest with a straightforward heart. Go and serve tea, or I will beat you. Can't you pretend to be a lady in front of the guests? Peter couldn't help complaining. I'm already a lady, I don't need to pretend. Buffalo shook the cat ears raised on his forehead proudly, and suddenly remembered something. Staring at Peter with a straight face, little monkey. Did you bully my Katie just now? Why, that fat cat complained to you again. Peter rubbed the cheeks of the cat's palms and said wronged, the opposite is true, it was Katie who bullied me. If you don't take the initiative to provoke Katie, she will not take the initiative to attack you. Bavaroa is obviously very short-sighted. Two-How squatting on his desk clicking his paws, murmured, as if echoing the master's accusations against Peter. Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk to you two unreasonable guys. Peter laughed angrily, shook his head, and turned into the kitchen next door. Bavaroa glanced back at Two-How, grabbed the soft fur behind her neck, and lifted it up. Don't think I don't know what you are doing good. Although I defend you in front of Peter, this does not mean to indulge you to play tricks and quickly get rid of the dead mice outside the door. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1324 Catwoman Druid Meow oh 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 ow. To how Katie struggled to escape from Bavaroa's grasp, jumped out of the window sullenly, ran back to the steps, picked up a dead mouse, and ran towards the garbage dump. Seeing Catwoman training cats, both Medea and Ruby couldn't help laughing. Joanne also felt a little funny. It seems that the Catwoman named Bavaroa is the druid resident in the village mentioned by Peter, and the #1 hero of the crops in the Valley Village. He did not expect to be so young. Joan thought of it again, and Bavaroa's coat was embroidered with the emblem of the Ring of Harvest, showing that she was a member of this famous druid society in the Far East, just like Candy. It's just that Candy was born in the branch of the Ring of Harvest in the New World, and her father was a disciple of the chief druid Valentina of the Ring of Harvest. At this time, Peter returned to the lobby with tea, while entertaining the guests, and by the way, explained to Joan Bavaroa about their intentions. Fang is inconvenient to disclose. Why are you looking for chickens and snakes? Bavaroa asked curiously. In fact, there is nothing to hide. Joan and I are collaborating on a topic about supernatural petrochemical creatures. We need to search for various petrochemical creatures as research samples. Chickens and snakes are one of our selected targets. I heard that someone near the Valley Village witnessed the chicken, snake and beast, so they came to try their luck. Medea explained briefly. It turns out that you are scholars. Disrespectful. Peter looked at Medea and Joan's eyes, showing a heartfelt respect. Catwoman Bavaroa was particularly suspicious in her eyes. You claim to be a scholar, but how can I be sure that you are telling the truth, rather than harboring some unspeakable purpose? Bavaroa, too rude. Peter tried to stop Catwoman, but he got a white eye. What do you know? The more learned the person, the greater the harm done by doing bad things. For the sake of maintaining the safety of the village, I have to be more careful about the suspicious foreigners. Joan and Medea looked at each other, but they were helpless. Bavaroa's attitude is unpleasant, but given her duties, it is reasonable to be wary of strange casters from unknown sources. The question now is, how do they prove that they are really pursuing chickens, snakes, and beasts out of academic research, rather than using this very dangerous warcraft to plan a plot that might endanger the Valley Village? Medea seldom walks in the surface world, and the Far East is set foot for the first time. It is impossible to find a famous acquaintance in the local area to help her prove her identity. Joan also has no relatives or friends in the Far East, but compared with Medea, he is somewhat famous, although this reputation is limited to Austrian and French academic circles. After a little thought, Joan asked Catwoman, "Miss Bavara, is there an arcane spellcaster in the Valley Village?" Buffalo shrugged and shook his head. "There are currently only 3 casters in this village. In addition to Peter and I, there is also the upstairs fly-sword brother Nicola, the sheriff of this village, the paladin of the goddess of fate, Syndra. There is no arcane spellcaster." Joan frowned, with a glimmer of hope, and tentatively asked, "Have you ever heard of it?" "There is an award called the Rising Star Award in Austrian and French academia." "What star award?" "I haven't heard of it." Catwoman shook her head. When Joan was in a low mood, Peter suddenly inserted a sentence. "The Rising Star Award. Is it the award for the Austrian-French joint selection of 5 famous universities in the world of Valice? It is awarded to the talented students studying at the school." "Peter, how do you know these things?" Bavara asked in surprise. "Of course it looks in the newspaper." Peter took the opportunity to spit out, "I'm different from you, Bavara, but I am a person who loves to study and study. Now that you know the Rising Star Award, things are easier to handle." Ruby hugged Joan's arms and his face was full of pride. "The gentleman sitting in front of you at this moment is the winner of this year's Rising Star Award, the talented Master Joan Vida from Midgard University." Blow and Bragg. Buffalo looked at Joan suspiciously. "It seems that you are about my age. So powerful, but it doesn't look like a genius." "If genius is seen by you, stupid girl, what a genius." Peter glanced at Catwoman angrily, and suddenly he was excited again. "Joan Vida. I heard the name familiarly. I remember seeing it in the evening paper not long ago. At that time, I also discussed with brother Nikolai why the winner was obviously a boy, but took a woman. Name." Joan listened to his name. His awkward ears were hot, and he didn't know how to answer for a while. "Wait a minute, he'll be here soon." Like a monkey, Peter leapt from his chair and ran up the stairs to the 2nd floor. A few minutes later, the young priest waved an old newspaper and dashed downstairs happily, followed by 2 older men. One of the middle-aged men dressed like a handsome country gentleman. The tall young man who was behind him was wearing a straight black military uniform, but had only one left arm. "I found it. I found it." Peter flew back and shot the Far East Evening News published a week ago on the table, pointing to an obscure corner of the newspaper page. Joan Probe glanced in the past. It turned out to be the selection newsletter of this year's Rising Star Award. There were only 200 words of reports in total. It was also accompanied by a print illustration of the thumb and his own head. The text is very simple and the illustrations are vague, so I really remember Peter remembering this humble newsletter. Buffalo lay on the table and looked at the picture, and then looked up at Joan's face, nodded and said, "It's a bit like it." "Sorry, Mr. Genius, I was so rude to you just now." At this time, the 2 older men also came over and looked at Joan 3 curiously. According to Peter, Joan learned that the middle-aged gentleman's name was Malik, and he was the director of the Goody Village commune. This quirky title was not well understood and probably meant the meaning of the village chief. In addition, the pub that Joan had visited before was also Mr. Malik's property. As for the unnamed young officer named Nicola, she was the sheriff of the Far East military stationed in Goody Village, and also served as the instructor of the local militia squad, the village druid from the Ring of Harvest, the village priest from the Sendra Holy See, the sheriff under the military, plus the village chief who is a local celebrity squire of Far East Cola's government. The rural administrative system created was composed of these 4 sets of carriages. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect, www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Jones Literature Update is the fastest. Chapter 1325. The Past of Goody Village 1. Compared with 2, young Bavara and Peter, Malik and Nikolai are more stable and sophisticated in social aspects. Sit down and chat with the three of Joan, seeming to inadvertently inquire about their origins. Joan's portrait has been publicly printed on newspapers in the Far East, and his identity is unquestionable. As for Medea, in order to avoid panic, she had to conceal the identity of the snake-haired banshee, only to be a warlock and a partner of Joan on academic topics. Ruby may seem too young and too cute, and Malik and Nikolai never doubted her human identity. When Ruby called Joan brother, she was regarded as a child of a relative of the juvenile Mage. After some inquiries, Malik and Nicola exchanged glances, seeming to agree that Joan had nothing suspicious, and the next topic was on the right track. Miss Gogan, Mr. Vader, you came to Goody Village to inquire about chickens, snakes and beasts. Mr. Malik poured himself a cup of tea, picked up the cup, and a look of nostalgia appeared in his eyes. Nicola, you and Peter and Pava have been in the Valley Village for a short time. I'm afraid we don't know much about our history here. In the early years, Valley Village was not such a happy land. Poor mountains and evil waters, monsters rampant. Folks' life is hard. In those years, there are 3 kinds of disasters that threaten our Goody Village the most, and now the old people are still afraid of it. Mr. Malik, I still hear you talk about these things for the first time. What kind of disasters did you just refer to? Peter leaned over and asked curiously. Joan, Medea, and Ruby also listened intently. These 3 major disasters, first of all, was the rot disease that broke out in the village at that time. People infected with this strange disease will become feverish and fall into a coma. As the condition worsens, the patient's mouth will emit a rancid smell until the internal organs fail. Dead. Many people in the village were infected with this strange disease at that time, and ordinary drugs could not cure this supernatural disease. They could only ask Miss Druid Donia in the village to perform magical treatments on scorching fever. Druid's magic is indeed effective, but the patients who were cured by Miss Donia often get sick again after a short time, which puzzled us at that time, and even became suspicious of Miss Donia. She deliberately refused to completely cure a patient, which of course blamed others. And now I am ashamed of it. I heard Sister Dongnia talk about this, that is, she has a good temper, and is not wronged by others, and it must be me to replace it with me. Bavara said with a sneer. Joan glanced at Catwoman and speculated that Druid Dongnia, the former resident of Goody Village, was probably also a green druid who was born in the Ring of Harvest and had a good relationship with Bavara. Malik sighed, and then said, in those years, Goody Village was still a remote country isolated from the rest of the world. Even myself, most of them were ignorant people who encountered unhealthy diseases. It is inevitable to be suspicious. In addition to scorching fever, there were 2 more threatening disasters at the time, the first being the night ghost Agnes entrenched in the depths of the nearby misty swamp, often casting a spell to sneak into the village and abduct children. Whoever loses the child must be caught by the old hag and eaten. When the parents are crying, there is no other way. Joan heard his face change slightly. Not long ago, in the Barden wetlands, he had just clashed with the Sister Green Lady, and he still had a fresh memory of the cruel and evil ghosts. The night ghost mentioned by Mr. Malik belongs to a subcategory of the ghost woman group. It also has a devil lineage, is naturally good at spellcasting, and has a demon realm mount called Nightmare, which can transform spirits at will. Dive into other people's dreams. The strength is a lot stronger than Green Ghost Woman. In addition, in the jungle by the swamp outside the village, there are also a large group of scary monsters with chicken tails and snakes. Villagers who go out to hunt for firewood are often attacked by such monsters. If they are pecked, they will not be long before the whole person will become a stone statue. This group of monsters that can turn people into stone statues is the chicken, snake and beast that Miss Gogan and Mr. Vader are looking for. It is also the third disaster that posed a great threat to the village. Malik said, an incurable disease, a night hag abducting a child in a swamp, and a large group of chickens, snakes, and beasts in the woods. Mr. Malik, in our valley village, it was really a disaster. Nikolai said with emotion. That's right. It's a miracle that at the same time the three major disasters, the valley village can still exist today. Ruby also felt incredible. In fact, when our valley village was on the verge of extinction, a miracle did occur. Mr. Malik's tone was low and his eyes shone strangely. It was summer 4 years ago. 5 travelers from the south passed through the valley village and stayed here for less than a week. In just a few days, these travelers first slaughtered all the chickens, snakes and beasts running through the forest, and then found the source of fever, a strange creature lurking in the village dump, and killed the monster named Scavenger, and also called on the villagers to remove the dump from the water source to cut off the root cause of the epidemic. After doing these 2 things, the 5 respectable travelers, together with Ms. Dongnia, ventured deep into the misty swamp. After a battle, they finally killed the night ghost and completely eliminated the 3 major disasters in the valley village. Disaster. It sounds like a legend written by the bard. Medea muttered in a low voice. Very untrue. Right? Malik shrugged and spread his hands. A helpless smile appeared on his face. In fact, I have omitted the details as much as possible, otherwise you will definitely feel too exaggerated, like a story copied from the stage. However, I dare to swear to the goddess of destiny that the words just mentioned are true and there is no exaggeration of a sentence. Mr. Malik, the 5 travelers you just mentioned, or should they be called explorers, are more appropriate. They can wipe out large groups of chickens and snakes, a carrion beast, and mana in less than a week. Gao Qing's night hags, and listening to your tone, they did not pay any casualties worth mentioning, which shows that these 5 travelers are amazing people, and only extraordinary people can easily complete the incredible hero performance in the eyes of ordinary people. Joan speculated. Mr. Malik smiled proudly. It's true, as you said, Mr. Master. Looking back now, these 5 travelers are indeed great big names, including the dwarf prince in Icy Wind Valley, the female ranger in Kitland, and the Red Witch at Beacon Hill, the half-vampire princess of Panya, and the leader of the 5, His Royal Highness the Prince Roland Colas, who is beloved by our Far Easterners. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1326. The past of Goody Village. Tu Qian has long heard of the legends of the Prince of the Far East. He used to think that these legends were too ridiculous, and were more likely to be the products of literati fiction. Now that Mr. Malik tells about the events he witnessed with his own eyes, Joanne has to admit that His Royal Highness the Prince of the Far East is indeed an extraordinary character comparable to the mythological hero in the ancient epic. His legendary experience of His Highness and his companions is indeed admirable. But after all, since the chickens and snakes near the valley village have been killed by His Royal Highness, where else can we go to find this rare creature? Mediyamian was sad. Miss Gogan, you don't need to worry about this at all. Your Highness Roland and his traveling companions just slaughtered a group of chickens, snakes and beasts who attacked them 4 years ago. And there are more chickens in the valley deep in the jungle. Snake beast. Mr. Malik put his smile away and his expression became serious. During the construction of the railway this spring, a large group of chickens and snakes ran to the construction site to make troubles. Most of the village militiamen were wiped out by the Nikolai brothers. The remaining chickens and snakes fled back to the depths of the jungle. When we thought that this group of monsters had finally learned to behave well, not long ago some people witnessed the chicken, snake and beast wandering on the railway, and they were almost shocked by the lost beast pulling the cart. Sheriff Nikolai nodded. And then Mr. Malik said, I went to the scene to see it and found several feathers of chickens and snakes. It can be seen that the witness testimony is credible. The creatures like chickens, snakes, and beasts have been slaughtered to almost extinct 2 times, but within half a year, they will be flooded again and become disasters, showing that their fertility is super strong. It's not surprising, Mr. Nikolai. Chickens and snakes are supernatural oviparous poultry. If there are female chickens and snakes in the group, they will lay eggs like hens and gather a lot of eggs to hatch them all. As a chicken, a snake, a beast, the reproduction speed is very fast. Joan made an analysis in due course. I have said long ago that this group of monsters should be completely annihilated, and even chickens and eggs can't be let go, but Buffalo didn't allow us to do this. And he also talked about what is called maintaining ecological balance. It's inexplicable. Peter complained angrily. Bavara gave him a white glance, and confessed with some guilty conscience, people didn't say they couldn't kill chickens, snakes, and beasts, but they didn't want to kill them all, otherwise there would be more dangerous monsters occupying the niche, or the pests that were originally preyed on by chickens, snakes, and beasts, taking advantage of the chance of the destruction of natural enemies, flooding into disasters, may cause us more trouble. From the perspective of a druid, Bavara's point of view has its own reasons. Joan respects her idea of maintaining the natural ecological balance, but it is not enough to have a good idea. You have to do a solid empirical study on the correlation between the scale of the chicken, snake and beast population and the ecological balance. For example, what is the average fertility rate of chickens, snakes and beasts per unit period? What is the maximum number of chickens, snakes and beasts in the local environment? Based on these observations, calculate a reasonable number of chickens and snakes, and then calculate how long the chickens and snakes will naturally breed beyond the safety threshold without external interference, causing harm to humans and even the local ecology, which needs to be killed. Only by grasping comprehensive empirical data can we maintain a reasonable ecological balance. Even if they are unable to conduct these empirical studies, at least they should establish isolation belts and erect protective fences along the railways where chickens and snakes frequently infest. Otherwise the chickens and snakes suddenly hit the train, causing traffic accidents and causing undesirable consequences. If these things are not done and there is a well-meaning idea, then it is not only worthless, but harmful to humanity. After all, human beings are also a member of nature. Some people who maintain the ecological balance are just like those telescopic philanthropists. I am afraid that they rarely consider how to maintain the right of survival of the poor compatriots around them. Joan has always disapproved of this hypocrite. Of course, he does not think that Buffalo is that kind of person, otherwise Miss Catwoman can't be a druid. A person without a heart that loves nature will never be a son of nature. Okay, I must admit that the population of chickens and snakes is expanding faster than I expected. There may be some unexpected variables. Bavara sighed and said to Joan and Medea, I will go to the depths of the jungle tomorrow morning to check on the situation of the chickens and snakes. If you two are not afraid of danger, you can go with me. Sister Catwoman, Brother Joan is a genius mage, and Sister Medea is a high-level warlock. They are not afraid of green ghosts, and they are not afraid of chickens and snakes. Buffalo was amused by Ruby's childish look, reaching for her and holding her in her arms to caress. Little sister, are you afraid of chickens and snakes? Ruby, of course I'm not afraid. Miss Ruby declared seriously, tomorrow I will follow you into the mountains and catch chickens and snakes as pets. The little girl seems to be addicted to pets. Having a horned rabbit is not enough, and she wants to raise chickens and snakes. Nicola frowned and said to Joan and Medea, actually, you don't need to run in person. Tomorrow, Peter and I accompanied Bavara into the mountain, trying to catch 2 chickens and snakes and bring them back to you. Children should never go to that dangerous place. Medea smiled gratefully and calmly told the sheriff, Mr. Nicholas, thank you for your consideration. But for scientific research needs, Joan and I would personally accompany you for a trip. If Ruby really wants to go, it's okay to walk with us. Don't look at her young age. In fact, It is very powerful. At least it's okay to protect yourself. Nicolay was still a little uneasy, but it was inconvenient to persuade her to see her insist on walking with her. Peter stood up and said with a grin, "How about leaving at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning? If everyone feels okay, I'll go upstairs and get busy first. The magic phototype set printing machine has failed again, and I have to fix it before tomorrow's morning sample is sent." Hearing the strange and long phrase magic phototype press, Joan's ears suddenly stood up, and then his people jumped. "Mr. Peter, please stay." The young priest was taken aback by his call without warning and turned back to ask Joan, "Mr. Vader, is there anything wrong?" "Fang is inconvenient to take me to visit upstairs. I am very interested in the magic machine you just mentioned," Joan asked eagerly. Peter nodded happily. "Of course, Mr. Vader, please come with me." Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1327. Two Magic Guides. Joan followed the young priest up the stairs and walked into a room on the second floor of the village office. There was a big table facing him. Two iron cabinets were placed on the table, and the magic could be felt far away. Fluctuations are obviously all enchanting devices. In this house, there are also piles of large bundles of white paper. From the size, it looks like newsprint for newspapers. What surprised Joan was that in this room, which resembled a printing shop, there was no trace of ink. Now when he secretly wondered, Peter walked to the desk, pointed at the two magic devices on the table, and proudly introduced to Joan, "Mr. Master, please see that this machine is a magic phototype setting press, and the machine with a smaller size next to it is a magic facsimile fax. They are all new designs designed and manufactured by the Magister factory in Karlsburg, China. Products. Is there such a machine in the New World?" Joan shook his head frankly. At least he had not heard of a similar machine. In fact, compared with these two magic instruments, Joan was surprised that Peter inadvertently mentioned the magic factory. Joan is very familiar with the design and manufacturing industry of the magic guides in the New World. The enchanting industry in his cognition may have different levels of craftsmanship, but the production mode is nothing more than a small workshop centered on the designer himself. There are people who work like him alone. There is a master who takes a few apprentices, and there are 2 or 3 designers who form a partnership workshop. I have never heard that this technology can actually be turned into a factory and hire a large number of workers. Mass production according to uniform specifications. But think about it, since both the pin and the nail can be produced in the factory, what's wrong with the magic device? It's just that the craft is too complicated and the threshold is too high. In the past, people were either unable to build a magic factory, or for the sake of their personal interests, they were reluctant to push the magic factory to industrialized production until the Far East people broke the routine and started production. The model completely subverts the tradition of this industry. Joan doesn't know what impact this disruptive initiative will have on the enchanting industry. As a practitioner, he will benefit or suffer as a result. But deep down, he is excited by this new trend and is faint. There is a hunch this model will soon be promoted. Over time, the magic device will become a daily necessity for ordinary families like kitchen utensils and stationery, and the whole world will change accordingly. After calming down the excitement a little, Joan withdrew his thoughts and asked the young priest, "Mr. Peter, can you tell me what the 2 magic devices do?" "Okay, in fact, this is our prince's machine specially commissioned by the masters of the Beacon Hill Austrian Law Association to facilitate the publication and distribution of newspapers." Peter pointed to the magic fax machine and introduced, "The function of this machine is to send and receive documents and charts." The headquarters of the newspaper office located in the capital of Karlsburg, China, sends the proof of the latest newspaper issue through this machine every day. Distribution sites to various towns and villages across the country, such as our Goody village, are one of 400 sites, all of which together form a newspaper distribution network all over the country. Through the magic fax machine, we received the sample magazine sent from the headquarters of the capital newspaper. The next workflow is to prepare paper according to the number of local newspaper subscribers, copy the sample magazine, and then copy the copied newspaper, delivered to every subscriber. Mr. Master, the magic device you see now is a device specially used for copying newspapers and periodicals. Of course, we often use it to copy some official documents or something during our daily office work, which is more convenient than hand copying. Not only is it more labor-saving, but the printed fonts are also clearer and cleaner than the handwriting. Peter patted the metal shell of the magic phototype press, and a wry smile appeared on the corner of his lips. Although this machine is very easy to use, it is an experimental model that was just produced in June this year. The process is not mature enough. In addition, we always use it to copy various books and documents. Frequent use will inevitably cause failures. For example, this guy is on strike now. With that said, Peter pulled open the desk drawer, took out the wrench and screwdriver, and skillfully opened the casing of the machine, trying to troubleshoot the machine. Joan watched Peter repair this complex structured magic device, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. After listening to Peter's introduction, the question that had puzzled him was finally solved. Why can Far Easters build a network of newspapers and publications covering all parts of the country, so that newspapers distributed in the capital can be delivered to subscribers who are thousands of miles away on the same day? The two mages placed on the table at the moment are the answer. It is not difficult to design these two magic guides. What really admires Joan is that at least 400 of the same instruments have been manufactured in the factory and distributed to newspaper distribution outlets across the country, thus forming a timely and efficient. The information dissemination network enables a news that occurs in a certain place to be spread all over the country within the same day. The establishment of this information dissemination network can be used to publish news publications and various books in peacetime, which is of great benefit to improving the literacy rate and cultural quality of the people. Once the situation changes, turmoil or invasion of foreign enemies, with the help of this information dissemination network, the Far East government can quickly transmit the state's statutes and regulations to every inhabitant in remote townships with extremely high efficiency, forming a unified national and national consciousness, so that national military civilian mobilization has become a possible option. The more Joanne delved deeper, the more she shuddered. Compared with the advanced and efficient information dissemination network that Far East has put into use, the press and publishing industry in the New World is still in the primitive era. Regardless of the port of Leiden or Midget City, the distribution of newspapers and publications is limited to the satellite towns in and around the city, and the remote villages cannot keep abreast of what has happened recently in the city, which is like two separate worlds. This is a big trouble. Peter clapped his head and sighed, interrupting Joan's thoughts. Mr. Peter, is the machine damaged badly? I'm afraid yes. There is a crack in the mirror module, but it is this small crack that prevents the entire machine from working properly. Peter replied sadly. Joan glanced around curiously, and a small crack appeared on a set of mirror devices, which would hardly be noticed if he did not look closely. Mr. Peter, this doesn't seem to be a major problem. As long as the spell is repaired, the machine will resume normal operation, Joan said to the young pastor. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1328. 3 spells. At first, I thought the same way. I also tried to fix it just now. Unfortunately, the trouble was more trouble than I expected. Peter frowned and told Joan, the broken mirror set is an enchanting device. Mr. Master must know, 0. The repair technique of the ring can't repair the magic device. The 2-ring complete repair technique that I prepared today is used in the morning. I can only wait until tomorrow morning to repair it. I hope that I can get it done before the release of tomorrow morning newspaper. 2nd ring complete repair. Joan smiled relaxedly. Mr. Peter, if you can trust me, I will be happy to help you repair this magic device. Oh, Mr. Master, are you prepared for this spell? Peter looked over in surprise. The second ring complete repair is a relatively unpopular spell, specially used to repair the magic weapon. The damage of the magic guide is relatively rare, and to repair general items, it is enough to have 0 repair. So the mage usually does not use precious spells to prepare for complete repair. That's right, Joan answered vaguely. In fact, he did not prepare complete restoration in advance, nor did he need to prepare. That's great. Mr. Vader, please. The young priest was relieved. Joan draws 2 Sid mana and replaces it with a 2-ring spell slot. He performs a complete repair on the mirror surface of the cracked magic guide. After a few seconds, the crack is eliminated and the repair is as new. Peter turned on and tried it to make sure that the machine was working properly, and thanked Joan. Mr. Peter, that. Joan rubbed his hands and asked the young pastor a little embarrassedly, may I have a little research on these 2 magic devices? Peter hesitated for a moment and said carefully, it may be possible, but you can only study here, you can't move the machine, nor disassemble it. Of course it's okay. Joan's cheeks flushed with excitement. If you're not worried, you can stare at me here. Hearing Joan say this, Peter was embarrassed. However, his face is not as thin as Joan. No matter how embarrassed, he still has to stay here and stare at Joan to avoid accidents. Joan quickly took out the pen, unscrewed the cap, and successively painted the number 4 rune ensues on the surface of the 2 machines to analyze the attached spell. In a few moments, Joanne passed out 3 spells, and the notes attached to the spell configuration all retained the signatures of the creators of the spell, namely Anna, Salia, and McManus. According to Peter, all 3 are chief masters of the Far East Beacon Hill Austrian Law Association and possess quasi legendary mana. Master Anna invented photocopying. This owner-ring change system spell can instantly copy a large book as thick as a dictionary with a single cast. The casting material is the paper or parchment used in the copy. There is no paper, just copy it directly to the floor or wall. Master Sally invented the retained image technique. This is a 2-ring illusion, which can transfer real-life characters or scenes on paper or smooth object planes. No matter the color or the line, it can be called the most vivid, more realistic than the most realistic oil painting. Anna photocopying and Salia photo technique together constitute the core technology of Magic Guide Phototype Setting Press. The core technology of Magic Fax Machine is the fax technique invented by Master McManus. This 5-ring spell belonging to the spell school can transcribe a document or at least 100 pages thick and transfer it to a specific location or to a specific creature. Even if it is a bit, facial barriers cannot prevent the precise delivery of fax. The recipient of fax can choose to directly read the text and picture information loaded in the magic, or prepare the paper to copy the content. While analyzing these 3 spells, Joan recites the spell configuration completely. He did not copy these 3 spells to his magic book in front of Peter, otherwise it would be too explicit, and it would inevitably make Peter suspect that he intentionally plagiarized the core of the magic phototype press and magic fax machine technology, using stolen technology to produce similar magic devices for profit. Although Joan didn't have this plan, it was better to avoid it. A genius mind with an intelligence of up to 33, it is not difficult to remember. Keep in mind the 3 sets of spell configurations in your mind, and it is not too late to transcribe when you are alone at night. Thinking about it this way, Joan put away the pen, erased the runes depicted on the machine's casing, and told Peter that he had nothing to study. The 2 returned to the office on the 1st floor. Mr. Malik was very grateful to learn that Joan had helped repair the machine, and invited him and Medea and Ruby to dine in their own tavern, and Nikolai, Peter, and Pavola also followed. A good meal is delicious. The 2nd floor of the tavern is the hotel. Mr. Malik said generously that Joan and they could stay in the rooms for free. Anyway, the room was empty. At dinner in the evening, Mr. Malik told a lot of interesting things about the Crown Prince Roland Colas of the Far East, as well as the history of the development of Goody Village. In the past 2 years after the founding of the Far East, The changes in Goody Village have been turned upside down, and the living standards of local residents have also become much richer than in any previous period. After listening to Mr. Malik, Joan was deeply touched. In his view, a rich and happy valley village is not a big deal, but if all areas in the Far East are developing like valley villages, and the village looks fast, the kingdom of Kolas, which has been independent for less than 2 years, is also terrible. Perhaps without waiting too long, this nascent country will attract the attention of the world and leap into another powerful power in the world of Vales. 1621, August 13th, 9:20 a.m. The morning mist dissipated, and the morning glow sprinkled toward the rich earth in the far northeast. The parallel railroad tracks extending from south to north reflected the sunlight shining brightly, like 2 silver lines displayed on the earth. The sound of horseshoes moved from far to near. 6 knights drove the horses and galloped along the railroad until the border between the bush and the misty swamp was strangled. In the hiss, the 6 horses stopped, and the knights on horseback jumped and jumped. After riding for more than an hour along the railroad track, Joan twisted his sore waist after dismounting, and his eyes fell naturally on a big tree beside the road. The trunk was obviously marked with a secret mark, and 2 lines of bright red slogans were presented in the magic cold light. Beasts are everywhere, don't get off. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1329. Chickens, Snakes and Beasts in the Valley. 1. The unnamed sheriff of the valley village, Nikolay, walked to the juvenile mage and explained to Joan, who was watching, the slogan. Grizzly bears, wildcats and poisonous snakes are often seen in the nearby forests. Recently, there are chickens and beasts on the railroad. We put a mark on the tree by the railroad to remind passengers of the train passing through this section. Close the doors and windows tightly, and don't get out of the car to avoid being injured by the beast. Joan nodded, thinking that Mr. Nikolai was very thoughtful, and indeed a responsible sheriff. At this time, Medea, Peter and Bavara also led the horse and came, followed by a strong young militia. Nikolai glanced at the hillside overgrown with trees and turned back to the crowd and said, "There are no ready roads leading to the depths of the forest, nor can we ride horses. We can only walk into the mountain. Jason, you take the horse back. When we return, we can take a ride on the railway to the village." "Okay, Mr. Nicholas, please be careful." The young militia named Jason took the reins, passed by the crowd, mounted his own horse, led the other 5 horses, and returned to the same way. "Mr. Nicholas, in fact, we don't necessarily have to walk in the jungle. It is more convenient to cast a spell directly to the valley where chickens, snakes and beasts live," said Medea. The cloak behind Joan's neck shook slightly, and a blood mosquito burrowed out, turning into a lily form after landing. "Sister Medea is right, Ruby, I don't want to drill in the bushes of bushes." Miss Ruby looked down at her red dress with tassel decoration, which was obviously not suitable for hiking in the wild. "I can use wild transformation to become a bird flight, but what about Peter and Nikolai brothers? They can't fly spells." Buffalo was awkward. "Let me solve this problem." The serpent warlock smiled faintly, blessing Peter and Nikolai 3 rings of flying skills one after another, creating a pair of atmospheric wings behind them that could attack free flight. Peter fluttered his wings excitedly, and Nikolai thanked Medea and tried to fly. "2 of you guys, wait for me." Miss Catwoman quickly displayed her druid's signature ability, wild transformation, turned into a falcon and flew up, chasing the 2 companions. To how Katie was surprised that the master left him and flew away alone, meowing anxiously. Ruby looked up at the distant falcon and said softly to Tihao, "Katie, Sister Bavara's falcon turned out to be too small to fly with you, but don't worry, Ruby, I can fly with you." With that said, Miss Ruby became a hybrid form, with a pair of translucent membrane wings spread behind her. Tihao was taken aback by Ruby, who changed her image. Fortunately, she was an animal partner of Druid after all. On weekdays, She often sees buffalo becoming a variety of birds and beasts. She did not refuse the good intention of Miss Ruby and was held in her arms and flew into the air. Medea shot himself a flying technique, and Joan also turned into a bee-like form, followed Ruby into the air, and soon caught up with Nikolai, Peter, and Baphora. Overlooking the earth from a high altitude, the forest scenery is panoramic. There are many volcanic hot springs in the far northeast. The spring water nourishes this fertile black land. The wild jungle spreads along the hot spring basin like a green ribbon, adding a touch of life to the snow-covered northern mountains. Joan and his party flew over the jungle. Originally it took a whole day to walk. They took less than half an hour to get it. Under the guidance of Nikolai, they landed in front of the entrance of a valley among deep Tibetan forests. Joan first took out the navigation compass according to the convention, generated the surrounding map and stored it, and then used his higher mosquito finger technique invented, turning the left and right fingers into blood with invisible and silent functions. Mosquito ordered this little spy to sneak into the valley to search for the traces of chickens, snakes and beasts. After waiting for less than 10 minutes, Joan sensed the mental fluctuations returned by the blood mosquitoes. It seemed that he had found the target and quickly projected the viewing angle onto the blood mosquitoes. With a slight trance, Joan's vision switched from the entrance of the valley to the interior of the valley. When he was still adapting to the changes in light, there were already clucking chicks in his ears, which were mixed with high-pitched and loud roaring sounds like roosters. Joan looked in the direction of the roar of chickens, and saw a large group of turkey-like creatures in the distance, burying his head in the grass to eat insects. Blood mosquitoes are also insects themselves. The big birds in the valley are their nemesis, so they don't dare to get too close, only to see a vague outline. Joan did not force the blood mosquitoes to spy on the group of large birds suspected of beasts and snakes, chanted the mantra softly, activated the eagle eyes attached to the prosthetic eye, and set up an invisible observation about 30 feet above the bird group. Joan switched his observation angle from the blood mosquito scout to the eagle eye observation point, and the scene in front of him became clear. The big birds that are foraging in the grass are indeed similar to the illustrations of the chickens and snakes in the Monster Book of Vale's Magic Beasts subvolume, and the outline is very similar to the large turkey. But there is no body growing feathers, rough and naked skin covered with colorful particles. The texture is closer to lizards than poultry. What impressed Joan even more is that this creature has a pair of black membrane wings, like the wings of a bat, and behind it is a black scale tail covered with scales, which flexibly swings with the movement of the body. This group of monsters has the physical characteristics of birds and reptiles, so it is no wonder that they are called chickens and snakes. The group of chickens, snakes and beasts in Joan's vision has a total of no less than 20, most of them are females, and only 4 of them have flaming raised above their heads, and there are under the jaws. They are particularly tall and strong. Obviously it is a male chicken and snake. The males in the herd seem to be more restless and aggressive than the females, from time to time flapping wings, extending the neck, whining each other to demonstrate. At this moment, a male chicken, snake and beast found a viper in the grass, and immediately threw it up in surprise, piercing the viper head with a hard and sharp beak like a hook. The viper's response was also very quick, and quickly shrank his head in a ball, thrillingly avoiding the peacock's bite. The male chicken snake was shot down, and its beak and mouth pecked on the rock beside the viper, shining sparks. At this time, another male chicken, snake, and beast also discovered the viper with thick adult arms. It ran over and pecked at the neck of the snake fiercely, struck the stone skillfully, and smashed the snake head twice. The body twitched and twisted into a ball. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1330 Chickens and Snakes in the Valley 2. The male chicken and snake that had attacked the viper previously missed it, and it was obvious that he was the first prey to find it. As a result, it was picked up by other roosters. It was very angry, but he pounced and pecked the viper's tail, struggling to tear back, trying to eat back. But that pecked the viper, of course, refused to let out the prey that had just reached his mouth, biting the snake's neck tightly. The two male chickens, snakes, and beasts gave each other their eyes, and their eyes were full of anger, like a tug of war. They all exerted their strength to compete for prey, and pulled the viper body straight. Just when they were stalemate, the other two males in the flock came close with no good intentions, one left and one right, standing on both sides of the tight snake body. You bite me and bite the viper with ease. Tear the snake's skin, peck out the white tender meat, and enjoy it in a big mouth. The two who were still in the tug-of-war saw their two speculators running to wipe the oil, and their eyes swelled with anger. However, they can't speak out, otherwise they will give up their prey, and they will have to drag backwards desperately, trying to grab the prey as soon as possible, drive away other competitors, and enjoy delicious food alone. These two unlucky roosters fell into the embarrassing situation of riding a tiger hard, with prey in their mouths, but had no time to taste. It was the two later roosters, who had come earlier rather than coincidentally. While they could not dispute, they buried their heads and pecked at the flesh of the snake. After a while, they pecked away the blood and flesh in the middle of the snake's body, exposing the bones. A male chicken, snake and beast stretched out its flexible neck, protruding its beak and mouth into the abdomen of Agkistrodon, and drew out a walnut-sized, green-colored snake gall and swallowed it into its belly. The two roosters competing for the viper were really intolerable at this time. Almost at the same time, let go of the snake corpse, rushed to the two white-earting and similar fellows, and fought angrily. The four roosters were fiercely tussled on the grass. They were abandoned by the viper body on one side. The flecked flesh and blood of their abdomen glowed with grey mineral color, slowly spreading to the sides of the head and tail, and hardened. Joan's eyes looked through the eagle-eye observation point to observe the fast just staged below, noting that the viper that had been pecked to death by chickens and snakes was gradually petrifying. The petrification phenomenon first occurred around the wound bitten by chickens and snakes, and then spread to the surroundings. This is very similar to the petrification attack of the unicorn rabbit, and it is also possible that the toxin causes blood calcification. Judging from the spreading speed of petrochemical characteristics, petrochemical toxins transmitted by chickens, snakes and beasts through bites are obviously more violent than the similar toxicity of unicorn rabbits. The intuitive performance is that it causes petrochemicals to run faster. The four roosters are still fighting, and the snake corpses that they have forgotten on the side emit fresh blood, attracting the female chickens, snakes and beasts wandering in the valley. Flocks of hens, with smaller chicks, whispered to the viper, screaming and fighting while the restless roosters were enjoying the meal. Joan noticed that the female chickens, snakes and beasts had torn off the fresh snake meat that had not been petrified, and left it for the cubs to eat. Then they turned their heads back and cut the petrified flesh with their hard beaks and beat them into their thumbs. Big and small stones were swallowed into the belly one by one. The feeding scenes I saw in front of me not only reflected the hens' love for the chicks, but also made Joan aware of a problem. Chickens, snakes and beasts who are not yet young seem to have weak digestive ability and cannot eat petrified prey. They can only eat insects, seeds, wild fruits and fresh meat. As for their mothers, those adult chickens, snakes, and beasts don't mind pecking petrified snake meat. They can see that they can absorb nutrients from them, just like petrified lizards occasionally eat prey that turns themselves into rocks. Judging only from the ability to digest minerals, juvenile chickens and snakes are similar to unicorns, and adult chickens and snakes are more powerful than unicorns, and even inferior to petrified lizards. Joan soon remembered that domestic chickens would occasionally eat pebbles. The stone enters the sand sac through the chicken's crown sac, accompanied by muscle motility, which plays the role of grinding food to promote digestion, but it is not really able to absorb any nutrients from the stone. As distant relatives of domestic chickens, do chickens, Snakes and beasts have organs similar to crowns and sand pouches. The behavior of chickens, snakes and beasts eating petrified prey is like that of domestic chickens. They just use stones to grind food, and then they will be completely excreted. Or can they actually digest the stones and absorb the condensed nutrients? To answer this question, it is not enough to just watch the chickens and snakes eating. Joan must also dissect the chickens and snakes by himself, and figure out the digestive function of this creature before they can reach a conclusion. Thinking about it this way, Joan withdrew from the eagle-eye observation point and consciously returned to his body, describing everything he had just seen to his companions. Finally, Joan said one detail that everyone cares most about. A total of 24 chickens and snakes have been observed in the valley, including 10 cubs, 10 female adult chickens and snakes, and 4 male adult chickens and snakes that are stronger and more ferocious than females. Wow! There are so many monsters. Peter scratched his head. On average, we each have to deal with 4 chickens and snakes. This is not a joke. Peter is just a level 3 priest, a bit reluctant to deal with 2 adult chickens and snakes, not to mention fighting against 4 at the same time. Buffalo is a 6th level druid, and Nikolai is a 6th level paladin. Their strength is a bit higher than Peter's, but they are not fully sure to solve 4 chicken snakes without prejudice. Beast, and one specked by chickens, snakes and beasts, waiting for their destiny. It is likely to become a stone statue. Medea sensed the dignity of the atmosphere and smiled and comforted Peter, Nikolai, and Bavara. Wait a second, you just need to protect yourself. As for the chickens and snakes in the valley, give me and Joanne and Ruby will deal with it. Buffalo snorted in disbelief and raised his face. As a village druid, indulging chickens, snakes and beasts to expand to this point is my dereliction of duty. I will never evade my due responsibilities. Medea saw that the kitten girl was the kind of competitive character. The more she persuaded her to pay attention to safety, but she was more active, and she smiled, without further persuasion, turned and said to Joan, "Bless me with a sensory link. I want to see the distribution of chickens, snakes and beasts in the valley." Joan nodded, inspiring the power of myth, photographing the myth link on the snake hair warlock, and blessing Ruby with the myth link. Medea projected the perspective onto the eagle-eye observation point created by Joan just now. After watching for a while, she turned back to her companion. Most chickens, snakes, and beasts are gathered together, which is convenient for us to concentrate on the spell. Wait a minute. I will use Joan's blood mosquitoes as a starting point for the spell, to give the valley herd azure prize. Most of the scared chickens and beasts will running outside the valley mouth. You pay attention to intercept. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1331 Fried Nest. Everyone supported the battle plan proposed by Medea, and Joan made a little addition. Before Medea's spellcasting, I first set up a refuge hut at Taniguchi. If there are too many chickens, snakes, and beasts that everyone can't resist, you can withdraw the hut first, so as not to fall into the encirclement. This is a good idea. There is a safe refuge, and we have nothing to worry about. Medea gave the young master a smile of approval. Nikolai thought about it, and gave Medea and Joan a piece of advice. You better not use fire spells to attack chickens, snakes, and beasts. The vegetation is dry in midsummer. In case of a forest fire, the trouble will be even greater. Peter also remembered one thing, and then Nikolai said, "It doesn't matter if you accidentally get bitten and petrified when fighting the snake and snake. Collect the blood of the snake and smear on your body. After 2 or 3 minutes, the petrochemical industry can be lifted back to normal." Medea's eyes lit up, and she said to Joan excitedly, "This is exactly the same experiment we did with the unicorn the day before yesterday." The conclusion is exactly the same. Joan nodded gently. He and Medea once collected blood samples of the unicorn rabbits for experiments, and found that the blood of the unicorn rabbits can remove the petrification caused by the unicorn rabbits. but cannot remove other petrochemical effects. We used the blood of petrified lizards, as well as your own blood, and the experiments we have done all support the same conclusion. It seems that this is the commonality of petrochemicals, Joan speculated. Medea nodded in agreement and made further inferences. The blood of petrochemical creatures can remove the petrochemical effect caused by themselves or the same kind of creatures. The reason for this commonality is probably the remedy mechanism gradually formed by petrochemical creatures to prevent accidental injuries during the long evolutionary process. Joan agrees with her point of view, however, whether this inference is realistic needs further research to verify. While chatting, Joan and others were not idle, sorting out their weapons and equipment. Joan first blessed the protection spells one by one for his companions, then took a crystal bead from the cast material bag and threw it on a relatively flat open space near the valley mouth to build a refuge hut. After the people were ready to fight, Medea used the myth link to project his perspective on the blood mosquito agent, using the blood mosquito agent as the starting point of the spell, waving a wave to the area where the chickens and snakes gathered in the valley. Blockbuster Frost Nova enhanced by magic expansion super magic. The pale cyclone violently erupted, and the group of chickens and snakes that were affected by the cold were instantly frozen, including 2 adult female chickens and snakes and 6 young animals. The rest of the chickens, snakes, and beasts in the valley were also frightened by the sudden magic cold, suddenly burst their nests, and fled separately. The 4 female beasts took their cubs and hurriedly hid in the cave deep in the valley. The remaining 8 adult chickens and snakes turned their heads and rushed out of the valley, led by the 4 most fierce and aggressive male beasts. Red Eyes, angry, searching for the intruder who just cast a spell to attack them. Everyone beware. A large group of chickens and snakes rush out. Ruby saw the dynamics of the chicken and snake beast through the myth link and hurriedly reminded Peter, Nikolai and Bavara beside him. With an enchanted rifle in his hand, Peter saw a figure of a big rooster flashing in the grass of Taniguchi from afar. Without thinking about pulling the trigger, a lead shot whistled out of the bore with an arc flash. Boom! The bullet hit the chest of the male chicken and snake at the front, and the blood burst at the same time stimulated the 2 ring of magical shattering sound waves attached to the bullet. The group of chickens and snakes that followed the male beast also suffered. Sonic bombardment, stunned by a sharp, sonic boom. Nikolai shakes one arm, throws out a flying knife first, then pulls out the saber and rushes up. A white light flashed through the air, and the next flying knife was already nailed into the chest of the chicken and snake. The injured rooster didn't have time to whine. Nikolai rushed to the front and waved a knife to his head. Blessed the blade of the paladin one thunder slash in advance, the high-frequency vibration of the flash, splitting the head of the flaming chicken crown in half, and at the same time, thunder roaring that shook the mountains, and others surrounding the chickens and snakes are all deaf. Bavara has already photographed a 2 ring of magic that strengthens his defense in advance. The delicate skin of Catwoman glows dark green, and under the protection of the spell, it becomes as tough as the old bark. In addition, she also blessed her hands with magic teeth to temporarily upgrade her already sharp cat claws to enchanted weapons. After making these preparations, Bavara used Druid's professional ability to wildly transform from a petite and delicate Catwoman into a fierce and strong black bear, following Nikolai's footsteps and roaring towards the herd. Buffalo's animal companion Tutor Katie also rushed up with the owner, assisting Nikolai to block the narrow mountain road, preventing the chickens and snakes from rushing out of the valley and attacking their companions behind them. Ruby did not patronize and watch the excitement, flapping her wings to catch up with Katie and Buffalo, who turned into a black bear, and showed Joan to help her develop a new awakening 5-ring spell Animal Aberration after the blood potential. For Katie and Buffalo increased her combat power. Katie and Buffalo gain magical blessings, each having a larger size, an 8-fold increase in body weight, a strength attribute of 8 points, a physical attribute of 4 points, and defense and resistance have also been significantly enhanced. How instantly becomes a tiger, and black bears become as big as brown bears. Buffalo, whose fighting power soared, rushed into the herd with Katie, and it was just as easy to kill chickens and beasts. The two chickens and snakes that first encountered Buffalo and Katie had no chance to cast their petrified bites. They were rubbed by the roaring giant bear and the big cat on the ground, and a brain patted by the palm of the bear burst. The other was even worse, and Katie broke her neck alive. After casting Frost Star, Medea did not continue to cast offensive spells, soared to the top of the valley mouth, released petrified rays in both eyes, and fixed a male chicken, snake, and beast, and turned into a stone statue in the blink of an eye. Medea didn't want to kill all the chickens, snakes, and beasts. She and Joan even needed a living experiment. The chickens, snakes, and beasts petrified by the snake hair warlock did not really die. They were brought home after the battle and painted with some of her own blood. They could be released from petrification and kept in cages. Joan stayed in the refuge cabin and watched the battle through the eagle-eye observation point set above the battlefield. The situation on the battlefield is completely controlled by one's own side, and 8 chickens, snakes and beasts have been resolved. There were 1 male, 2 females and 3 chickens, snakes and beasts. When they saw their companions being slaughtered by the invaders, they all screamed and shouted. They narrowed their necks, picked up their tails, turned their heads and fled into the valley. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1332 Mythical Rooster. Joan didn't want to indulge these monsters to escape, sending out a psychic wave, let Ruby fly up to chase the 3 escaped chickens, snakes and beasts, and at the same time took out an air dread squid whisker from the casting material bag and quickly made a casting gesture. At the moment of chanting the start spell, Joan used the special effect of Mythology Link and used Ruby as the starting point to cast a 4-ring spell that he learned not long ago to the 3 chickens, snakes, and beasts who only fled their heads. 3 chickens, snakes and beasts were on the ground, and suddenly there were countless black tentacles, as if the rattan was dancing wildly, entangled them tightly, and tightened their strength. The chickens, snakes, and beasts that fell into the trap were frightened and screamed, struggling desperately, but more and more black tentacles clapped, and in a blink of an eye they were dragged into a dark tentacle clump, entwined from head to toe, exerting force titan. In the tentacles, the sorrows of the 3 chickens and snakes gradually faded. Joan didn't want to kill these precious subjects, and when they were strangled to lose consciousness, he remotely controlled the black tentacles to stop the attack. Medea lowered her flying height, found the 2 hens who had passed away from the tentacles, pinched their necks, and held each one by hand. Ruby also flew over, helped Medea to pick up the unconscious rooster, returned to Joan's refuge cabin, and tied it up with rope. The Battle of Taniguchi is over. 8 chickens, snakes and beasts were captured by Joan and Medea. The other 4 were killed by Nikolai, Peter, Barbara and Katie. No one was injured. Joan remembered that there were a group of chickens and snakes hiding in the cave deep in the valley, and ordered the blood mosquitoes to enter the cave to investigate and search for the missing chickens and snakes. The blood mosquito spy had just approached the hole, and suddenly Joan felt a slight hotness in the palm of his left hand, and a familiar mental wave came to his mind. Mythology. Discover tuned order mythical creatures. Joan was taken aback, and don't take the time to alert Medea and Ruby through the myth link. Beware, a mythical chicken and snake is likely to be hidden deep in the valley. Quickly greet Nikolai. They withdraw to the refuge hut. His warning had just been conveyed to the minds of Medea and Ruby. There was an unusually loud clucking chick in the cave deep in the valley, which attracted the attention of Nikolai, Peter, and Barbara, and turned their heads toward the cave. Just under their watch, a huge figure, following the roaring pace, rushed out of the cave. This monster looks like a female chicken and snake, but its size is huge, like a owl bear. Its golden brown eyes flash an angry light, black membrane wings, colorful skin, and the trailing behind the buttocks the python-like thick and long tail all shows the texture of ore, as if assembled from various rock plates. What a big hen! Peter looked at the angry monster across from him in surprise. It looks like a moving stone. Is it a construct? It's not a construct. This guy is alive and the grandmother of all chickens and snakes in the valley. Nikolai clenched his scimitar with a dignified look. No wonder the chickens and snakes are breeding faster than we expected. It's all this old hen ghost. Bavara, who became a black bear, with a low growl, agreed with Nikolai's speculation, and she also realized that if this grandmother-level mutant female chicken, snake, and beast were not killed, the herd would constitute the nearby railway and even the countryside. Threats cannot really be contained. The old hen on the opposite side, although larger in size than ordinary chickens, snakes, and beasts, has no advantage compared to Bavara, who is a bear and turned into a big bear. Bavara had full confidence in her strength and fighting skills, and her eyes ignited her fighting spirit. Medea and Ruby urged her to quickly withdraw to the refuge cabin, but she ignored it and roared towards the mythical chicken and snake. Seeing the owner rushing up, Tutor Katie also swiftly rushed out, cooperating with Buffalo from the side, striking the mythical chicken, snake and beast. Nikolai and Peter had already retreated after Medea's warning, but after seeing Bavara and Katie take the initiative to attack, he turned back with a little hesitation and assisted her in siege of the mythical chicken and snake. Medea realized that they had not heeded their warnings, frowned unpleasantly, and thought a little, then whispered to Ruby beside him, "You stay in the air, don't approach the mythical chicken and snake." Afterwards, a pair of wings of atmosphere was launched, flying height was lowered, suspended above the combat zone, and a glass rod wrapped in silk was held tightly in hand, ready to cast spells to support Nikolai and others. In fact, the warning she just sent was mainly to convey Joan's meaning. As far as her heart is concerned, Medea does not think that a mythical chicken, snake and beast can pose any threat to her. If possible, Medea would like to catch the old hen alive and study the similarities and differences between the mythical chickens and snakes and the common chickens and snakes in petrochemical capabilities, which will be of great benefit to the topic of her cooperation with Joan. It is out of such thoughts that although she urged Nikolai and others to retreat as soon as possible, she did not intend to return to the refuge cabin herself. In the refuge cabin, Joan frowned when he saw the situation outside, and quickly set up an eagle-eye observation point above the war zone. He paid close attention to the situation on the battlefield and prepared for law enforcement support. Bavara, Katie, and Nikolai teamed up to siege mythical chickens, snakes, and beasts. They seemed to have the upper hand, but only the parties knew that it was not so. The claws of the big bears and rabbits, as well as the sharp scimitar in the hands of the unnamed paladin, hit the mythical chicken, snake and beast one after another, bursting out of the dazzling Mars. The monster's skin was as hard as granite, and the attack of the people could not cause any scars worth mentioning on the body, but shocked his wrists. This is not simply a thick skin. The mythical chicken, snake and beast seem to possess some kind of supernatural defense ability, which can greatly weaken the damage caused by claws and blades. The three men besieged the mythical chicken, snake, and beast, and they did not take advantage of it. It was inevitable that they were uneasy when they were surprised. The mythical rooster and beast showed his fierce eyes, seized the moment of hesitation, and suddenly raised his wings, swirled and waved in place. The wide membrane wings were fully extended, and the wingspan was 12 feet long, as if flying on both sides. The iron wall, accompanied by howling winds, slammed towards Bavara, Katie, and Nikolai. Boom! 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 Three muffled sounds came in succession, and all three of the besieging mythical chickens, snakes, and beasts were repelled by wings that were as hard as steel, and stumbled into the grass. Peter realized that the situation was not good and quickly shot. The lead shot hit the neck of the mythical chicken, snake and beast. The strong impact force forced the monster to stagger back 2 steps and had to give up chasing Bafra. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1333 Petrified Aura. However, the bullet did not penetrate the throat of the mythical chicken, snake, and beast as Peter expected, aiming to scratch a shallow scar on its neck, and a little blood penetrated, and the wound stopped bleeding and solidified in the blink of an eye, restoring the ore-hard texture. The snake hair warlock raised a lightning beam with his hand, and the electric snake that tore the atmosphere split from high altitude to the mythical chicken, snake and beast. Just before the moment of the electric shock, the monster burst out with a strange energy wave. Affected by this energy, the speed of time around the mythical chicken and snake seems to suddenly slow down, and the lightning beam falling down from the sky is also restrained. The speed is suddenly reduced, and it slowly creeps down. Mythical chicken and snake, this seemingly bloated and clumsy monster, used a short time to slow down and exited 2 steps backwards. When the time flow rate returned to normal, the lightning beam had missed the target and wiped the wings of the mythical chicken and snake, blasted on the grass, bursting a dazzling electric light. What's the trick? Medea's eyes widened in surprise. It's a supernatural mythical ability. Joan stared at the mythical chicken, snake and beast and said thoughtfully, the energy flowing from the body of the mythical chicken, snake, and beast just now is too familiar to him, and is definitely the power of mythology. Joan himself also has several special abilities based on the power of myth. So although he is still unable to determine the principle of the emergency avoidance skill of the mythical chicken, snake, and beast, it can be asserted that it must be a mythical ability. Although the magical bombardment from the air was flashed in time with the power of mythology, the mythical chicken, snake, and beast were also greatly surprised, looking up at Medea, and the golden brown eyes flashed with a look of dread and irritation. The monster spread its wings and beat hard, and its huge body slowly rose. Wow! The old hen can fly. Sister Medea runs. Ruby couldn't help shouting nervously. Medea is closely watching the mythical chicken, snake and beast's slightly awkward flight, and is about to appease Ruby. Don't worry, this old hen is too heavy, and even if she barely flies, she can never catch up with herself. However, before the words could be spoken, she noticed that the mythical chicken, snake, and beast appeared a circle of white light, and a kind of familiar magical fluctuation, quietly spreading towards her. The snake hair warlock's face changed abruptly, and he didn't care much to say anything. He urged the wings of the atmosphere behind him to quickly distance himself from the mythical chicken, snake, and beast to avoid being attacked by the strange aura radiating from her. Medea responded fast enough and the enclave was fast, avoiding the aura radiation in a panic, and the young priest who raised a gun on the ground to prepare for a sniper was not as lucky as she was, and was protected from the grey aura radiated from the air. Immediately felt stiff, bad. Peter realized that his situation was not good, quickly put away his shotgun, turned his head and ran away. However, the feet were heavy like lead, and they fell into the bushes without running a few steps. The body irradiated by the pale white light quickly hardened, and after a few seconds, they were completely petrified from head to toe and turned into a grey stone statue. Buffalo heard Peter's exclamation from behind, looked back, and found that the young priest had fallen, gritted his teeth, and ran back desperately, carrying Peter, who had turned into a stone statue, and turned to the refuge cabin running in the direction of where you are. After Bavara became a black bear, her physique was greatly enhanced, and the animal aberration that Ruby imposed on her was still in effect, further strengthening her physique and radiating the petrochemical aura of the mythical chicken, snake, and beast. The resistance is far stronger than Peter. The entire rescue process took less than 3 seconds, and then it broke away from the radiation range of petrochemical aura. Therefore, petrochemical aura did not cause much hindrance to her. At this time, the mythical chicken, snake, and Beast had realized that the Green Woman Warlock flying in the air was too fast to catch up with herself. She simply gave up chasing Medea, and fell back to the ground, spreading a radius of 30 feet wide. Petrochemical Laura took a big step to catch up with Nikolai and Bavara. Bavara carried a heavy stone statue on his shoulder and ran as hard as he could. The distance from the mythical chicken, snake, and beast was still shortening. The petrochemical Laura gradually approached behind, almost touching her heel. At this moment, the ground suddenly shook slightly, and countless black tentacles spewed out, blocking the mythical chicken, snake, and beast, and first caught its feet, then spread towards the body, entangled from head to toe, as if wrapped in among the violent black membranes. Seeing this scene, Medea in the air immediately guessed that Joan shot in time, using Ruby as the starting point of the spell, and used the black tentacle to restrain the mythical chicken, snake and beast, and helped Bavara and others to circumvent it. She sighed with relief, and then added a cobweb to the black tentacles to further strengthen the other mythical chicken, snake, and beast, and buy time for her retreating companions. Medea was the last to return to the refuge hut, and he also picked up a corpse of chicken, snake and beast, and asked Bavara and Nikolai to collect blood from the corpse and smear it on Peter to see if he could lift the petrification. She is also not sure whether the mythical chickens and snakes can use the blood of ordinary chickens and snakes to relieve the petrification effect caused by the petrochemical Laura. If the result of the attempt ends in failure, it can only manage to hunt mythical chickens, snakes and beasts, and use its blood to remove petrification from Peter. Joan stood in front of the transparent force field shield and looked out of the house with a look of wonder. Ordinary chickens, snakes and beasts are trapped in black tentacles, and they can only be torn to death in the end. However, the mythical chicken, snake, and beast is obviously stronger than her heirs without mythical lineage. It took less than 2 minutes to break the double of black tentacles and cobwebs and chased angrily to the refuge cabin in front of. The monster even pecked and swatted, and frantically outputted it for a while against the force field shield. It was found that this layer of shield could not be destroyed. The petrochemical Laura also could not penetrate the force field shield. Cursing at the break, after venting his grievances, the mythical chicken, snake and beast turned their backs hummingly, twisting their butts back to the valley. This old hen cannot be let go. We have to find a way to catch it alive. Medea came to Joan and stood shoulder to shoulder with him, looking at the eyes of the mythical chicken, snake and beast, flashing a burning light. Mythical chickens, snakes, and beasts are not only valuable for our petrochemical research, but also an indispensable material for brewing blood honey wine. If you miss this opportunity, it will be more difficult to find a suitable winemaking material. Joan listened to her and immediately remembered that Medea had shown herself a list of recipes for brewing blood honey wine, which included the blood and eggs of mythological creatures. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1334. Catch a chicken. Mythical creatures are already very difficult to find, and the mythical creatures that spawn are few and far between. If you can catch the mythical chickens, snakes and beasts, bring them back to the silent hall and raise them. When it lays eggs, you can obtain the 2 key ingredients for brewing blood honey wine at the same time. After a little thought, Joan opened the storage bag and wanted to take out a black agate for the mage's nether palm and accidentally saw 3 small resembling black pearls come out and hand it to Medea. Medea took the black bead and looked at it, recognizing that it was a force field bead, immediately awakened to Joan's plan, and took a stealth on himself, flying with the force field bead out of the hut. Medea quietly overtook the mythical chicken, snake and beast from the air, and suddenly threw out the force field beads. Boom! The force field bead smashed on the back of the mythical chicken, snake and beast, then burst, and opened a circle of spherical force field shield to seal the unprepared mythical chicken, snake and beast. The impact force released by the force field bead blasting moment shocked the mythical chicken, snake and beast into a short dizziness. A few seconds later, he woke up, and was shocked to find that he was wrapped in a layer of transparent film. He hurriedly struck the layer of transparent film with a sharp beak and hard and powerful wings, trying to destroy it and regain freedom. Joan looked at the manic movement of the mythical chicken, snake and beast in the force field bead far away, and secretly laughed. Including the one just handed over to Medea, Joan had a total of 3 force field beads in his hands, all of which were seized from the crazy Mage Furch when he investigated the haunting incident in their Zoki mine. Has been stored in the storage bag, until just the first time it came in handy. The spherical transparent shield generated by the force field bead, similar to the 7-loop spell force prison, is locked in the creatures, unless it has an attack method dedicated to destroying the force field, or is proficient in teleportation spells. Otherwise all attempts to destroy the force field bead move is doomed. Joan walked out of the refuge hut, the hut disappeared automatically behind him, and he didn't care, went straight to the mythical chicken and snake beast sealed in the force field bead. Licheng's will not block the harmless sound waves. The mythical chicken, snake, and beast heard footsteps behind him, and turned back to see a young mage dressed in black robes approaching himself, and his face looked cold and indifferent. Anxious and frightened, he desperately hit the force field beads and tried to escape from the cage. Just when it was about to despair, suddenly found that the sphere restraining itself slightly shook, and quickly slammed forward again. The impact force was transmitted to the outer wall of the force field bead, even pushing the sphere to roll forward slowly. The mythical chicken and snake beast wide-eyed, extremely surprised, spread his legs desperately running in the ball. However, no matter how fast it runs in the ball rolls forward slowly, still like a turtle crawling. Joan hurriedly chased up, went around in front of the sphere, with one hand against the wall, preventing the sphere from rolling forward. Mythical chicken, snake, and beast saw the thin young mage, and stopped the huge sphere with one hand, and showed an incredible expression in his eyes. Even more shocking is yet to come. Joan grabbed the wall of the force field with one hand, and the mythical chicken, snake, and beast sealed inside lifted up easily, waved his hand to the sky, and raised his hand to catch the force field ball that fell back. This series of weightlifting movements, coupled with the turbulence of the force field ball rising and falling, made the mythical chicken, snake and beast extremely frightened, hiding their heads under their wings, trembling and groaning. Joan can easily throw up the force field ball, but it does not have any magic power, but because the weight of the force field ball itself is very light, and the weight will not be changed by the creatures sealed inside the sphere. After grasping the field ball, Joan set it aside, freed his left hand and pressed the ball wall, chanting the spell in a low voice. In conjunction with the super magic skill spell Overcoming Obstacle, Joan's magical power crosses the wall of the force field and applies a 3-ring spell Deep Sleep to the mythical chicken, snake, and beast inside the sphere, making it fall asleep. After casting the spell, Joan withdrew the force field ball, greeted Ruby, and asked her to use parasitic technique to control the mythical chicken, snake and beast. Ruby obeyed his instructions and turned into a mass of light red germ spores, which penetrated into the body of mythical chicken, snake and beast through the respiratory tract. While the old hen was awake and did not have the consciousness of resisting the invasion of germs, she easily occupied her body, which in turn dominated her will. After successfully parasitizing, Ruby woke up to control the mythical chicken, snake and beast. The probe rubbed intimately on Joan's hand, and murmured. Joan patted her head and whispered, "Take us to walk around in the cave." Ruby nodded in comprehension, and controlled the mythical chicken, snake, and beast back into the valley and burrowed into the cave. Joan and Medea followed, and found that the interior of the grotto is quite spacious, which seems to be the chicken nest where mythical chickens, snakes and beasts inhabit. In the depths of the nest, Joan and Medea found a large nest of hay and dry branches, which contained a pile of chicken, snake and animal eggs that were larger than the goose eggs. Medea ran over to take account and told Joan with a happy face, There are 20 eggs in total. Joan nodded and asked her, "Do you want to take it home and let the mythical chickens and snakes hatch into chicks?" The snake hair warlock smiled and nodded. Ruby also controlled the mythical chicken, snake and beast, flapping his wings in agreement. She is even more interested in raising chickens than Medea. Joan walked to the henhouse, took out a silver radiant handkerchief from his arms, spread it on the ground, chanted mantras, and turned the handkerchief into a portable dimension hole. While Medea was very swift, all the eggs of chickens, snakes and beasts were transferred to the dimensional caves and arranged neatly. Joan chanted another mantra, and the dimension hole closed automatically, changing back to a handkerchief. Joan picked up the handkerchief and heard a low chirping sound from the next door, and gave Medea a wink. Holding hands, the two walked lightly to the next door, and the probe glanced inside. Deep in the dark cave, the only two remaining hens curled up in the corner, panic-stricken, and the atmosphere did not dare to pant. There are 4 cubs of chickens, snakes and beasts that have not yet grown up, hiding their heads under the wings of the hen, and sometimes groaning. "Do you want to kill them all?" Joan asked Medea softly. Medea hesitated, seeming unbearable. Ruby took control of the mythical chicken and snake, leaned over and pecked at Joan's sleeve, pulling gently like a hole. Joan looked back at her, nodded intently, sighed, and turned away. Medea and Ruby did not disturb the group of chickens and snakes hiding in the cave, and followed Joan out of the cave. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1335 Petrified Mystery. As soon as he walked out of the cave, Joan saw Nikolai, Bavara and Peter approaching. Peter's recovery is good. It seems that the blood of chickens and snakes can also remove the petrification caused by the mythical chickens and snakes. This inadvertently provided a set of experimental data for the research projects of Joan and Medea. Medea truthfully told the scenes seen in the cave to Nikolai and others. Knowing that there are still some remaining snakes and beasts in the cave, Nikolai and Peter intend to take the opportunity to perpetuate the future, but Bavara does not agree to kill them all, and promises to regularly monitor the movements of the snakes and beasts and strictly control the size of the ethnic group. Considering that the mythical chickens, snakes and beasts have been captured, most of the chickens, snakes and beasts have also been killed. Bavara's strict monitoring is unlikely to expand to the original ethnic group, and it is unlikely to pose a threat to the villages along the railway. Everyone accepted the suggestion of Miss Druid, and did not kill the chickens and snakes to avoid causing local ecology. The unexpected deterioration of the environment. In this trip, Joan and Medea captured a pair of male hens, snakes, and beasts, 20 eggs, plus a mythical chicken, snake, and beast. The harvest was far more than expected. With the help of Joan, Medea, and Ruby, Nikolai, Peter, and Bavara have solved a big hidden threat to the railway and the village, and they are in a good mood. After thanking the 3 of Joan, they are invited to return Goody Village as a guest. Considering that there are several chickens and snakes with me, and the mythical chicken and snakes parasitized by Ruby, it is really a little scary. After asking for advice from Joan and Ruby, Medea declined to invite him, and it is here. Say goodbye to Nikolai and others, cast teleportation, and bring Joan, Ruby, and the captured chicken, snake, and beast directly back to the underground world. After returning to the Temple of Silence, Medea opened a stone room next to the breeding room of the unicorn rabbit as a venue for raising and hatching chickens, snakes and beasts. Joan wasn't idle, and he made a sunlight mirror installed on the ceiling of the chicken farm to provide indispensable light for the growth of chickens, snakes and beasts. After busy working on the chicken farm, the following week, Joan and Medea collaborated on a series of studies on chickens and snakes. By dissecting the bodies of chickens, snakes, and beasts, Joan discovered that this magical beast does have poultry-like crowns and sand sacs, and the sand sacs of chickens, snakes, and beasts are stronger than ordinary poultry, and can be petrified if swallowed. The material grinds and absorbs nutrients from it. Of course, this powerful digestive ability is only available in adult chickens, snakes, and beasts. The cubs can only eat fresh flesh and fruit, and they are omnivorous animals like chickens. The focus of Joan and Medea's research is toxins extracted from a special gland in the throat of chickens, snakes and beasts. When the chicken and snake bite their prey, the capillaries together with the beak are subjected to hydraulic pressure, and the saliva mixed with the toxin secreted by the gland is automatically injected into the prey. The external manifestation of the toxin is the rapid calcification of the blood around the wound until turn into a hard mineral. The petrochemical function of the chicken, snake and beast is exactly the same as the horned rabbit that Joan and Medea have studied before, but the petrochemical toxin of the chicken, snake and beast is more toxic than the similar substances secreted by the horned rabbit. Two kinds of petrochemical toxins will continue to cause calcification of the body after invading the blood circulation system of the organism. From a macro perspective, the agility attribute of the creature continues to decline due to the influence of the toxin, and when the agility attribute is reduced to 0, the creature will completely petrified. Joan and Medea separately extracted toxins from unicorn rabbits and chickens, snakes, and beasts, using rodents and goblins as experimental subjects. After injecting different toxins, under the supervision of higher endoscopy, the agility attributes over time axis change data. By processing these data and performing regression analysis, you can get two sets of curves. From the experimental data, the unicorn rabbit toxin causes an agile damage every 6 seconds on average, and the chicken snake beast toxin causes an agile damage every 3 seconds on average. It is not difficult to draw a conclusion from this. The petrochemical efficiency of chickens and snakes is equivalent to twice that of unicorns. Joan and Medea used the same method to collect the saliva of mythical chickens, snakes, and beasts, and used alchemy techniques to separate the toxins from the saliva to verify the petrochemical effect caused by the toxins. The experimental results show that the toxins of mythical chickens and snakes are similar to those of ordinary chickens and snakes, but the toxicity is more violent, causing an average of 1 agile damage per second, which is equivalent to 3 times that of ordinary chickens and snakes, and 6 times that of unicorns. Joan collected the mythical chicken, snake, and beast toxins from the experiment, and used the secondary ghost and axe to encapsulate it as the material for the poison strike, which is equivalent to strengthening the 3-ring poison strike into the poor version petrification. Be aware that the genuine petrification is a spell with up to 6 rings. In addition to the petrification caused by biting, the mythical chicken, snake, and beast also possesses a petrification ability with a completely different mechanism of action, which is petrochemical aura. When the mythical chicken, snake, and beast stimulates some mythical power, the petrochemical aura can be turned on, so that creatures within a 30-foot radius around them continue to suffer agile damage until the agility attribute returns to 0 and becomes a stone statue. The efficiency of petrochemical aura to cause agile damage is similar to the bite attack of the mythical chicken, snake, and beast. As long as the creature is within the range of aura radiation, and the physique is not strong enough to resist the erosion of the petrochemical aura, it will lose an average of 1 per second. Point agility attribute. The agility of ordinary humans is around 10 o'clock. Under the influence of petrochemical aura, and it will become a stone statue in just 10 seconds. In real battles, it really takes less than 10 seconds. When a person's agility attribute falls below 5 points, he is basically a crippled person who can't take care of himself. Petrochemical aura is undoubtedly the most terrible of all the supernatural petrochemical abilities that Joan and Medea have studied so far, because it can cause petrification to a large group of targets at the same time. The power even exceeds the petrochemical gaze of the snake-haired banshee and the petrified lizard. There is now a puzzle that puzzles Joan and Medea. The petrochemical aura of mythical chickens and snakes does not seem to be a toxin effect in any way. That is to say, It does not overlap with the mythical chickens and snakes or even ordinary chickens and snakes. Instead, it is closer to the petrochemical gaze of the snake-haired banshee. The question is, how can a creature like the mythical chicken, snake and beast have two petrification modes with completely different mechanisms at the same time? This phenomenon does not seem to conform to the general law of biological evolution in the Vilice world. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's Literature Update is the fastest. Chapter 1336. Bold conjecture. If the mythical chicken, snake, and beast is such an unnatural wonder, Joan and Medea have nothing to say. However, they are more inclined to think that the two abilities of the mythical chicken, snake and beast to cause petrification, petrified aura and petrified bite, are not as unrelated as they seem on the surface, and are more likely to be based on the same root, but only in different directions. The direction of evolution is only. If this speculation is true, Joan and Medea have reason to believe that the petrified aura is essentially a toxin damage, just like some radioactive minerals, causing human disease through radiation. This conjecture is not simply a brain opening. They can find similar examples in the actual spell configuration. This example is the 3-ring poison strike that Joan is most familiar with. As we all know, the poisoning effect caused by poison strike corresponds to the casting materials used. Instead of poison strike, pouring a bag of casting materials directly to the subject can actually cause poisoning. Poison strike itself has no toxicity. Its value is used as a transmission medium and as a barrel filled with bullets toxins, which makes poisoning such a complicated and high-tech behavior that is more simple and efficient. As long as a spellcaster has mastered poison strike, there is no need to learn additional toxicology knowledge or poisoning skills, and the purpose of poisoning can be achieved through a simple casting process. It is like a child holding a shotgun in his hand. He does not understand the principle of firearms at all, but as long as he can pull the trigger and aim, he can kill with a gun. No matter what casting materials are used, no matter whether the toxin was originally spread by blood or air, when the poison strike is performed, the toxin will fully merge with the magic power, and become a beam of light that hits the subject, directly causing poisoning. What does that magic beam of toxins look like? Isn't it like the petrified aura radiating from the body of the mythical chicken, snake, and beast? By comparing poison strike with petrochemical aura, Joan and Medea came to a conjecture. Aura is just a carrier, an amplifier. The real cause of petrification is actually the toxin produced in the body of mythical chickens, snakes and beasts. If this conjecture can be verified in the end, it can lead to more surprising inferences. The sight of the petrified lizard and the snake-haired banshee does not have the petrification effect itself, and it is also a medium for loading and amplifying petrochemical toxins, and this toxin is generated in the petrified lizard and the snake-haired banshee. The ancestors of petrified lizards and snake-haired banshees are likely to pass petrochemical toxins by biting or scratching their prey. However, when they evolved a more efficient petrochemical capability of petrochemical gaze, over time, generation after generation, the inefficient means of causing petrochemicals gradually deteriorated and disappeared. Today, only gaze this means of causing petrochemicals. Based on this ultimate conjecture, Joan and Medea can unify all the creatures with supernatural petrochemical capabilities in the world and conclude a set of universally applicable petrochemical principles. If this universal principle can be proven, Joan's on simplicit conception inventing a spell that can protect against all petrified attacks, also has the basis for realization. In addition to working with Medea, Joan also took free time to perform a full physical examination for the mythical chicken, snake, and beast, and collected some blood samples incidentally, and used mythical blood interpretation and number 4 runes used to test the blood samples. Analysis, from which 3 supernatural abilities are parsed. In fact, all 3 are mythical abilities. The first set of magic marks Joan parsed from the blood sample. The corresponding supernatural ability is called mythical stone armor. which is the hard skin of the mythical chicken, snake and beast that shows the texture of ore. In the previous battles, Nicola's enchanted scimitar, and Buffalo's bare claws with magic teeth, it was difficult to destroy the hard skin of the mythical chicken, snake, and beast. It is the role of mythical stone armor. Mythical stone armor is a passive ability that does not require mythical power to activate. As long as the mythical chicken, snake and beast are still alive, it will always take effect and provide two protective effects. First of all, mythical stone armor can reduce the damage caused by physical attacks. Unless the other party uses legendary weapons or mythical weapons including artifacts, each time it attacks a mythical chicken, snake, beast, it will automatically reduce weapon damage by 1.5 energy levels. In addition, mythical stone armor will also cause a level of anti-injury to the weapons that collide with it unless you hold a legendary weapon or a mythical weapon, otherwise you will be able to cut the blade and damage it. Next, the two sets of magic marks passed by Joan correspond to mythical evasion and petrochemical aura, both of which are active abilities and need to be activated with mythical power. Mythical dodge is the skill of the mythical chicken, snake and beast to avoid the lightning beam released by Medea in battle. Spending a mythical power can greatly improve its dodge skills and can often avoid normal situations. Can't get down to evade attacks. The biggest advantage of this mythical ability is that it can be launched instantly. It can be excited almost at the same time when the idea of avoidance occurs in the mind, but it can only be used to avoid one attack. If the enemy has subsequent attacks, it can only consume one more mythical power and restart mythical avoidance. Of course, the premise is that the power of myth is also available. The most important supernatural ability of the mythical chicken, snake, and beast, petrochemical aura, also requires the consumption of mythical power to activate, and the duration is proportional to the myth level. Mythical chicken, serpent and beast is a level 2 mythical creature. For every mythical power invested, petrochemical aura can last up to 2 minutes, with a radius of 30 feet, causing continuous agile damage to the hostile creatures in the range. One agility attribute is lost in 1 second, and the agile 0 creature becomes permanently a stone. Joan copied all the magic marks corresponding to mythical stone armor, mythical evasion and petrified aura into his spellbook. The next thing to do is to try to become a mythical chicken, snake and beast, simulating these 3 items' supernatural ability. In the past, Joan used mythical transfiguration to match the target creature's blood awakening agent to achieve perfect transfiguration. If his own bloodline pedigree does not include the creature type of the transformed object, and cannot be transformed directly, he must build a bridge and make a detour. For example, in the Baden wetland not long ago, Joan wanted to become a green hag. Simulating the gathering ability of the hags, he had to first use the grey bird's blood to bridge the supernatural creature humanoid monster. The category is included in its own bloodline pedigree, and then it can become a green ghost woman. But from now on, Joan doesn't need to bother so much. Using the 4-ring transformation, which is more powerful than mythical transformation, he can become almost all life species in the world directly. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1337. Looking for Sister Joan used a drop of blood from the mythical chicken, serpent and beast as a casting material, cast a transfiguration technique, and turned it into a mythical chicken, serpent and beast from the cellular level. The transformation was successfully completed. But the next link was not so wonderful. Joan still followed the old method. Please Ruby help. Inject a wake up agent formulated with the blood of mythical chickens, snakes and beasts, and after fully absorbing the medicine, start endoscopic surgery to check his body status. As a result, he was greatly disappointed. In the column of supernatural abilities, the 3 mythical abilities just analyzed did not appear. Joan originally thought that he should replace the mythical transfiguration with a higher level 4-ring transformation. It should not be difficult to simulate the mythical ability. However, it turned out that he was wrong. The 4-ring transformation is indeed very powerful, but unfortunately the energy level of Myth Blood Interpretation is only equivalent to a 3-ring spell, which seriously drags the hind legs. Joan has been promoted to a 7th level mage. His spellcasting ability has been upgraded to a new level. His horizons have also become wider, and he feels more and more that he once regarded him as a stunt mythical blood interpretation, and now he can no longer meet his needs. Fall into an embarrassing situation of not being able to stand up, embarrassing the task. If Joan still wants to keep this mythical spell, he has to spend more time to reform it completely, so as to release a more powerful analysis function. On August 22nd, North Bay, by a port wharf. In the summer afternoon, the breeze came, and the sea surface shimmered. Most of the ships anchored in the port dropped white sails. Only the new steamships equipped with magic crystal steam engines were still traveling in the roar of the motor, which seemed extremely busy. "Brother Joan, are we going to take a boat out to sea next?" Miss Ruby, who put on a white princess dress, holding Media's hand, looked curiously towards the ship that was queuing out of the port opposite the trestle. "If we spent 5 nautical charts this morning to purchase this chart, it was accurate enough to take a boat from Port to the Eagle Island located in the Mermaid Islands. The voyage is nearly 300 nautical miles." Joan unfolded the nautical chart in his hand and thought about answering. "Calculating like this, it takes a whole day to ride the boat." "Are you afraid of seasickness, Ruby?" "Oh, that's right. Let's just send it over." Speaking of seasickness, Ruby's small face immediately wrinkled, showing a disgusting expression. "Joan, they departed from the port of Midgard in the New World yesterday morning, crossed the Meteorite Ocean, the largest water in the world of Velice, and came to the North Bay area in the far northeast, planning to go to an island called Eagle Island in the bay. In the local area, search for the rare sea beast sister who is said to have been witnessed locally and has petrochemical capabilities. From the New World to the Old World's North Bay, if you travel by boat, you usually need to float on the sea for a month, and also pray for a smooth sailing along the way to avoid harassment by pirates and water monsters. It is possible to complete this voyage safely to nearly 7,000 nautical miles long journey. There is also a more convenient way to travel across the oceans, which is the air flight that has only become popular in the past 2 years. In a new type of magic airship with a cruising speed of up to 100 knots, sailing from the port of Midgard to the most prosperous trading city White Gull Port along the North Bay, it takes only 4 days to complete a new-way transoceanic voyage. Joan, Medea, and Ruby all belong to the kind of people with excess curiosity. In fact, they really want to take a magic airship and try this new way of traveling. They rushed to the ticket office in the port to find out how to buy airship tickets. As a result, a bucket of cold water was splashed. From Midgard Port to Port, if you buy a regular ferry ticket, you can choose any class. You can have a flight as early as this afternoon, and the fare can still be 20% off. However, if you want to take an airship, it's embarrassing. Book a boat ticket 1 month in advance and pay a deposit of 500 yuga per person. Don't be too expensive. You may not be able to book. "Why, I can't buy an airship ticket if I have money." Yes, you may not buy it if you have money. No way. Airship shipping business is still an emerging industry. Throughout the world of Velice, there are only a few airship companies that provide this service. All the magic airships put into operation by the above-mentioned airship company do not add up to 100. As far as the Midgard North Bay route is concerned, only one airship company headquartered in Port provides transoceanic shipping services. It is currently in the trial operation phase, and there are only 10 magic airships traveling between the 2 sides of the ocean. 10 shipping airships seem to be no less. Joan feels that considering the risk of air navigation, in today's era where society is still relatively conservative, there are not many people who have enough financial resources to buy expensive air tickets and dare to take risks to travel by airship across the oceans. It stands to reason that ferry tickets should not be so difficult to buy. After further inquiries, I learned that of the 10 airships traveling between the 2 sides of the ocean, 8 of them were so-called postal airships, not manned, but specifically used to deliver letters and parcels. In fact, think carefully, this is normal. At the stage of the emergence of air shipping, the two businesses of air passenger transport and air mail, compared with the latter, the risks are smaller and the profits are more abundant. The operators and shareholders of the airship company are of course willing to invest more airships in the express delivery industry. As for the passenger transportation business, they are actually just used as advertising gimmicks. Knowing that the so-called airship shipping company is essentially a courier company, Joan, Medea, and Ruby were all disappointed, and left the ticket office with disappointment. They didn't have time to delay a month to order airship tickets, and they didn't want to spend time on the boat to spend time at sea. They simply adopted a simpler and rougher way of travel and directly cast the spell to North Bay. Sending is not so simple. There is also a straight line distance of nearly 5,000 miles from the port of Meadged to White Bay in North Bay. Medea is the only one of the three who is good at teleportation, and can cast up to 1,100 miles per cast. A simple calculation shows that even if there is no deviation in the transmission, at least 5 relay transmissions are required to reach by a port on the other side of the ocean. Medea happened to have 5 5th level spell slots, took Joan and Ruby, and after 5 consecutive jumps, embarrassedly found that if the point was on the blue sea, the eastern coastline was looming in the mist. From their final landing point to the coastline, visually at least hundreds of nautical miles away. Medea no longer has a spell slot to teleport today, but if he casts directly to fly over ... except that Joan can become an eagle and master long-distance flight, it doesn't matter. Medea and Ruby have never flown so far distance, physical fitness may not hold up. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1338 Eagle Island. Just when Joan they were still hesitating whether to fly or hurry up, the sea and sky changed suddenly, and a summer rainstorm was about to hit. In the coastal areas in August, it is normal to have a sudden change in the weather. Rainstorms and even typhoons are part of the daily lives of coastal residents. Having said that, the three travelers on the lonely sea couldn't be at ease. Looking at this posture, the storm may come at any time. Even Joan, who is the most experienced in long-distance flight, can't fly 100 miles in a torrential and sudden shower. That would really kill people alive. Just when they were worried, luck finally improved. A schooner happened to pass by the sea, and Joan, Medea, and Leroux met the savior, hurried over, landed on the deck, and asked to take a ride. The registration place of this rig is in Bioport. The captain was very kind to the three casters who were in distress and readily agreed to send them to Bioport for free. Joan, half an hour after they boarded the ship, the summer rainstorm arrived as scheduled. The small tonnage sailboat violently swayed in the wind and rain as if it could overturn at any time. The sailors on the ship were not surprised by this small scene, and Joan also had experience of sailing at sea, and was indifferent to the wind and rain outside the cabin. Medea lives in the underground world and rarely has the opportunity to take a boat, but she seems to have a special physique. The deck is so shaken that she feels completely dizzy and excited. Poor little Ruby was miserable. Her sailing experience was limited to kayaking on a calm lake, or she could add a raft in the Baden wetlands. The stormy sea at sea is a strange and terrifying experience for her. Ruby tried hard to pretend to be fearless. Miss Ruby did not lack courage, but her stomach could not withstand the test of wind and rain, and the strong nausea caused by seasickness caused her to vomit. It was hard to survive until the weather was clear, and the sailing ship moored into Bioport at dusk. At this time, Ruby had spit out the last drop of stomach content, and his small face was pale as paper, and he had no strength to speak. Joan was carrying the poor little case. Seeing Ruby's illness, Medea had no choice but to cancel her shopping plans and found a hotel near the dock. After a night of rest, Ruby regained a little energy, and said to Joan with a lingering fear, "Ruby, I don't want to take the big boat anymore." Putting away the nautical chart bought at the fishing tackle shop at the dock this morning, Joanne took out the navigation compass and generated a stereoscopic view within 30 miles. After some comparison, Joan felt a little guilty in his heart, and whispered a few words with Medea. Medea nodded deliberately, took Joan and Ruby's hands respectively, and performed 5 rings of teleportation in the direction Joan just pointed out, turning into a beam of light rising into the sky. After a few seconds, the 3 collectively teleported 300 nautical miles away. Medea looked around and suddenly pointed forward, laughing. "Thanks to the gods for blessing me. The bad luck of every teleportation must get lost is finally freed by me." Joan looked in the direction of Medea's fingers, and within the field of vision, an island stood on the rippling sea, and a giant tower like a volcano rose up from the center of the island, straight into the clouds. Not just the Eagle Island Tower, iconic building Eagle Tower. Medea once again held Joan and Ruby's hands and teleported directly to the pier of Eagle Island. Eagle Island is the territory of the Adric family. The island has a resident population of less than 1,000, and it can't keep up with the valley village that Joan had visited before. However, it is such a small island that seems ordinary, and its reputation in the North Bay and the entire Far East is not small. Even Joan, who lives in the New World, has heard of the name Eagle Island. The reason why this small island is famous is mainly because it is the habitat of the giant eagle, and it is the largest and most mature artificial breeding base of giant eagles in the world. The supernatural falcon-shaped magic beast giant eagle looks like its name. It looks like an enlarged version of the eagle. The standing height is usually 10 to 12 feet, and the wingspan exceeds 20 feet. The eagle is of good nature and well-developed intellect. Most of them have basic literacy skills in adulthood. They can also use human language proficiently. They can be used as aerial mounts and independently perform combat missions. In the Vilice world, if they are not Pegasus and dragon creatures, they are closely related to human society and can be domesticated as large supernatural raptors. There are 5 main species, namely griffin, griffin horse, and crow, giant owls and giant eagles. Among these 5 species of raptors, griffins and vultures have the fiercest temperament. They can carry knights in full armor and are suitable as fighting beasts. The disadvantage is that they have low intelligence, aggressive, and are difficult to domesticate. The crows and giant owls have a high level of intelligence and are not inferior to humans, but they also have serious shortcomings. The jay is a sparrow-shaped magic beast. Its size is relatively small, and its load capacity is also the worst among the 5 magic beasts. The supernatural owl-shaped giant owl is not too big for its body shape and falcon-shaped object. Its load-bearing capacity is also comparable to that of a griffin and a griffin horse. However, giant owls, like their distant relatives owls, belong to nocturnal creatures, but humans are more accustomed to activities during the day and rest at night. It is difficult to match the regularity of work and rest between the 2 parties, so most giant owls do not like to live with humans. In a comprehensive comparison, the quality of the giant eagle is excellent in all aspects. The body and load capacity are not inferior to the griffin. The brain is as smart as the giant owl. The nature is mostly upright and kind, and has similar work and rest rules with humans. Because of this, the giant eagle is generally considered to be the most suitable species to serve as an Air Force aviation. However, it is not an easy task to domesticate this creature. Giant eagles mainly nest on offshore islands and feed on large fish, which is relatively rare in inland areas. If you want to domesticate giant eagles, you can only set up bases on the islands. And because giant eagles are so clever and have strong personalities, they cannot treat domestic animals like cattle and horses. In the eyes of giant eagles, their relationship with humans can be friends, partners, students and teachers, rather than servants and owners, not even livestock and feeders. Ordinary beast trainer. It is already very good to train the unruly giant eagle into a competent mount. If you want to go further, train the giant eagle into a qualified soldier and strictly obey the military regulations, it is even more difficult, harder. So far, looking at the entire world of theirs, only the Adrian family of the Eagle Island in the North Bay has inherited the unique skills of training military eagles for generations, and is therefore known as North Bay. Joan, Medea, and Ruby transported to the pier, and found a tavern nearby, with a golden anchor painted on the signboard. I thought it was the Golden Anchor Tavern I heard about when I was in Byerport. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1339 Quirky Tavern. When you come to an unfamiliar place and want to know the local customs, current affairs news, or want to inquire about information, the best place to go is the tavern. The three of them got off the trestle and walked straight into the Golden Anchor Tavern. As soon as the tavern door was pushed open, the breath of tobacco mixed with alcohol flew into the nose, and noisy noises poured into the ears. The lively atmosphere in the hall does not seem to be different from the pubs elsewhere, but after a little observation, Joan and Medea couldn't help but look surprised. Ruby's eyes widened in surprise. The hustle and bustle of the pub hall is full of drunk people. Half of them were men dressed as sailors or dock workers, and half of the guests were giant eagles standing upright and wearing feathers. The giant eagles are either in groups of 3 or 5, drinking beer around the wine table, or mixing with their human friends, playing cards, punching, laughing, and appearing very intimate. These giant eagles are no different from humans in terms of language or manner of conversation. However, their looks are so different from those of human beings. Although they get along well with the human friends in the tavern, in the eyes of Joan and other outsiders, they seem to be somewhat incompatible and very unreal. Joan also noticed that the giant eagles in the tavern had a sailor scarf around their necks. Most of them were pure white scarfs, and only 2 giant eagles were tied with orange scarfs. Unintentionally put the officer's shelf. Wow! There are so many great eagles here. But their manners don't look like birds at all. They look like humans put on the holsters of big birds, pretending to be giant eagles and drinking here for recreation. Ruby muttered in a low voice. A giant eagle by the side seemed to hear her vomiting, turning her head and grinning at her. The hook-like eagle's beak and sharp eyes made Scary quickly shrink back behind Joan, and the atmosphere didn't dare to come out. I have long heard that the eagle's mind is as smart as humans, but I really didn't expect that the eagles on this island were assimilated by humans, even their lifestyles. Medea couldn't help but express emotion. Joan nodded sympathetically, holding the hands of the 2 women and walking across the crowd to the bar. Behind the bar stands a giant eagle in a tuxedo and snow-white shirt. The feathers on the head are slightly white. The left paw is holding a sepia-light pipe. The right paw is looking at a newspaper on the bar. It looks like an handsome old gentleman. Hearing the footsteps, the gentleman with a gentleman's head raised his head and showed them to Joan. Probably a friendly smile for birds. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Eagle Island as a guest. The name is Hanks, and he'll wait for you. Mr. Hanks, are you the manager of this pub? Well, let's give each of us a drink first. If we don't disturb you, we still want to talk to you and ask about the interesting things on the island. Medea tried to keep a courteous smile. Mr. Hanks put down the pipe in his hand and looked away from Medea and Joan, turning to Ruby's face where his chin had just reached the bar counter. Sorry, let me ask one more question. This young lady is probably not yet 16 years old. Mr. Hanks looked at Joan. Joan thought about it. Ruby's psychological age was probably equivalent to that of a human girl of 8 or 9 years old, and nodded. That's really embarrassing. According to the decree issued by the local Lord Edric, no matter whether local residents or foreign tourists, humans are under 16 years old. Giant eagles are under 10 years old. They are not allowed to buy alcoholic beverages. Juice. Uncle Eagle, Ruby, I don't like drinking. Please give me a glass of apple juice. Thank you. With a relaxed smile, Mr. Hanks poured a glass of freshly squeezed apple juice, inserted a reed tube, and handed it to Ms. Ruby. Then a waitress took the tray and placed 2 glasses of beer with white bubbles and a roasted pistachio in front of Joan and Medea. Ruby took a big sip of apple juice, sipped his lips in satisfaction, and then asked Mr. Hanks, "Uncle Eagle, why do humans need to be 16 years old to buy wine, and the eagles only need to be 10 years old?" "Lovely lady, this is because our giant eagle family is more mature than you humans. Even if you are an adult eagle at the age of 10, you can already join the army." Mr. Hanks smiled gently. Joan listened to him mentioning the word "join the army," and his heart moved slightly, and then Ruby asked Hanks, "Are the giant eagles wearing sailor scarves in the shop, all soldiers?" Mr. Hanks nodded and then explained further. "They are all Far East airmen trained on the island. The white bandanas are ordinary soldiers, the 2 orange bandanas are non-commissioned officers, and the red bandanas are captains and the blue bandanas are military officers. However, senior officers rarely come to the tavern for recreation. Even if they want to drink, they will go to the officers' club on the island." Originally, different colors of scarves are equivalent to badges on military uniforms and represent different ranks. Joan noticed that the newspaper on the bar turned out to be the Motherland Daily published this morning. "When I contacted Mr. Hanks just now, the giant eagles in the tavern were all aviation units belonging to the Far East Air Force." Doubt. Mr. Hanks, Eagle Island is far away from the mainland and has been an independent territory since ancient times. Why should it provide giant eagles for the Far Eastern military? "Sir, from the question you asked, I can see that you must be a foreigner, and you know almost nothing about our North Bay, right?" Mr. Hanks gave Joan a deep look and saw that the young mage did not refute, then said, "It is true that our Eagle Island and all Baha'i city-states, including Bayaport, are actively seeking to merge with the Kingdom of Kolas, with our great king His Majesty Rudolph I as the head of state to form the powerful Far Eastern Empire. Although the resolution of the United States has not been officially announced, we all know that this is a deadly thing. Even the inhabitants of our island are now self-proclaimed by the people of the Kingdom of Kolas, for our purposes. What strange thing is the motherland in China transporting Air Force soldiers? It seems that Joan does not understand why the residents of Eagle Island on the lonely sea have such a strong sense of identity with a landlocked country that has just been established less than 2 years ago. Hanks then explained, "Our Eagle Island is willing to become a territory of the Kingdom of Kolas. In addition to the economic and military benefits after the merger, there is actually a more direct emotional factor." Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untlenovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1340 Reward Notice. Emotional factor. Joan raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Yes. Before the establishment of the Kingdom of Kolas, when His Royal Highness had not become the Crown Prince of the Far East, he was already the life-saving benefactor of all the residents of our island. We all love His Royal Highness. We are willing to serve him loyally and become his subjects under His Royal Highness." When Joan was in the Valley Village, he heard about the legendary deeds of the Far East Crown Prince Roland Kolas. He couldn't think of coming to the island thousands of miles away, and the legendary deeds of the prince continued in his ears. After listening to Mr. Hanks's account, Joan learned that the Hawk Island had been attacked by pirates 3 years ago, and was rescued by the Prince of the Far East, Roland Kolas, at a critical juncture. After that, Prince Roland and the Speaker of the North Sea Federation, Miss Liu Bofu Yangbo, the Behindthesans boss of the Yangbo business firm in the New World, collaborated to summon all pirate-polluted city-states in the North Bay to join forces to fight against Giant Island where the pirate headquarters is located. Through a fierce naval battle, His Royal Highness fleet defeated the pirate fleet with a weak victory over the strong, and then conquered the giant Demon Island. In the last battle on the island, even the queen of the pirates, the legendary witch Kraken, who was awesomely known as the North Sea Giant by the people along the North Bay, was also beheaded and entrenched by His Royal Highness. The giant demon pirate group in the North Bay for half a century was destroyed. After the independent establishment of the Far East, The newly born Kingdom of Colas has maintained close cooperation with the Eagle Island for the past 2 years. The newly built military pier and communication station on the island, as well as the mysterious lock project under construction, were built under the auspices of the Far East government. Even the most basic ration cannot be self-sufficient, except for the desolate island that feeds the giant eagle and has no industry to take. It can have today's prosperity and is completely dependent on the support of the Far East government. Of course, local residents want Colas. The kingdom has great respect for His Majesty the King and His Royal Highness. After chatting for a while, Medea got to the point and asked Mr. Hanks about the news. Hearing the name Sister, Hanks' eyes suddenly became sharper, staring at Medea for a while before speaking. "Ma'am, it's not convenient for Fang to disclose. What are you doing with Lord Sister?" Medea saw that the Mr. Eagle had doubts about his intentions, and simply told the truth. "Mr. Hanks, my mage friend and I are from the New World and are collaborating on the study of petrochemical organisms. It is said that Siesta's eyes can emit light that turns people into stone statues. We are very interested in this. I would like to ask him to provide some help for our research topic." "That is to say, you came to Eagle Island from the New World just for academic research?" Hanks shrugged. "Ma'am, please forgive me for my disrespect. This sounds incredible." Medea was not surprised by his alert. Fortunately, this was not the first time she was questioned. She was already prepared. She smiled at Joan first, then opened the storage bag, took out an old newspaper and handed it to Hanks. "Mr. Hanks, this is the Motherland Daily published 2 weeks ago. There is a message on it. Although there are only a few lines of text, it is related to a big news of the Austrian and French academia this year." Joan heard Medea's intentions and couldn't help her cheeks getting hot, and quickly bowed her head to drink, covering her embarrassment. "Mr. Hanks, please look at the picture. Is it a bit familiar?" The young Austrian genius, a record 14-year-old Rising Star winner, Hanks whispered through the humble newsletters. When he saw the picture, his eyes lit up and turned his head to look at Joan. "Ma'am, the award-winning genius in the report looks a bit like your mage friend. You have eyesight." "Mr. Hanks, that is indeed Joan." Medea took a sip of beer and said with a smile, "If you still can't believe us, might as well ask someone on the island who is proficient in arcane to verify it yourself. Is Joan the winner of the Rising Star Award? You must know that a genius like him, the future star of academia, is not just anyone who can easily pretend." Hanks is not an arcane spellcaster, but he is well aware that if a young man living in the New World, if his portrait is published in thousands of miles of foreign newspapers, it means he must be an amazing public figure. The title of genius scholar is still very intimidating, and Hanks looked at Joan with a little more respect. After thinking for a while, he turned and walked to the notice board opposite the bar, tore off one of the many notices, and placed it in front of Medea and Joan. Joan glanced curiously and found that this was a bounty notice. "It is about the remnants of the giant Demon Island pirate group. A group of rogues composed of sea wolves and flying sharks recently wandered into the waters where the Mermaid Islands are located. A cargo ship of Eagle Island was also looted and the loss was not small." Sir Radric issued this notice, asking for information about the group of pirates. If someone finds out the lair that the pirates are hiding, or learns about their next criminal plan, provide relevant information to Sir Edric, and after verification, they can get a generous bounty. "Mr. Hanks, does this bounty notice you show us have anything to do with Sister?" Medea asked in confusion. "Ma'am, please take a look at the bounty indicated on this notice." Hanks don't give a hint. "Bounty 500 quintals, plus a bottle of stone skin potion." Medea looked up blankly. "It is indeed a very rich bounty, but I still can't see it." "This is the same as Sister." "What's the connection?" "There are no high-level arcane spellcasters and no alchemists on this island. and only the Lord Sister is willing to use the stone skin potion as a bounty. Hanks replied in a low voice, "I don't understand this anymore. Since there is no expert for magic potions in the Eagle Island, where did Sister's stone skin potion come from?" Medea asked in surprise. "This potion is not made using alchemy or conventional enchanting techniques, but the blood of Sister Joan answers for Hanks. A magical beast like Sister is born with a supernatural ability similar to stone skin technique. Only adamantite weapons can penetrate its skin without hindrance. Sister's blood contains magic power and is a natural alchemy medicine. Take a small amount of Sister's blood and apply it to your body. You can temporarily obtain a defensive effect similar to blessing stone skin. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1341. Sea Wolf Joan, I understand when you say that, Medea guessed excitedly. If we find the pirate's den and report the reward to Sir Edric, we will have a chance to see Siesta. Wrong? Hanks nodded gently. Master Siesta is an old friend of our Lord. If you want to get help from Lord Sister, it is best to try to convince Lord Edric to support your research. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Hanks. Medea took out 3 gold coins and put them on the bar, and got up to say goodbye. Joanne and Ruby also followed her and left the tavern. Sister Medea, are we going to hunt down pirates next? Ruby asked eagerly. The serpent warlock pointed at the hawks hovering above his fingers and smiled bitterly. If the pirates are caught so easily, it's our turn to shoot, and they have long been targeted by the eagles in the air. Joan nodded in agreement, thinking, Mr. Hanks just mentioned that the pirate members are mainly sea wolves and flying sharks. These 2 monsters are recorded in the literature. The shape of a flying shark is similar to that of a common shark. The fins on the left and right sides are specialized into wings, which can be used for short flights over the sea. However, in most cases, the flying shark is more willing to lurk in the water and gather its wings. Shark. As for sea wolves, they are actually aquatic subspecies of werewolf infected with malignantism. They have the supernatural ability to change their shape, and they can become a sea-like beast form, a wolf-headed mixed form, and no normal humans. The distinctive humanoid form. The sea wolves in the humanoid form, if they are in the crowd, even the sharp-eyed giant eagle, it is difficult to see through their true colors. Medea smiled happily and said to Joan and Ruby, since we have taken over this troublesome job, don't expect to get it done as soon as possible. Anyway, we are not in a hurry at this time. We might as well go shopping on the island first. Maybe I could find some new clues. When I was tired, I went back to the pier for dinner and found a hotel to stay. Joan has no interest in shopping, preferring to stay in a hotel now and use his free time to study spells. However, he did not want to sweep the interest of the 2 female companions, so he silently followed behind Medea and Ruby, and walked along the pier boardwalk towards the Eagle Tower. Walking on the road, Joan was still thinking about the reward notice he had just seen in the tavern. It is a feasible idea to seek the opportunity to contact Sister by completing the reward task. The problem now is that this reward task is a bit cumbersome. The North Bay is so vast, there are tens of thousands of islands in the bay that can be used by a group of gangsters to hide. Joan and they are unfamiliar. Suddenly, Joan thought of the experience of searching for the inner-horned rabbit in the Baden wetlands. And then he had an idea. He quickly caught up with Medea and Ruby, whispered his intentions in their ears, and then turned around into a thick bush. Medea and Ruby stood beside the bushes, pretending to be a little chatter, in fact, helping Joan to catch the wind, secretly paying close attention to the surrounding movements, and preventing suspicious characters from approaching. Joan hid in a secluded area deep in the bushes, quickly inspiring a mythical power, intending to bless himself with secondary true knowing technique. At this time, he suddenly thought that he had been promoted to 7th level wizard, and the power of mythical power also evolved synchronously with the increase of mana, which could be transformed into a 4th level spell slot. Second true knowledge is just a 3rd level spell, and it is too wasteful to use mythical power directly. After a short period of thought, Joan added the super magic skill Higher Spell Delay to the second true knowledge, so that the duration of this spell was increased from 10 minutes to 100 minutes, which happens to occupy a 4th level spell slot. No waste. A murmur came from above his head, attracting Joan's attention. Looking up, a white-bellied seagull stood at the top of the branch, tilting his head, looking curiously at the young mage hiding in the bushes. "Good afternoon, Miss Seagull. Did you come here to volunteer for me?" "Thank you." Joan waved the mage's hand and seized the seagull across the sky. Seagull was strangled by invisible palms, struggling to struggle, screaming. The master's hand is, after all, a zero-loop trick with limited strength. Eventually, the seagull broke free and only 2 feathers were caught. But it didn't matter. Joan didn't want to kill Seagull, but just wanted to pluck a hair from her. The seagull flapped its wings and cursed and flew away. Joan waved goodbye to this kind-hearted volunteer, used a seagull feather as a casting material, extracted 2 seed mana, cast 2 ring spells Flying Beast, and attracted a large group of seagulls between his waves. There are thousands of them. Joan first established a mythical link with the mother nest will of the birds, and then grouped the birds, with 50 seagulls as a group, maintaining a minimum common will, ordering them to act separately, and unfolding the carpet for Eagle Island search. Since the mythology link can load all the magical effects that enhance the senses, these 20 groups of birds also receive the secondary true knowledge blessing. Seagull's eyesight is already very developed, able to see the fish swimming in the waves from high altitude. Secondary true knowledge to further enhance their vision, can see through invisibility, camouflage, low-level illusion and transformation ability including veterinary people's ability to transform is best used to search and investigate suspicious characters in a relatively closed space such as an island. Joan sent a group of birds to patrol and monitor the island, then walked out of the bushes and returned to their 2 female companions casually. In the following time, Joe installed to walk with Medea and Ruby. In fact, he secretly kept his spellcast concentration, remotely controlled the flock of birds, and closely watched all suspicious characters on the island through the eyes of thousands of seagulls. What is the suspicious standard? Sneaky is one thing, but a reference indicator that Joan values more is whether the goal is to intentionally change his original shape and appearance. For beast-shaped humans like Sea Wolf, which of the beast form, the mixed form, and the humanoid form are their true colors? Frankly speaking, Joanne couldn't give a simple and clear answer to this question. For example, an ordinary person was accidentally attacked by a best person one day, was bitten, and fortunately or unfortunately resisted the lethal threat of a beast-like virus invading the human body at the initial stage. The body cells merged with the virus, itself has also been transformed into beasted man. In this case, his original human image is the basic form. If he is killed in animal form, the corpse will return to human form. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1342 Search. Unlike the public's impression, the case of becoming an animalized person due to acquired zoonosis is only a small part of the entire animalized person group. A person was bitten by a veterinary person, infected with veterinary virus, and mutated into a new veterinary person. This is actually a small probability event. 99% of the victims have no chance to mutate. On the first full night of the outbreak of veterinary virus, they have been tortured to death by persistent high fever and sepsis. Only a very small number of people with a strong will be able to withstand the intense pain caused by the initial stage of the virus outbreak and persist until the end of the full moon night, ushering in the transformation and becoming a beast of humans. Joan's academic career started with a paper on insectosis. An insectification is actually a branch of veterinization. I am not humble to say that he is an expert in this field, and he himself is the 1% who survived the insectosis and mutated. He knows how dangerous this is. In fact, Even if you do not understand the progress of scientific research in this field, you can deduce it by using a simple fallacy method. People who are bitten by beasts of humanity are not so easy to become beasts of humanity. Otherwise, beast-shaped humans will increase in geometric series, and the world has long been filled with beast-shaped humans. Where else can ordinary people live? There are only a few cases of mutations in acquired veterinary viruses. So how did the vast majority of veterinized people come about? In fact, just like ordinary people, they were born by their parents. Both parents are beasts, and there is a high probability that their offspring will also be beasts. This kind of born beast-shaped human, their basic form is different from the beast-shaped human formed by the day after tomorrow, not humanoid form, but a mixed form of beast head and human body. Since the proportion of congenital beasted people in this group exceeds 90%, then statistically speaking, if a beasted pirate becomes an ordinary person and sneaks into Eagle Island for spying, then his true appearance, with a high probability, is the image of a wolf-head person, which is the image of the sea wolf best known by coastal residents. Starting from this hypothesis, Joan lays a group of birds over the island. If he finds a seemingly normal person, he actually has a werewolf face, and the other party is a spy sent by pirates. As long as he grasped this clue and followed his way, Joan was sure to find the nest of the sea wolves. While chatting and walking, the three came to the most prominent tower on the island. The Eagle Island landmark building. Eagle Tower is not entirely an artificial building, but a mountain that has been hollowed out. The outer contour of the mountain is well preserved, with dense bushes and pine forests growing inside. A huge cave like a pit is cut out, and it is bunched up to become a hollow cone-shaped building, and a honeycomb-like eagle nest is cut out on the inner rock wall. The top of the mountain is flattened so that the young eagle can get enough light. The Eagle Tower is a military-heavy ground, surrounded by wooden fences and barbed wire fences, and there is a guard patrolling. Tourists can only go sightseeing outside the fence and must not enter the restricted area. Joan stood outside the barbed wire for a while and thought it was meaningless. He wanted to return to the pier on the same path, and suddenly the girl's blame came to her ear. "Abigail, you are not an honest guy." On the surface, a very loyal young man, but he is full of bad water. "You give me a honest account. You really can't shoot the beautiful and charming beauty of this lady, or you deliberately treat me shot like a sand sculpture." "Cousin, I didn't mean it." "Lieutenant Abigail, you are less close to me." "Well, okay, Lieutenant Ophelia, the respect for you from the humble office comes from the heart. How could you intentionally take you very ugly?" "It's all blamed for this portrait mirror is too bad to shoot your real heroic." "Humphrey." "Mr. Ensign, I don't think there is any problem with portrait mirror. The problem is that your photography skills are too poor." "I don't have much to refute. In fact, I didn't want to help you take pictures. You forced me to do something I'm not good at." "Shut up." "As an aviation officer, you can't even take pictures of your sister. Can you still count on you to take accurate and reliable aerial pictures when performing reconnaissance missions?" But I think that taking pictures that are satisfactory to women and taking accurate military pictures are two completely different technologies." The quarrel caused Joan, Medea, and Ruby to be curious and turned their heads together. Right in front of the fence of the Eagle Tower, there stood two giant eagles standing face to face, with red sailor scarves tied around their necks, which seemed to be officers. The female giant eagle standing on the left, with her wings on her hips and her eyes full of blame, was reprimanding the male giant eagle on the opposite side. Her human voice was spoken, and her voice was as crisp and moving as a girl. The male eagle being reprimanded by the eagle is independent with one claw. The left claw holds a round mirror that emits magical aura. His wings keep scratching his head and he looks aggrieved. He occasionally defends two words, but he dares not argue aloud. "I'm afraid of the eagle." This scene of a quarrel between a man and a woman, if placed on a human body, is mediocre, but happens between two giant eagles, it becomes very dramatic. Ruby looked in his eyes and couldn't help but snicker. The eagle heard laughter, thinking that someone was mocking herself. Turning her head to stare, and scared Ruby to bow her head quickly. The eagle tilted her head and looked at Ruby. The anger on her face faded quickly. Instead, she smiled gently, waved her wings, and greeted Ruby. "Hi lovely little sister, where are you from?" "Oh, hello, Sister Eagle, Ruby, follow Brother Elder Joan and Sister Medea from the New World. My name is Aphrodite and I was born on this island. I am familiar with the environment here." "Sister Ruby, if you need guidance, I will be happy to help," the eagle said enthusiastically. Joan is manipulating the flock of birds to search the whole island. In order to avoid misunderstandings, he does not want to be mixed with this lieutenant of the Far East Air Force. "Miss Avril, I just inadvertently heard your conversation with that Mr. Abigail, and I am curious about what you are talking about with the photographic mirror." "This is it." Aphrodite took the large enchanted mercury mirror from the cousin's claws and handed it to Medea generously, and also enthusiastically introduced her to the use of the mirror. "This is the latest product from the Magic Factory in Kolersburg. It looks like a normal mirror on the surface, but you can switch to the camera mode by pressing the switch on the left side of the frame, and the mirror surface becomes transparent like glass. You can see the opposite scene through the mirror. Select the appropriate angle, press the switch on the right side of the frame. You can take the scene and the person you see into the mirror, and transfer it to white paper, just like a pair of meticulous paintings. Fine picture. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1343. Take a picture. After listening to the introduction of Aphrodite, Joan also had a little curiosity about this magic mirror. Upon closer observation, he recognized that the mirror was enchanted with 2 rings of Salia. No wonder he could shoot people and land escapes. And it was named Portrait Mirror. "Medea, would you like to use this mirror to take a picture of yourself and leave memorial on our picturesque island? It's much more convenient than asking the painter's portrait. You can take whatever you see, and it's exactly the same as the real image, and there will be no distortion or ugliness." Speaking of which, Avril suddenly stopped and rolled his eyes at his cousin. "The premise is that you don't be as unlucky as I am, with Abigail crappy photographer." "Hey, it's too much to say so. I'm clearly shooting very well." "You look like that already. When will you accept reality?" Abigail couldn't help but protest and was beaten mercilessly by the cousin and head boss with eagle wings. So he shut his head and shut up. Medea followed the instructions of Aurora and soon learned how to use the mirror lens. The only regret is that this magic guide cannot be self-photographed and must be asked to help take pictures. "Joan, can you take a picture for me?" "Okay." Medea looked at the young mage with anticipation. Joan hesitated for a while, but he couldn't bear to refuse, after all. But the ugly words were to come first. "If I can't shoot well, you must not complain about me." Medea's mouth promised to be happy, but when she posed and Joan shot it, she showed it to her, and she couldn't resist all kinds of fuss. Let Joan shoot at another angle. After several tossings and repeats, the serpent warlock was still not completely satisfied with his image in the mirror, either with the wrong distance or with the wrong angle, and asked Joan to delete it again and again. Joan was really impatient, so he inspired a mythical power and photographed the mythical link on Medea. "From now on, I will only be responsible for holding up the mirror and pressing the switch. Anyway, you can see your image in the mirror through my eyes. It is better to treat me as an adult meat stand." "When do you feel that the distance is appropriate, the angle is appropriate, and the composition is also it's reasonable? Just tell me to press the shooting switch. How about it?" "Good idea." Medea clapped her hands in joy. "It's a genius, a smart mind, don't really say." Joan's approach is really good. Under the personal command of Medea, the final results were quite satisfactory. Even if she felt in her heart, she still couldn't restore her image 100% perfectly, but after all it was taken exactly as she meant. No fault could be picked up. But Joan could only be blamed on her ideal looks and facts. The appearance of the above is not exactly the same. In order to dispel this thought of fear, Medea can only express satisfaction with herself in the mirror. Aphrodite came over to look at it, and praised it well. Miss Joan untied the storage bag attached to her wrist, took out a piece of white cardboard with a size that perfectly fits the mirror surface, and covered it on the side of the objective lens of the picture lens. Press the switch again to save the single photo of Medea, together with the scenery of the Eagle Tower as the background, are all printed on the cardboard. Medea thanked her and took the cardboard photograph. After seeing it, she felt more satisfied. She decided to go home and put it on the dresser. Ruby thought it was fun and raised her hand to ask Joan to take a picture of her as a commemoration of her visit. Of course, Joan will not refuse little Laura's request, photographing a mythlink on her, and continue to play the role of human flesh. Aphrodite's eyes looked aside, scratching her head, and finally couldn't help asking Joan, "Mr. Master, can you share the scene you saw with the spell you just cast?" Joan nodded and admitted, but did not correct her mistaking the mythlink as a spell. "Hey, so powerful." Avril rubbed her paws a little embarrassedly, eyes full of eagerness. "Mr. Master, can you trouble me to take a photo this way?" Joan recalled the critical attitude that Avrora had treated her cousin just now, and felt that the eagle was probably not very good to serve, so he replied, "Let Medea take pictures for you, she has a better eye than me." "All right." Joan inspires the power of myth and blesses the mythlink for Miss Eagle. In this way, with him as a relay station, Medea and Aphrodite also indirectly established a mythlink that can share vision. Joan handed over the portrait mirror to Medea and asked her to discuss with Avrora how to frame the scene, how to light it up, and how to sculpt it. The two women, together with the little Ruby who was eager to come up with an idea, chatted with each other very much. After half an hour, Avril, with the assistance of Medea and Ruby, took a picture that made him very satisfied. "Hey, guys, thank you so much today. Can I help you with something? Or, how about everybody going to the pub for a drink?" Aphrodite said happily. Despite the short time, Joan had a good impression of this hearty lady Miss Eagle. She exchanged glances with Medea, and later explained to Aphrodite, asking if she could help introduce Sister. Sister is an old friend of Uncle Edric. Although he hides on this island, he rarely shows up in public. This is due to his lonely personality, mainly because he thinks that he looks too strange and does not want to scare others. Aphrodite touched his chin for a moment and then said, "If you want to see Sister, it's best to visit Uncle Edric first. I heard that Sir Eric had lived in the Eagle Tower, but that was a military forbidden place. Foreign tourists like us were not allowed to come close at all." Medea shrugged helplessly. Aphrodite heard what she meant, and said with a smile, "It doesn't matter, I will take you into the tower." Lieutenant Abigail couldn't help but coughed twice, and whispered to remind the cousin, "It's not too early. We have to rush back to the camp to investigate the recruits. But we have no time to delay here." "It's not a matter of investigating recruits. It's not necessary that I have to be present in person. You just need to be the examiner for me." Aphrodite waved his hand, sent away his reluctant cousin, and led Joan, Medea, and Ruby to the Eagle Tower. Afla's military rank is not high, the reputation on the island is not small, and his face is also surprisingly large. In a few words, he dispelled the guards against Joan and the others, and took them into the military area with great swing. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1344 Lord of the Eagles. From the gate of the military area to the entrance of the Eagle Tower, climb hundreds of stone steps built along the hillside and circling up. Aphrodite accompanied Joan to the middle of the stairs, and they squatted on the steps and gasped, "Sorry, guys. Our birds are different from you humans." The knee joint is bent forward. This bone structure is suitable for pedaling the ground. It provides a strong boost when taking off, but it is not suitable for climbing. Let me rest first." Joan looked back at Aphrodite, eager to correct a common-sense mistake she made just now. The so-called reverse joint structure is just a public misunderstanding of birds. People who have dissected birds know that the structure of the bird's leg joints is not much different from humans. The usual reverse joint knee is not the real knee of the bird, but the ankle-length human ankle joint is not also forward bending. However, he thought about it, and after all, he still didn't say anything to correct Aurora's mistakes. Joan knew that his EQ was not high and was a bit nerdy, so he paid special attention to the atmosphere when dealing with people. As a bird, Aurora certainly knows his joint structure better than he does. Even Aurora himself does not mind using the reverse joint knee, although it is not precise enough, but it has been agreed that why should he be more corrective? It seems that Joan Vedado is learning, plain and annoying. Sister Eagle, Ruby, I can't figure out something. Miss Ruby frowned, looking serious like an adult. Since the Eagle Tower is the home of the giant eagle, and the giant eagle doesn't like to climb stairs, why do he have to build so many steps? Isn't it embarrassing you? After hearing Ruby's question, Aflair couldn't help laughing. Stretching out flexible wings, hugged little Lily in his arms and hugged her intimately, telling her with a spoiled face, "Little sister, because these steps were not built for us, the giant eagle family." The Eagle Tower is not just an eagle's nest, but also a lot of humans working in the tower. Occasionally, there are noble guests like you who come to visit the tower. This stairway around the mountain is built for people. Our giant eagle, it is more convenient to fly in and out directly from the skylight at the top of the tower without going up or down the stairs on weekdays. That's what it is. Ruby nodded suddenly. Sister Eagle, you can fly by yourself. You don't have to try to climb the stairs with us. That won't work. I'm your tour guide. Wouldn't it be rude to leave the guests aside and fly away by yourself? Avril stroked the cheeks of Miss Ruby with soft wingtips and said with a smile, "Sister, don't worry about me, sister, I have more effortless climbing skills." Saying that, Miss Eagle stood up. Her whole body was filled with cash magic, and her body was twisted and contracted violently. Just under Ruby's astonishment, she turned from a mighty eagle into a tall and pretty human girl in a blink of an eye. After the transformation of Aphrodite, the original Dark Eagle became a straight black military uniform, and the red gauze still wrapped around the girl's slender pink neck, like a blaze of flame, which followed her chest. The wind sways. Wow! Sister Eagle has become a pretty sister. Look at what you said, isn't it pretty before I became a humanoid? Aphrodite glanced at little Lori and turned to smile at Joan and Medea and extended her right hand. Now let's reacquaint ourselves as human beings. Captain of the Far East Air Force Aurora, the 7th level Druid Eagle. Joan shook the slender hand of the female officer, and then she realized how she could become humanoid. Just as human druids can use their professional ability to wildly transform into animals like black bears or falcons. Conversely, this lady with the professional level of druid can also use wild transformation to temporarily transform herself into a beautiful girl form. Avala, who became a humanoid, climbed the steps and walked briskly. Within 10 minutes, he brought 3 visitors to the Eagle Tower and introduced them to the history of the construction of the tower. Eagle Falcon Tower, a huge project that can be called awe-inspiring work, took a total of 30 years of hard work by 2 generations of the Edric family. In order to set up a home for the giant eagles, Sir Edric deliberately cut 2 trenches leading to the estuary and introduced seawater into the atrium to form a large pond covering an area of more than 200 acres. Or rather, a lake is more appropriate. When the tide rises and falls, the fish and shrimp living in the waters around the island are caught in the tide and enter the Eagle Tower atrium pond, bringing delicious food to the young eagles. Before the wings of the young eagles are stiff and can withstand the storm, they can fish the belly in the calm pond of the atrium, learn the hunting skills with their parents, and also follow their human teachers to receive reading, writing and arithmetic in the classroom. Basic cultural education and the like, these are all indispensable courses for training a qualified Air Force officer. Aphrodite asked Joan to wait for a while by the fence of the atrium pond, boarded the wooden bridge by themselves, hurriedly crossed the pond, and walked into an arch hall across the bridge. A short time later, Aphrodite returned the same way, followed by a grey-haired old man. No need to ask and know that he is the hereditary lord of the Eagle Island, known as the Lord of the Giant Eagle Sir Edric. Joan noticed that the green cloak worn by the old gentleman was embroidered with a circle of golden wheat ears. He is no longer familiar with this pattern. The cloaks of the Candice, and the Catwoman Druid Buffalo in the Valley Village, have also embroidered the same pattern, which is the most influential Druid society in the Far East. The unique emblem of the Ring of Harvest. It wasn't until this time that Joan realized that Sir Edric was also a green Druid from the Ring of Harvest society. Judging from the age and prestige of this grandfather, Joan speculates that his old man's status in the Ring of Harvest is definitely not low. Maybe he is also a legendary big druid like his grandfather and Candice's father. One of the 12 proud students of Miss Valentina. Avril introduced the understanding of both parties warmly. Sir Edric looked polite and indifferent. After listening to Medea's explanation, he didn't say anything. It seemed that he could not evade Avrora's request, and he reluctantly came forward to greet the 3 visitors from the New World. Joanne could see that the arrogant grandfather had no interest in the petrochemical research he and Medea were doing, and did not seem to intend to recommend them to befriend Sister. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1345. Siesta. Medea also noticed that the old man of Edric had a strange temper and arrogant temperament, and he didn't take his young unknown seriously, so he planned to reapply, and took out the old newspaper and filled the scene with Joan's award-winning report. However, at this moment, Joan reached out to stop her and took a step forward to greet Sir Edric. Medea looked at her and secretly surprised herself. In her impression, she was a lonely and introverted mage friend, and she was the first to take the initiative to be close to a stranger. "Dear Lord, can I ask you something?" Joanne asked a little embarrassedly. "If you want to inquire about Siesta, I can only say that I'm sorry, it always doesn't like to deal with strangers, and this time is busy with a very important thing. I'm afraid I can't spare time to help you do research." Sir Edric answered politely and coldly. "You misunderstood, sir. I want to ask you something that has nothing to do with Sister. Do you know Victor Kalinin? He is a green wild druid living in the Alfheim region of the New World." The coldness on the old man's face was replaced by surprise, and he nodded. "Of course I recognize Victor. We are all students of Teacher Valentina. Since he went to the New World, we have not met for many years. Young people." "Who are you, Victor?" "Mr. Kalinin's daughter is my good friend, and their family treats me very well, just like relatives." Qiao Anluo hesitated, and then asked, "Grandpa, since you know Mr. Kalinin, you must also know my grandfather Guillaume Tell." "Of course. Guillaume is also my old classmate." "Are you his grandson?" Sir Edric approached Joan excitedly, and looked at him seriously for the first time since he met. "Boy, I haven't seen your grandfather for more than 20 years. Is he in good health?" Joan shook his head, reluctantly answering, "My grandfather passed away last spring." Sir Edric's body trembled, his face all turned sad and silent. It took a while for his emotions to calm down, and patted Joan on the shoulder, as if to comfort him, but he finally found no words that really fit his mood at the moment. Sighing faintly, Sir Edric touched the storage bag, and in his hand an extra conch radiated with magical aura, leaning close to his lips and blowing. I don't know if it was an illusion. Joan heard a desolate smell from the sound of the horn echoing in his ear. The original calm pool surface, accompanied by the sound of the horn, circled and rippled, then opened a circle to transmit the magic circle, and a huge snake-shaped figure emerged from the luminous transmission circle. Joan, Medea and Ruby's eyes were all attracted by the figure that was passing over, and when the magical power was condensed and the look of the thing was really seen, Joan and Medea couldn't help but take a breath. Ruby was so scared that his face was white, and he exclaimed, hiding behind Joan and daring not to look at it again. Responding to Sir Edric's call, Sister, who was sent to the atrium pond of the Eagle Tower, had a more terrifying image than the abstract illustration Joan had seen in the literature. At first glance it looked like a giant sea snake with an inexplicable neck forked, extending two heads resembling dragons. Joan has also seen a lot of stranger-looking monsters, but nothing more than fuss about it. What really shocked him is that Siesta has a third face, which grows on the part of the neck. Sita's face in the center of the body barely shows the outline of the human face, but the grayish-skinned color, coupled with the greasy facial features, the valgus fangs, and the eyes full of wrath, is definitely the word green-faced fangs the best portrayal of this living face of evil spirits, plus the body like a two-headed snake, and the dragon heads growing on two necks. No matter how brave people see the honor of Sister, they can't help but be horrified. Think of it as an evil sea monster. No wonder he doesn't like to show up in front of people. Children, don't be afraid. Sister is just a little scary. In fact, it is not an evil monster. On the contrary, no one is more upright and kind than my old man. Sir Edric's comfort improved. Joan and Media's impression of Siesta, walked to the pond, bowed to the sea monsters in the water, and explained their intentions. Let me assist you in your research. The face in the center of Siesta made a hoarse voice, using human language, and occasionally mixed with one or two dragon words. Sorry, this sea is in crisis. I have no time to idle. Since you are a friend of Lord Edric, you can't give a face or give it away. You might as well stay on the island and wait for me. It's not too late to finish more important work and take the time to do research for you. Hearing Sister's icy reply, Joan and Medea looked at each other with frustration. Siesta regards their academic research as trivial matters, which is indeed a bit of a self-esteem, but they are not asking for people, and it is not easy to refute face to face. And the atmosphere becomes a little embarrassing. Siesta ignored them and said to Sir Edric, I learned from the Friends of the Mermaid the latest developments of the Sea Wolf Band yesterday. This group of villains have frequent contact with the Sour Pirates. It seems that they want to join forces to make a big case. I have to worry that the two evil parties united and the target of the looting is likely to be the Eagle Island. Sir Edric's face changed slightly. Old man, are you sure that the Sour Fishermen are willing to cooperate with the Sea Wolf Bandits on a peer-to-peer basis, rather than annexing each other? Judging from the comparison of the forces on both sides, the Sea Wolf Bandit is indeed not at the same level as the Sour Clan that is rampant in the North Sea. The Sour Clan did not take this group of gangsters with a total of less than 100 people in the past, but now the situation has changes. The Sea Wolf Bandit seems to have found a new backer. Sister, who did the Sea Wolves gang rely on, so that this group of gangsters has soared in the price of the Sowigin and has the weight of peer cooperation? Sir Eric asked in surprise. Sister shook the two dragon heads at the same time and sighed. This is also the mystery I am looking for, but unfortunately there is no exact clue yet. To unravel this mystery, at least you must first grab a Sea Wolf gangster, try to pry open his mouth, and force out the current hiding place of this group of gangsters, before you can carry out an in-depth investigation. However, the sea wolves are very cunning. They always hide their true appearance when they are outside. Even if we suspect that there have been gangster spies sneaking into the island of the Eagle, it is difficult to pull them out of the crowd. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1346. Spy Sister glanced at Joan intentionally or unintentionally, and then said, Grandpa, if you really want to investigate whether there are spies on the island, the only way is to temporarily close the port and deport all outsiders. Of course not. Sir Edric categorically rejected Sister's proposal. Almost all food and daily necessities on the island are procured from the outside world. Closing the port is equivalent to cutting off the trade channel. Now, in addition to military orders, one of the island's most important sources of income is tourism. Tourists. But our food and clothing parents, if we drove all tourists away and ruined our reputation, who will come to visit us on vacation in the future? Sister, This is a big business of 200,000 quintals per year. Without this income, the Eagle Tower will not be maintained at all. Sir Edric took a deep breath and calmed down his excitement, then said, "Even if you do what you say, close the port and expel tourists, there must always be a time limit for this state of martial law, which cannot be sustained. When we deregulate, there will still be spies sneaking into the activity, and in the end it will be a waste of effort. No problem can be solved." Faced with Sir Edric's fierce rebuttal, Siesta was speechless. "Grandpa, Mr. Siesta, please allow me to interject." Joan suddenly broke the dull atmosphere. "Maybe I can help with tracking the sea wolf." Siesta turned and heard three pairs of eyes at the same time, making Joan feel a little cramped, but he still said his thoughts in person. "Not long ago, we had inquired about Mr. Siesta at the port's Golden Anchor Tavern. Tavern manager Mr. Hanks showed us a bounty notice and suggested that we try to complete the bounty task on the notice and collect some information about the intelligence of the sea wolf bandit. With this credit, may win the favor and assistance of Mr. Sister." The old bird of Hanks, always unable to control his beak, is really a nuisance with many mouths and tongues. Sister snorted, then asked Joan, "A little Hanks disappeared, that's wrong. If you can really help me eliminate the sea wolves, I will do my best to cooperate with your research work in addition to the rewards paid on the notice. But before that, little mage, you'd better think about what is going on. Help me solve this big trouble." "In fact, Mr. Siesta, I already have clues," Joan answered calmly. This time, not only Siesta, but even Sir Edric, who had been so suffocating, looked surprised. "Joan, tell me quickly, what clues did you find?" "Grandpa, before coming to see you, I cast a spell to control a group of seagulls to hover over the island. Through the eyes of the seagulls, I can see all the people who are outdoors and can see through the camouflage made by magic or other means, see the true face of people. In my opinion, if a sea wolf turns into a human being on the island and happens to be outdoors, it may be seen by my seagull sentinel and gain insight into its original image. Such a person is probably sent by a pirate spy." "Good idea, Joan. Do you see any suspicious guys now?" Sir Eric asked with great interest. "Just 10 minutes ago, the flock of birds saw a suspicious man dressed like a sailor, but his true face was a wolf-headed monster." Joan paused and turned to Aphrodite. "Please lend me the portrait mirror." "Portrait glasses?" Okay. Aurora didn't understand what Joan's intention to suddenly borrow from her picture glasses had anything to do with tracking the sea wolf spies on the island, but she passed the magic mirror with pleasure. Joan took over the portrait mirror, skillfully activated the shooting mode, slowly closed his eyes, and switched the viewing angle to a group of birds under his control. In the Valley Village a week ago, Joan analyzed the 2 rings of Salius imagery from the magic phototype setting press, and conducted an in-depth study. This 2-ring illusion created by the quasi-legendary Archmage of Beacon Hill is actually more powerful than most people think. Both the magic phototype setting press and the portrait mirror only use the realistic part of this spell, ignoring that it is a magic and has the surreal characteristics. This is like painting art, both striving for realistic still life sketches and purely fantasy-based styles. The latter presents pictures that may not be able to find strictly corresponding things in reality. At the moment, the Mercury mirror with recording technique attached to Joan's hand is like a drawing board, which can be used not only to record the scenery seen by people's eyes, but also to show things in fantasy. That's right. The portrait mirror actually comes with a retouch picture function. If you are not satisfied with the image you have left in the mirror, you can use your imagination to make the face thinner, the eyebrows thinner, and the eyes bigger ... until you meet your ideal image. Joan himself didn't have much interest in taking pictures. Medea, Ruby and Aphrodite seemed very interested, but Joan didn't tell them about the retouching function of portrait mirror, because he was thinking about it. The ladies must be more willing to see the real self in the mirror, and disdain to use the near-cheating means of retouching pictures to modify their photos more beautiful and cute than real people. At this moment, Joan is to use the mirror to map the fantasy function and present the suspicious characters he saw through the flock of birds on the mirror surface. When Joan switched his perspective to the birds in the distance, whether he closed his eyes or not, he was actually blind, and it was impossible to maintain vision at two distant places at the same time. Although his body has closed vision, the brain is still running at a high speed, recording the scene observed through the flock of birds. At the same time, the magic mirror in his hand was also synchronously mapping the picture that appeared in his mind. Medea, Ruby, Aphrodite, Sir Edric, and Siesta were all around Joan, all eyes on the mirror in his hand. The picture in the mirror is fully synchronized with the scene that Joan observed through the bird flock, and a picture is switched every half or second, showing a dynamic effect. The dynamic image constantly presented by the mirror, the background is clearly near the pier of Eagle Island, and the protagonist in the mirror is a wolf-headed man, wandering casually on the pier. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1347. Track under the watch of everyone. The man who looked like a sea wolf walked quietly to a secluded area near the bay. The man looked around and thought that no one was paying attention to himself nearby, so he slid from the shore into the water, changing from a human figure to a smooth aquatic monster with a fur like a seal and a head like a wolf, swinging his arms into flesh fins. Quickly swim towards the distance. Joan ordered the birds in the air to continue to track the sea wolf, slowly opened his eyes, and returned the spectacles to Aphrodite. Joan, is there any way you can continue to follow the sea wolf until he returns to the pirate den? Sir Edric asked eagerly. Of course, in fact I have already done so, Joan answered softly. Good job. Little master, I need you to help track the spy, find the nest of the sea gangster gang, and try to figure out the true identity of the leader of the group of gangsters. Sister solemnly promised, if you are willing to help me after this busy, after the elimination of the sea wolf bandit, I will provide you with all the convenience for your research work with Miss Medea. Excellent, the deal. Medea was pleased. Joan looked up at the sky. It is almost noon. As time goes by, the sky becomes darker, and the seagull's vision will be affected. It is impossible to continue to track the diving sea wolf in the night. In addition, the weather at sea in summer is always unpredictable. Although the weather is now clear and the view is wide, it is possible that the storm will suddenly change and the heavy rain will begin. In harsh weather conditions, the flock of birds had to be forced to stop tracking. We'd better start as soon as possible, so as not to drag it too long and make things happen. Sister nodded in agreement with Joan's proposal. After thinking for a while, Sir Edric said to Joan and Medea, it stands to reason that I should go with you, but unfortunately the time is not right. I have to go to Bioport this afternoon to attend the routine meeting of the North Sea Federation. You need to be more careful on this trip, in case it is found by the pirates that it is difficult to get out. Remember to send me a letter. I will rush to support as soon as possible. Grandpa, please rest assured, we will do our best, Medea replied with a smile. And me. Ruby noticed that Sir Eric only told Medea and Joan, lest he be excluded from the pirate tracking team. Ruby, I will also go hunt down the pirates with everyone. Our trip is very risky, so don't let the kids join in the fun, Sister said impatiently. I have no time to take care of the children. Strange uncle with three faces, don't underestimate people. Ruby, I don't need your care. Miss Ruby yelled out loud. The strange uncle with three faces. Siesta's three faces twitched at the same time, seemingly stimulated by little Lali. Medea patted Ruby's head, suggesting that she should not be so rude to her, and said to Sir Sister and Sir Eric with a smile, don't look at Ruby's young age. In fact, this little girl is very powerful, equivalent to a level 10 warlock. Siesta and Sir Edric glanced at each other, and they didn't say anything, looking half doubtful. At this time, Avala, who had been watching lively, coughed heavily and took the initiative. Mr. Siesta, I will accompany you to follow the sea wolf bandit. Sister Ruby can take care of me. In case of danger, I will carry her to the sky, and the sea wolf has no wings. I can't pose a threat. Little girl, what you think is quite good, but I have to remind you that there will always be flying sharks around the sea wolf, and it may not be safe in the air. Sister reminded. Flying sharks have nothing to worry about, no matter the speed or altitude. They are far from our giant eagle family. Their clumsy wings are more suitable for paddling in the sea. Afla's lips were full of confident smile. Sister shook her head helplessly and turned to look at Sir Edric, waiting for him to make up his mind. After thinking for a while, Sir Edric nodded. Aurora, you can also accompany them with Sister, but your self-righteous faults have to be changed. When you encounter things, you have to discuss with your peers, but you can't make your own claims. Okay, Uncle, I have heard you say these 800 times, and my ears are about to wear cocoons. You can rest assured, I promise not to mess up. Aphrodite is like a rebellious girl, and he can't stand being taught by others. Sir Edric sighed helplessly and turned to Sister. Now you can start. Siesta nodded, and the sea snake-like body suddenly twisted, turning into a speedboat in a blink of an eye, 20 feet long and 6 feet wide from head to tail. Sir Edric motioned for Joan, Medea, Ruby and Avril to board the speedboat that Sister turned into. Joan, while they were still hesitating, Aphrodite jumped up first, turned and smiled and told them not to worry. The speedboat that Mr. Siesta turned into is very strong, and no matter how heavy the wind and rain will not overturn the ship. It will not hurt the passengers on his body. Joan bravely boarded the ship, and Medea and Ruby followed. After the people were seated, the speedboat transformed by Siesta shuddered slightly, and the water surface on both sides of the ship's side showed a luminous pattern. Just under the wave of Sir Edric, the speedboat in the form of Siesta, together with the 4 people on board, disappeared in the transmission of light. The speedboat that Sister turned into, the transmission landing point was about half a nautical mile behind the sea wolf, and kept this distance, carrying Joan, Medea, Ruby and Aphrodite, under the guidance of the birds in the air. Track the sea wolf quietly. In the first period of time, the sea wolf, which was tracking smoothly and focused on swimming, did not notice that there was a small boat trailing behind him. Soon after leaving the Eagle Island port, there was a busy waterway in front of the ship. There were boats shuttled on the sea, most of them were sailboats, and there were also a few sailboats with steam motors booming. The sea wolf seems to be afraid of the propeller blades of the sailing ship turning over the spray. In case the water stirred by the propeller is sucked in, the steel blade will hit the head and break the blood flow, and the weight will be crushed. Such a painful experience often occurs those reckless sea creatures. In order to avoid the dangerous oars, the sea wolf consciously increased the depth of the snorkeling. In this way, the bird's surveillance in the air could no longer confirm his position according to the track on the water, and immediately became overwhelmed. Joan felt the emotion of the will of the birds, frowned, and said to the companion beside him, "The sea wolf dives too deep, and the seagull cannot see his position clearly. I can only dissolve the birds and call the fish instead. Replace the birds to track the sea wolves." Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1348. Detection. Mr. Master, the sea wolves can't see the birds above their heads in the water. The fish are different. If they follow too tightly, it may cause the sea wolves to be alert, but if they are too far away, they may lose their tracking targets. Aphrodite looked worried and raised concerns. Joan listened to her saying that she had to dismiss the idea of summoning the fish and turned to other safer tracking methods. After being promoted to 7th level mages, Joan mastered the 4th ring of exploration, which can be used to track sea wolves remotely. However, the moment the exploration technique is launched, the magic will try to lock the tracking target. If the other party's perception is particularly sharp and vigilant, they will be aware. Guess someone is casting a spell to detect themselves, but it will expose the tracker. Attempt. In a responsible attitude to the team, Joan first clarified the problem of exploration that may expose the tracking attempt, and then sought your opinions. If everyone does not object, I will use exploration technique. There was a silence on the ship. In addition to Joan's proposal, everyone really couldn't think of a more secure tracking method. Medea, will you perform the exploration technique? Aphrodite looked at the serpent warlock sitting opposite him. After Medea nodded, she continued, actually, I will also perform exploration, but my caster level is the same as Joan. There is no advantage at all, and you are the highest caster level in all of us. Why will it be safer for you to perform the exploration technique? Medea shook her head and smiled bitterly. Whether the attempt to detect will be seen has little to do with the cast level, but mainly depends on the level of the cast attribute. In theory, an 11th level sorcerer's mana is usually higher than that of a 7th level wizard. After all, it is 4 levels worse. However, Joan is a special case. His intelligence is up to 33, and his mana is much stronger than me. It is still more reliable for him to cast spells. The simple-minded gangsters like Seawolf are almost impossible to see through him. Detect an attempt. Wow, is Mr. Master so powerful? Aurora stared at her eyes in surprise, looked at Joan up and down, and praised. I didn't expect you to be smarter than you look. In fact, you are my life. The smartest human being I have ever seen. Joan twitched her lips, wondering whether she was boasting about herself or hurting herself. Too lazy to care about the eagle who talked a little bit of her brain, she used the portrait mirror loaned by him to act as a casting device, chanting mantras in a low voice. Exploration technique is similar to identification technique and belongs to ritual spell. It takes up to 10 minutes to cast a ritual. Apacenia. Finally, after completing a lengthy ritual, Joan chanted a spell to start the spell. He lifted the mirror with his right hand, and gently brushed the mirror with his left hand. The mirror surface then showed a silvery light, showing ripples like water waves. When the mirror ripples subsided, a seal-like figure appeared in the center of the mirror, the sea wolf that was tracked by the birds. Everyone gathered around Joan and looked curiously at the figure in the mirror. The sea wolf swayed its fat and smooth body and was struggling to dive deep in the sea. Every once in a while, it quickly floated up, drew the head of a canine-like animal out of the water, took a deep breath, then took a deep breath and dived again. It turns out that the sea wolves can't stay in the water all the time. They have to swim out for a while to ventilate, Ruby said to herself. Sea wolves are supernatural mammals, similar to dolphins and whales. Although they are aquatic organisms, they still have to breathe through the lungs. The air in the lungs is limited. They can support for up to 10 minutes. After that, they have to surface to breathe fresh air, or you will be drowned alive in the sea. Joan spoke softly for little Lori Science. Drowned ... ha 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 ha. Ruby, Medea, and Aphrodite all couldn't help laughing. Joan looked at them blankly, thinking he should have said nothing wrong. What's so funny about this? However, the ladies still kept laughing. Thinking that the sea wolf will be drowned in the sea sounds particularly funny. The sea wolf did not realize that he had been locked up by detection technique, nor did he know that he had become the object of ridicule by some people, and he only immersed himself in the underwater swimming. The speedboat in the form of Siesta kept a distance of half a nautical mile, and followed behind without hurry. As time passed slowly, the sun deflected westward and eventually sank to the sea level. A round of silver discs replaced the fiery sun above the sea, sprinkling bright moonlight and smearing a layer of sparkling silver light on the vast and calm sea. After an afternoon of tracking, at 7 o'clock in the evening, the sea wolf finally reached its destination. From the shape of a sea beast to a mixed form of a human wolf head, step on the tide to climb a horseshoe coral atoll. Joan, the speedboat they took, quietly approached the coral atoll under the cover of night. For the sake of stability, Siesta was just outside the atoll, facing the direction of the horseshoe-shaped opening, and stopped sailing. I did not know what method was used to anchor the hull, and it magically rested on the rolling sea. Joan sat on the bow of the boat, looking at the figure in the mirror. He turned into a humanoid sea wolf, walked quickly on the desolate islands covered with reefs, walked for 10 minutes, came to the lagoon in the middle of the island, raised his head and waved his hand, as if saying hello to something, and then jumped into the lagoon, quickly dive into the water. At this moment, the mirror surface suddenly fluctuated violently, and the original clear picture quickly became blurred until it completely subsided, returning to the normal mirror surface, reflecting the face of Joan himself under the shining of the stars and moon. What's going on? Exploration was dispelled. Aphrodite was shocked. Joan didn't say anything, and now he is still not sure what happened just now. Medea stood up, looked at the lagoon on the island, and said in a deep voice, "That lagoon is very wrong. There must be a guy who is more dangerous than the sea wolf." A frole, opposite the coral atoll. Are you familiar? If I am right, it should be Horseshoe Island, one of the hundreds of coral atolls in the waters of the Mermaid Islands. At high tide, the entire reef island is almost submerged underwater. There is no fresh water on the island. It is suitable for human survival, and there is no resource for development. Since ancient times, it has been a barren land that is lacking in people's attention. In addition to being far away from the waterway, most charts will not even mark it. Avril sneered and said, "Horseshoe Island is hundreds of nautical miles away from our Eagle Island." I couldn't believe that the Sea Wolf Band had chosen such a bird to lay eggs unless it was seen with my own eyes. To build a base camp in the ghost place. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1349. Horseshoe Island. You found it. There is a group of big birds hovering over Horseshoe Island. Aphrodite pointed to an island far away from the sea, reminding his companions to pay attention. It is a pity that although Joan, Medea and Ruby all have night vision capabilities, their eyes are far less keen than that of Miss Eagle, who simply cannot see the birds. She said, "Most seabirds are active during the day, and few are flying in groups at night." The statue of the bow of the bow made a low voice, and Sister was talking. Joan heard his heart slightly, raised his hand to touch the prosthetic eye, activated Eagle Eye, and established an invisible observation point above Horseshoe Island. He switched the viewing angle to the Eagle Eye observation point, and looked around. Sure enough, as Aurora said, the island was about 100 feet high, hovering a group of large gray-backed and white-bellied birds with a wingspan of 10 to 2 feet long. This strange bird has never been seen before by Joan. Although his body is slightly smaller than the giant eagle, it is by no means comparable to ordinary seabirds. With curiosity, Joan adjusted the angle, and after careful observation, the surprise in his heart increased unabated. These creatures circling their wings on the island have a streamlined body, smooth skin without feathers, a triangular head, and a pair of membrane-like long fins on the side, flapping up and down like wings, supporting a huge body to soar in the air. See, like a big bird, it is not a bird at all, but more like a group of flying sharks. Joan took a deep breath and projected the scene he was seeing onto the mirror in his hand. Medea and Ruby watched the group of shark-headed eagle-in monsters above Horseshoe Island through the mirror. All looked at each other for a while, not sure whether this was a bird or a fish. Flying shark? Avril recognized the monsters at a glance, and her pretty face shone with excitement. There are more than 30 flying sharks above the island. So many flying sharks cannot gather over a desert island for no reason. This shows that this is definitely the old nest of the sea wolves. Joan took out the navigation compass and generated a map around Horseshoe Island, enlarged the map of the area where the lagoon is located on the island to the largest size, and watched in awe. "Joan, can you see the precise latitude and longitude of the location of Horseshoe Island from the compass?" asked Medea. Joan nodded and casually told Medea the latitude and longitude coordinates of the navigation compass, but his eyes never left the compass. Medea opened the storage bag, took out an egg-shaped crystal stone, and started the messaging technique attached to the crystal. It briefly described the discovery of this trip and incidentally attached the latitude and longitude coordinates of the Shanghai wolf nest to Sir Eric. After sending the letter, Medea smiled with relief, turning her head to ask Avril and Siesta, "Our mission has been completed. Can we return to Eagle Island next? It's just the beginning of the show. Why don't you rush back? Aphrodite said happily. Anyway, we are all here. It is better to solve all the pirates on the island by the way, so as not to leave trouble. Medea hesitated a moment and hesitantly said, but Sir Edric only entrusted us to find the pirate's lair. He did not ask us to eliminate the pirates. Moreover, we only have 5 people. I am afraid that we will lose out in conflict. In addition to searching for the pirate's den, we have another mission to investigate the leader of the Sea Wolf gang. This matter is not yet in sight. The speedboat uttered Siesta's voice. If you can manage to catch a sea wolf alive, force this group of gangsters out. What kind of mysterious character has we trusted? We have a deep heart. I can't even see the shadow of a sea wolf on the island. Most of them are hiding deep in the lagoon. We might as well take advantage of this opportunity to first dry up the group of flying sharks patrolling in the air, and wait for the sea wolf to get out of the water after being disturbed. Capture them together. Aphrodite is obviously a militant and urges everyone to take the initiative to attack. Even if we count the flying sharks, the total number of gangsters on the island is less than 100. With the strength of our 5 people, we can completely eliminate the bandits. There is no need to wait for Uncle Edric to bring people to reinforce. Inspired by Aphrodite, Medea and Siesta couldn't help but move a little. If they wiped out the island's gangsters, they would save a lot of trouble. Joan, what do you think? Medea held her head uncertainly, turning her head to look at the young mage. Joan was still staring at the navigation compass, silent for a few seconds before speaking, but did not directly answer Medea's question. From the picture presented by the compass, the structure of the bottom of the central lagoon of Horseshoe Island is very complicated. Numerous reefs and coral clusters together form a maze. I even suspect that there are artificially built components. You mean, the sea wolves built a labyrinth at the bottom of the lagoon? What's their purpose? Medea asked in surprise. I don't know. Joan shook his head frankly. I am more concerned that the sea wolf that jumped into the lake just now has disappeared under the lake for more than 10 minutes. It has not floated so far. Isn't he afraid of suffocating when he breathes on the water? Is this ... Is there a cave full of air at the bottom of the lake that can be used for ventilation? Or using spells such as breathing in water to maintain breathing? Medea speculated. The sea wolf that I tracked before has no spellcasting ability. As for underwater holes or huge air bubbles, it seems that there is a real possibility from the navigation compass. However, this is not what the sea wolf can create. It must use powerful spells are only possible. Joan thought for a while, and then said, after the sea wolf jumped into the lagoon, the detection technique I applied to him was cut off, which shows that there is a possibility that a spell enchantment shielding detection is set in the lake. There are signs that there is at least one high-level caster lurking in the lake, and this person is probably the leader of the Sea Wolf band. Listening to your analysis, the situation on the island is more complicated than what we are currently seeing. It is better not to risk it on the island. In short, wait for Sir Eric's reply, Medea said cautiously. Avril was somewhat reluctant, but thinking of Sir Edric's advice to her before leaving, she had to suppress her aggressive nature and respect the more secure decisions made by Joan and Medea. Brother Joan, the group of flying sharks on the island seems to be flying towards us. Should they find us? Of the 4 people on the ship, only Ruby did not participate in the debate. He has been paying attention to the movements on the side of Horseshoe Island. He vaguely saw the flying shark group moving towards the sea where the speedboat is parked, and immediately reminded his companions. Aphrodite turned to look at Horseshoe Island and couldn't help changing his face, shouting angrily, "We are so far away from Horseshoe Island, the sky is so dark, and the night vision ability of the flying shark is far inferior to that of our giant eagle family." Saying that it is unlikely to see such a far place, how could they know that someone is hiding in this area? Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1350 Flying Shark. Aphrodite's questioning sound reminded Joan to realize a possibility. He chanted the mantra in a low voice, activated the see-through invisibility attached to the prosthetic eye, looked up, and in the midair not far ahead, he found a slightly translucent sphere with a big fist, which was the eagle invisible observation point generated by ophthalmology. Terhat Kiaon chanted a Kenyu incantation symbolizing dismantling, waved a green light curtain with his hand, and used 3 rings of dispelling technique to wipe out the eagle eye observation point from the air, cutting off the eyes of the secret peepers. Flocks of flying sharks have been approaching, and now even if they don't want to play, fighting at sea is not good for us. In case of falling into the water, it is likely to be the target of the flying shark's siege. Medea said eagerly, Mr. Sister, can you take us to the nearby land or go up the island? The nearest island here is Horseshoe Island. If you don't want to venture to the island, I can only send it back to the Eagle Island. Although I can get rid of the siege of the flying shark, I have lost the best chance to destroy this group of monsters. When we return with the reinforcements, the sea wolves on the island may have slipped away, Sister said depressedly. In that case, we are not all busy this afternoon. Aphrodite jumped up excitedly. Mr. Sister, don't hesitate anymore. Hurry to take us to Horseshoe Island. Just taking advantage of the flying shark, stay away from the island, prepare for battle, and wait for the flying sharks to return. Let us destroy them together. Wait a minute. Medea quickly blocked. Let's teleport to the island. What if the swarms of sea wolves drill out of the lake and attack us? If this happens, we will solve the sea wolves as soon as possible, and then deal with the flying sharks that come back. Avril replied without thinking, My God, Aurora, your heart is so big. Medea was so angry that she couldn't help crying. Please don't always think of things as good or not. In fact, it is more likely to happen. It's because we haven't had time to solve the sea wolf, and the flying shark has turned around and flew back, causing us to fall into the dilemma of 2 sides. Mr. Siesta, you are now sailing away from Horseshoe Island, the sooner the better. Joan suddenly said, pretend to retreat first, seduce the flying shark to chase us away from Horseshoe Island, and wait for them to catch up. At that time, they will be transferred to the island collectively, so that there will be more time to deal with the sea wolves on the island. Okay, just do it. After Siesta responded, he immediately started the speedboat, like a shuttle, sailing at a speed on the calm sea enveloped by the moonlight, dragging a snowy track behind him. Although Siesta's sailing speed is fast, after all, it is not as fast as a flying shark in the air. Within 5 minutes, the sharks approached the stern of the stern, gathered their wings, and prepared to launch a dive attack. Sure. Aphrodite stood at the stern and raised his hand to blast a wind-making technique to the sharks in the air. The violent airflow screamed and swept through, causing the sharks to roll in the air, and was forced to stop the dive offensive. At the same time, the strong wind called by Aurora also provided a strong boost for the speedboat that Sister turned into, which made the speed of the speedboat significantly increase, and immediately threw a large group of flying sharks behind him. When the strong wind created by the magic subsided, the flying shark regrouped, and it took nearly 10 minutes to catch up with the speedboat. However, before this group of murderous monsters swooped down, the speedboat had been surrounded by a circle of teleportation maps, turned into a beam of light, and so disappeared from their vision. The flying sharks spread their wings and hovered above the already empty sea, all of them dumbfounded for a while. 30 miles away behind the overwhelming group of flying sharks, Horseshoe Island rose to send light, and a double-headed dragon boat appeared, with 4 figures on board. As soon as the teleportation was completed, Aurora jumped off the boat and ran towards the heart of the island. Joan, Medea, and Ruby on board, rest assured that the impulsive Miss Eagle, quickly followed her and jumped off the boat, quickly chasing up behind them. Siesta changed from a speedboat to a sea monster with 2 heads and 3 sides, raised a pair of heads, crawled like a python, and quickly followed the footsteps of everyone and came to the lake. To everyone's surprise, the lagoon in the middle of the island was as calm as ever, and no sea wolf could be seen. Joan sighed a little and said to his companions, The flying speed of the flying shark is about 60 miles per hour. Before they return, we still have half an hour, preferably half an hour. Solve the enemies on the island in order to free up your hands against the flying shark. Hearing his reminder, everyone felt the situation was urgent, and seized the time to bless their magic to enhance defense or enhance their combat power, ready to fight. Siesta hung his left head and cut a wound in his neck with a sharp horn at the top of his head, and the pale gold plasma immediately poured out. "Uncle Blame, what's wrong with you?" Ruby exclaimed when he saw Sister self-harming. "Why hurt yourself?" Sister looked at the little girl's face from the heart's concern, and the face of the blue-faced fangs rarely showed a touch of emotion. "Don't worry, little girl, my blood contains magic power, which can be used to temporarily strengthen your defense. The effect is equivalent to a 10th level warlock blessing you with 4 rings of skin. Well, no nonsense. Hurry up, don't waste my blood. Stone skin technique is of course very good. Sister does not hesitate to help her companions to strengthen their defenses. It is indeed a touching and generous move. However, Medea, Ruby and Aphrodite all think that Sister is like this. The approach is too crazy, it is a bit scary. Just before they had recovered, Joan had rushed to Siesta, and quickly took out the large syringe, sucked the blood from the wound into the needle tube, and then took out a bottle of Tear of God. Apply the soaked potion to the wound to heal it quickly. This series of operations took less than 5 seconds in total, so skilled that even Siesta was dumbfounded. He didn't respond until the wound stopped bleeding, and thanked Joan for thanking him. He couldn't help but add another sentence: "Little master, your blood drawing and first aid are really tricky. If I don't know you are a master, I thought you is a nurse." Joan's cheeks were hot for a while, and he wasn't embarrassed to admit that this is practice makes perfect, and is somewhat impure. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest.